Everybody in? Missing, oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so here we go. Okay, we'd like to welcome everybody today and to Wednesday's September the 24th JLBC meeting. I'm Delbert Hoseman, Chairman. We have a quorum of all the members. First, we need to approve the per diem expenses for September 24th, 2025. Motion to approve the actual expenses, and they're in a green folder. Everybody please sign it for Leanne. And second. So moved and second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please sign and put it in the green folder for her. Now we need to resolve ourselves into the executive session to receive the staff presentations from the Legislative Budget Office. We have a motion to move to executive session. So moved in second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're now in executive session. Do I hear a motion that we exit our executive session, return to open session?
So moved.
Second? We have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So we're now back in open session, and we'll ask the Department of Corrections to please enter.
I think she wants us to approve the minutes.
Yeah.
Or have we done any of that?
We haven't done that yet. It was the next thing up. The 11th, 2024. Senator Sparks, Senator Hobson. Anyone have any question about the minutes of December 11th, 2024? Motion to approve. Second, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Next, the JLBC policy records management that we discussed earlier. Second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. They are approved. I don't know, I have to approve the peer prison report and the LBO expenditure report.
I think it's just that one.
These last two, we approved the minutes and the policy records. We don't have to do these two, I don't think.
No, not approved. They're just
They're just there.
there. Yes, sir.
All right, we're back on Mr. Kane, I believe. Mr. Kane, you're recognized, sir. And Derek Garner. Where's Bearfield? Thank you very much. That's what we really need.
Okay, thank you, Chairman and Committee, for seeing us today. The Mississippi Department of Corrections is committed to public safety, integrity, fairness, accountability. Our core initiatives are morality, plus jobs equals success. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today, and then Derek's going to talk about the investment, the money, and so forth in the budget. And so, first thing I want to talk about is some things that we've done to save money and cut costs. And one thing we've done that's really pretty unique is we put these codes on all our cells, and we did this in-house. We did not hire an outside contractor. And with a scanner, we can prove that the inmates, that the correctional officers made their rounds and are actually going every 30 minutes. So that's going to keep down lawsuits. That's going to have better security, and it's going to mean that we have safer prisons. And so we also have 347 teachers, inmate teachers. And that would cost us, if we were paying $40,000 a year for a VOTEX teacher, that would cost us $13,880,000 if we hired that many teachers. Now, these inmate teachers are being very successful because the other thing you haven't seen before that we're doing in corrections, it's really important because remember I said, to be successful, we can have all the reentry programs you want in the world. But if you don't have morality, otherwise you make a smarter criminal. If you don't have morality and he don't have a job, he's not going to probably make it. He's got to have a job. So what we've done is our inmate teachers are teaching skills and trades. And this is an example of the patch that an inmate gets. And this patch says HVAC Excellence Certified. So he's a certified air conditioning technician, which means he can handle the Freon. And a lot of air conditioning companies have to have someone certified to do Freon. So our guy comes out of prison with this patch, he can get a job. He does not have to worry. there's 1,101 people have won these patches. The patch also will work for automotive, all the automotive skills, the mechanics and so forth. So these inmate teachers are teaching these schools. Now, this is a problem we have because we get a lot of requests to move inmates. And so we're really starting to push back these movements, and y'all get them too, because we don't want to move an inmate out of a school. If he's in a school, if he's learning a skill and a trade, then he needs to finish that and get it completed before we start yanking him up and moving him. So we really reluctant to be moving folks. I'm going pretty fast with this, but some of those other skills we have are the electrical and the HVAC, all the mechanic skills and so forth. The other thing that we have done that we're pretty proud of is this. We have put in cameras on our fences that are not hooked up to the regular camera system we have because we want to protect our perimeter better. So now we're installing cameras that look down the fence and they alert if anything goes through the screen for the camera. And that would be a drone. That would be if somebody climbed the fence or they go over, the camera's going to alert and let us know that he did that. And so we saved, with that, we spent almost $10,000 to do this. This would have cost us over $100,000 anywhere else. The same as with this, the first thing I show you, this deal was $100,000 at Marshall if we had paid someone to do this. This was less than $10,000 with us doing it in-house. So we do everything we can in-house because inmates have a lot of skills when they come to prison. We mentioned this in years past. So we try to utilize their skills, and that's where we got all these teachers. As you come into prison, we find out what you did on the street. If you were a mechanic at the Ford dealership or Chevrolet dealership, you can come be a teacher and teach these other inmates how to do that, and we can get his patch, and when he gets out, he automatically can get a job. So that's where we are with that. We have, let's talk a little bit about the number of prisoners we have today. We have 19,363 in prison, so the population is pretty stable. Let's talk a little bit about the gangs. We have now in the state prisons, we have 764. In the private prison, 374 for 1,138, and that's in our prisons. That's not in the regionals. We didn't count that. So that's kind of where we are with our population. So it's stable.
Commissioner, let me ask you real quickly, like you said, there's 19,363.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how does that, for prior years, where are we? I thought we used to be 17,000.
Okay. I have a prior year here at some point, if I can find it. Let's see if I got it on the back of this one. Okay, I go back to 1990, I think, if you want to go here, 2021. This is I don't have that number. I thought I did. I do not have that.
It seems like it was pretty significantly less in the last couple of years.
Don't have it. Okay, I don't have the number back prior. It's at 19,363, but it hadn't been 20. It's been right under 20, and it was right into 19 and 18, I think, when I came here. So we stopped intake during COVID, but that's where we are today. John Hunt, you might know. Do you know what it was in the past year?
I didn't have the county jails do that. It's going to be closer to 19.
Even in the prior year.
Representative DeWeese?
Thank you, Governor. Does this include your population and your regionals as well? Okay.
Yes, sir. It does.
And then the 1138 that you mentioned, Commissioner, where are they?
These are the ones that's in school, the school 1138. That's
Okay.
the teachers. They're in all our different prisons.
Okay, so that's part of the 19.
Right,
Okay.
right. They're in all the different prisons. They're not in the regionals, but they are in our prisons. We have the 7 prisons. We have some of them even in the private prisons.
Okay, please
I'm
proceed.
going fast. You have any questions?
We're asking them as we go. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, that covers that part of it. And so we were talking about the gangs, and that population is diminished extensively. We have turned off, just this year, we have the wherewithal now that we can analyze cell phone. If we get a cell phone from an inmate, we have a company called Cellbrite. It costs us $75,000 to be able to do this. We glean a lot of information from the cell phone. Now we can open them up, find everybody they've talked to. And so we've closed down 800 cell phones, a little over 800 cell phones in our prisons. And we have the wherewithal that we can record all the numbers that are not our personal numbers in a prison. And then we have the wherewithal to go turn all those phones off. So we've turned off over 800 cell phones. It means we had a lot of phones, but it means that they have to get a lot more. So the price of cell phones is going up. Also, we have to deal with the drug problem. The drug problem was the reason for the cameras to be on the fences because they throw in drugs over the fence. We just hit on that yesterday at SMCI, but they caught them because they were there to see it. So we caught the guys and we'll take them to jail. Also, we have about 7 narcotics dogs, and we train them. Our handlers we have to train. We send them to Angola, and they train our trainers for free, but they're teaching us so we can teach our own dogs and train our own narcotics dogs because these dogs are really expensive. But we have 7 of them so we can cover every prison. So as people coming in to work, we have a little booth you go in, and if you have drugs on you, it blows air over you and it goes out of screen. The dog is laying there by the screen. He scratches the screen, and so we know to search that person for drugs. So that's working well, and we're just getting that in place. And so we did that in Angola. That's how we control drugs there. So we're trying to get the drugs out of the prison because if we do more and more education, then we run into people on drugs and so forth. It's kind of productive to everything because addiction's bad. Also, Nathan Blevins is here, and I wanted to mention him. He's done a really good job with the CWCs because today, other than Knoxville and one other, we have mental health, and we have also skills and trade in all our CWCs and TVCs. And of these certificates I tell you about, 10 of them are from Pascagoula, and they're certifications for small engine repair. That's the restitution center there. So while you're there, you go to school. While you're in the TWC or the CWC, you go to school. Also, they have alcohol and drug treatment program, again, in all of them, but the one at Knoxville, we're assured by Vitacor that they'll have it up and running in the next couple of weeks. So Nathan's done a real good job of getting our probation parole officers and so forth to have programs so they just don't go sit there and wait like they were in the past. Also, we're working hard to establish our own school district, and Derek may mention that, may not, but our own school district is going to enable us to have high-step programs at the probation parole offices so the judge can send us people to CWC or what have you, TVC, but require them to work on their high school diploma. So that's good. So we're really pushing education, again, in skills and trades because, as I said, starting, it's just the problem is our job is to correct deviant behavior. That's what corrections mean. We know that if we have morality, which we do have our churches and our church programs and our seminary working well, it has over 100 students in the seminary, and these are 4-year graduates that are coming out. They could be preachers if they want to be. They don't have to be. But then they start all these churches in the prison. Everybody goes to church. When they leave, they get a cookie. You'd be surprised how many people go to church to get the cookie, but maybe they'll get something else while they're there. So that's causing our population to be much safer and less violent than it has been, but still, we still have bad things happen occasionally. We still have people that don't want to be with us, and they'll try to climb the fence. So there you have it. That concludes most of what I wanted to say to you. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have. Also, in our Kelly Christopher has done a good job with our education program. Lachetta Wilder, we have a lot of really good employees, and we hire smart people as smart as we can. We have our CID, Criminal Investigation Division, and what we're going to do is that's new and been recreated within the last year. And so all the deaths that we've had since 2015, we're going back to revisit that as cold case because there's no statute of limitations, as you know, on homicide. We're going back to visit all that to be sure that we haven't left any stone unturned or no one punished where we can get it to the district attorney. Also, our policy says, and we're adamant about doing this, every crime that is committed in the prison, no matter how small, how little, what it is, if it's a crime, they have to submit it to the district attorney. If he wants to throw it in the trash and not prosecute, that's up to him. But we see now that everything that breaks the law in the prison goes to the district attorney. So that concludes what I have to say, unless you have any questions.
Senator Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go back to the first question that was asked. Looking at the data online, the population in the Department of Corrections was about 16,800 in January of 22, rose to 17,500 in June of 22, approximately 18,000 in October of 22, and up to 19,000 by January of 23. I think the question was, do you have any explanation? And I know you don't commit crimes, arrest people, prosecute them, but that's a huge change between January of 22 and current. Is that something you would like to comment on?
I would like to say this. When we get these certificates I showed you, and we get these guys equipped for a job, and my Corps are doing a good job on their end. We're inside the prison, they're outside, and they're working to do this in the regionals. When we get these folks these certifications, they're going to have a job. They're not going to be a revolving door. They're not coming back. We're doing our part in education because we have also, this is going on at Parchment, big time, hot and heavy. So that's going to change the recidivism rate for us. You have to also look at the population you have. As the population increase, you bring in so many people to Mississippi. We also have to look at the immigrants that come in and so forth. All have an impact on your population. I think we're doing a good job, though, to equip these guys that do come to us, and gals too, because now they're doing a call center and they're making money, decent money with that. There's about 30 of them in the call center with a company out of Memphis. And so that's a new thing. We're doing a reentry program, and we're restoring the dormitory at Delta so we can house enough people there to work with in the work release program. So we're doing a lot of things to get people not to come back to prison. And maybe law enforcement's doing a better job too.
And I appreciate that, but when you have a 2,500 increase on a 16,800 number, there's a daily inmate cost. And when you're budgeting for that and the appropriators, you're going to base your budget request based on your population. So my concern with the population is that if we have violent people that are locked up to protect society, I'm fine with that. We'll house all that we need to house. But there's a bigger issue, and you've touched on it, is parole and probation, because we have double that number that are on parole and probation. And so I do want to ask some questions about that, because you have certainly walls and cameras and correctional officers that protect the public when people are incarcerated, but you've got double the number of people outside the walls. Now the only people that stand between the public and that situation are parole and probation officers. So from a staffing standpoint, would you comment on your staffing for correctional officers, what your current staffing is versus what you believe is needed, and the same thing on parole and probation officers?
In probation and parole, we've asked you in our budget to increase the amount we pay by 10%. And that's critical because we can't keep up with the sheriffs on the coast, because they're at 50,000, 40,000, and we're less. So they drag people from us, and that we need to have and we need to keep, and we need to have more people. Now, the two things we've done is we've increased the quality of the bracelet we have. We also are looking at a couple of other programs to assist the probation parole agents in doing their paperwork, doing that with outside system that we own, but it's a system we'll bring in to let them have more time on the street to go and manage their parole caseload. So we're working on that too. But that probation parole is critical, and I think by having a GED program in the probation offices is a good thing we're doing. I think having the CWCs and all with the schools they have and so forth, they're not so apt to come back. Recidivism rate's what kills us. I don't know exactly today what it is. Derek may know or Grace may know. She's here with us. But recidivism killed us, and that's what we're reducing. I know that's coming down.
But from a staffing standpoint, the numbers your office provided to me in January of '24 is there were 375 authorized parole and probation officers. Only 260 of those were filled. What are those numbers today?
Nathan?
I got you.
You got
Today,
They're basically the same. I don't have the exact number.
I have them.
Put it together when you emailed me, my secretary put it together yesterday, which I'm gonna email you today, but we still were dealing with the same thing. I got agents, and I've been on this 20 plus years. We just can't hire salary, excuse me, that we're doing. I can't get people $32,000. And I've created the last couple of years. I've already put packets together trying to increase their salaries so I can get retained with agents. I get them, I lose them to the sheriff's department, highway patrol. So it's an issue. We have, the hiring part is not an issue, it's just keeping them. We're not able to keep them.
Well, and that the hiring part is, you were of the 115 you were short, 71 of them were law enforcement officer one with a degree, which has a slotting for salary. My question would be, and whether it's for you or the commissioner, when is the last time probation and parole actually received a raise? Because we've heard this for the last couple of years. Additional money's been appropriated. Once the money's appropriated to the agency, that's a pot of money that gets spent. And if that money's being spent on overtime because we're not staffed, and that's why I asked the question, what's our staffing levels as correctional officers? Because if we're paying double time, overtime, et cetera, but specifically, when's the last time probation and parole actually received a raise?
Senator, I can answer that question. Over the last 3 years, we have given them the year before 10%, when it was 10%, the year before 7%. We have given something that we can do within our budget. Now we're asking to take the next step to where we can actually, competitive salaries. The 7% and 6% is just not enough. We're requesting all close to $3 million to make them whole, coming up to like 44,000, 50,000, to where we can be competitive with other people.
Because to be fair, these are certified law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Same academy that the sheriff's, police department, so it's nothing for them to leave here tomorrow and go work for another department.
As far as staffing as the correctional officers, because I know that we appropriated 2 different times between 20 and 24, the target number that you gave in the corrections committee, where's our staffing as it relates to correctional officers?
Currently, we're at 1,324 filled, 573 vacant pens. For our security.
When it comes to the population within the prison, obviously someone comes, they're going to serve a sentence. There's 2 things they're focused on: a flat time date, serve their time, or parole eligibility date. We've had a lot of discussion over the last few years on case plans. The purpose of that is when they enter the system, the person is given a case plan. The parole board would sign off on that case plan, typically within the first 120 days or so of their incarceration. Then they know what to do to actually be presumed eligible for parole, which may include certifications, training, education. Have we made any ground on putting case plans together in a timely fashion for the parole board to review?
Yes. He has case plans. Actually, we just finished 800 case plans that he's approved, the probation pro. They are working, the parole folks. We are getting people out of prison with parole, but we don't run the parole board. So we do the case plans, and we've worked hard to get all our case plans done, and it's part of managing the population, knowing who's going to school, knowing who's not, and that's how we know who these teachers are. As they come in, we identify who you are, what you do, what you did on the street. So that's the beginning of the case plan's development. And so then we monitor it all through his incarceration, and that's how we get the ones out who need to go to school, mental health, and so forth. So case plans manage the prison, really. They're very important.
Are the case plans paper or are they electronic?
They're paper at this point, some electronic, and we're going to talk a little bit about the electronic system that y'all have appropriated the money for, the $14 million, and all that's on track to be in place by this fall to start really being able to utilize it and replace the old plan. Derek's gonna talk more about that when he makes his presentation.
And then as far as the medical side, because that seems to be the driver in the cost per day, tell me a little bit about where they are as related to staffing. This is Vital Core, and I hear that name tossed around quite a bit, whether we're talking about actual medical services, nursing, mental health. You know, it was kind of a one-stop shop based on some of the presentation. Where are they as far as staffing?
Well, here's the way that works. We pay them for what they're supposed to have, the number of people they're supposed to have. Then if they don't have that, we claw back. We're really good at that. We take back from them the money that they didn't spend on hiring people. They don't get to keep it. We claw it back. So therefore, it's incentive for them to fill every position they have, or we're going to take the money back every month. We don't wait. We have two people. Matthew Dry worked with that, used to be with Peer, now works for us. And also, we have our internal auditor that we used to not have that's really good. So we get it back. So we encourage them to have every position filled. They do and they don't because they come and go. And so, you know, they have the same problem we have. We just fired two of theirs for bringing contraband into prison, 2 nurses. So that happens, you know, it just happens.
And I understand that. I was there when that contract was somewhat being negotiated, so I would like to see some information about what we've clawed back. There was also a system set up that off-site care, that if that was not expended, they benefited in that. If they exceeded it, then they actually had to pay a higher percentage of it. But are you aware that Vital Core is slow paying some of the vendors, particularly the University of Mississippi Medical Center, for services rendered, and that has been a continual issue? So if you can claw the money back, why are they not paying the vendors? Because we're paying them.
I'm gonna get Derek to comment about that, but one thing they do, they bill, the law says we pay the Medicaid rate. The hospital bills a higher rate. And when they bill a higher rate, then they're paying the Medicaid rate. So then they say, well, you hadn't paid your bill because you haven't paid what we billed you. And so there where we get into billing conflict. And Derek, you may want to comment about that.
And that's something we are aware of and that we're constantly monitoring ourselves. That's something that we are looking at, oversight portion of that's coming in place too. And we're also requesting in the Medicaid medical budget some compliance people to even increase that oversight. So there is something we're aware of and something that we're tied down with our internal audit. We watch those claims. We try to get a pattern of what we see also. And we also try to communicate with our vendors to make sure we don't want to accord with them.
But to be clear, we all understand they bill at the Medicaid rate, but MDOC pays Vital Core.
Correct.
Vital Core pays UMMC, correct?
Correct.
So if there's a breakdown in payment,
Yes.
because if I know I'm only paying the Medicaid rate and you send me a bill, I can send you a check for the Medicaid rate. We can argue about the other later. But to not pay the bill at all and let the bill get into the millions of dollars when that's a state entity that's supposed to be paid by a state entity and the intermediary is holding up the payment, it doesn't settle well.
No, well, then that's when he starts screaming with Vitacor, you got to pay the bill. So we run into that some occasionally. They do, and they have to monitor what do they really owe.
Is there anything as far as reducing the cost of medical services that you have seen from bringing Vital Core on the scene? Obviously, we pay a per day, per head amount for medical services, whether somebody's healthy or not, whether they don't even take an aspirin. That's the way the contract reads, and I understand that, and everyone's factored that in. But are you seeing anything that's driving medical costs down or medical costs continue to climb?
Senator, I tell you, I've been doing this a long time. It just goes up, and the inmates go to the doctor for everything. And the problem is it's like being I hate to say it, sometimes it's like being a veterinarian to say what's wrong with you, because it's one way to get out of work, it's one way or the other. But still, we have to doctor all the people that's sick. We stay on top of them about it because it's also the stability thing for prison. If inmates are not seeing the doctor, then they're complaining and griping and they're upset, and their families are too, so it destabilizes us. So we want them to be paid, seen by the doctor, and we've actually moved in some cases at CMCF that the nurses go into the actual dormitories to do the sick calls there, because sick calls were an issue too. Inmates would say they sign up for sick call and nobody ever sees them. So we have to track the sick call sign up to be sure that it's actually seen and utilized and they actually see the doctor.
Are all nursing and medical providers through Vital Corps now, or do we still have state employees that are doing some of the medical or mental services?
It's all through
All through Vital Corps.
And then, as far as the regional facilities, are they also providing medical within the regional facilities?
Yes, sir.
As far as your structures, whether it's state-owned, or they're all state-owned, but whether it's operated as a regional or operated by the state, you've got rehab and repair dollars. Can you talk a little bit to that? Particularly, we had, I think, some commentary about a storm that you had that required some spending.
Yeah, we had the storm, I think, last month, and that's something that we've been working already with DFA. That some of the insurance stuff is going to pay for that also. So those projects are in place and things that are going to be able to take care of the storm damage with the roofs and things that we happen up there at Parchment. So those is already continuing. We already are ahead of that schedule with DFA, and they're working closely with us to make sure those things are covered and taken care of.
As far as regional facilities, I understand that we had some legislation that allowed Forest County to look into the regional situation. Is that partly due to the population, or was there a specific reason for the need of an additional regional?
We didn't request a new regional, but we will like to fill it up as a 200-bed capacity, which also would help the system itself, alleviate some things, and also in those communities that help us out also, because we have a lot of projects coming up with hardenings of cells that's going to impact too when you're changing locks, fixing locks. So there's a lot of things that would be great benefits to the state and to that Forest County Regional.
And as far as the daily rate that we're paying, I think we've increased that a couple times in the last few years. That is still a lesser rate than what I hate to use the peer report number because that's a hypothetical prison run under hypothetical conditions, but it's still a cost savings to the state using the regionals.
Tremendously.
Okay. Do you expect a deficit appropriation coming into January? If
No.
so, how much and for what?
At this point, no, sir, no deficit appropriation. Only thing we know we have some contracts that are coming up for the next fiscal year that might impact, but we don't see that impacting this fiscal year. So our budget request might change for the next fiscal year because of Wilkerson County is going out for bid. Our food service is going out for bid. So as that get close, and also with the FINRA that is going to be closed out in October, so we'll have a final numbers of those things. So it might affect next fiscal year what our budget request might be.
Okay. And the last thing, as far as cost on medical and tying it all together, that if we have an actual parole plan, if we have an anticipated parole date that is known to the offender, I'm assuming there are devices in the hands of everyone. Every time I've gone to the prisons, they've got laptops, or not laptops, iPads, et cetera. So if we had a portal that had all their case file, that had these certifications, not in a badge, but literally the piece of paper that the employer is going to want, they would also know their parole eligibility date. A lot of complaints we get, I don't know when I'm parole eligible. The question about medical is, are you aware of, or have you spoken with the executive branch about particularly the 1115 waiver that would put people on to Medicaid 90 days before their anticipated release date, which would actually lower the cost to us?
Yes, we have been in discussion with Medicaid. Not only is it going to affect that, it's also affect the youth also. So we have been in communication on how that look on inside of the portal with them and between us.
But you would agree with me, if the Medicaid waiver rule says 90 days before parole eligibility, then we have to have a more streamlined process to actually do that, or we'd be in violation of the waiver.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions? I have one. If anyone else have a question?
I had a follow-up if you
Speaker?
want to
Yeah.
finish
No,
before you
Speaker,
finish
you
up. Commissioner, the senator, what the lieutenant governor asked first, and then the senator, his first question would be my question. I appreciate the way you answered it in your rehab programs and the things you're doing, but the question was, your population has increased dramatically over the last 24 months. And I understand you don't prosecute them, you don't put them in prison. Other folks do that and send them to you, and then they become your problem. But the question is, number one, do you acknowledge that increase? Because it seemed to be, no, we're running, I mean, it seems to me to be a dramatic increase. And what, if anything, on your side of the fence, so to speak, is that lag and that increase have anything to do with the case plans and the parole procedures that are in place? And I understand you got to get to the parole board too. That's not yours either. But is something being lost, or are we moving something around within that to create this bump? Or is the bump, are you telling me there's just a 15% increase in crime and therefore incarceration in folks that we're sending to you? Or you may have no opinion on that. That was...
So one thing
It's been asked twice.
So one thing we have to remember in 2022, what years we were coming out of also. So we was coming out of COVID during that time period too. And the court cases started going back, and court cases and sentencing started spiking back at that time too. So that do have a parallel effect during that time period of why did it raise from that 17 to 19. Because during COVID, we was around 17. And once we came out of COVID, that's when you see the spike of the 19,000.
We had a tragic event on Highway 61 south of Vicksburg where one of our officers was murdered by somebody that was on parole who had been asked by his mother and everybody else to be picked up. What is the time frame between asking someone who has violated parole to be actually picked up by parole officers and put back in prison?
Nathan, you want to comment on that?
In Vicksburg, a couple of years ago, we had someone that was working as an officer, was working as a postal office delivery person, was murdered by somebody that was on parole who had been requested by his mother and everyone else to be picked up and had never done so. So I was asking, what is the time frame between a violation of a parole and an actual parole officer picking up the violator?
So the process, Lieutenant Governor, once someone is notified that there's a violation or they have someone in jail, there's 24-hour official violation, serve the person and get him, if it's a court case, give him a court date, time to set. With parole, we send it to the parole person where they will actually set the date for the hearing. So as soon as they give the notification, he should have been within the next 2 days, issue his violation and serve his package.
So if someone has a violation for parole for whatever, a violent crime, for example, so you don't go pick them up?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
So how long does it take between the time you have a notice that someone is violating their parole and the time you pick them up?
We're looking for that person. Once we're notified, say someone's committed a crime here in Jackson, we're getting a warrant and we're going to that address and start looking for the person. We're going to continue to look to either we get them or we determine we can't get them, and then we'll get them on NCIC, which notifies other law enforcement agencies that this person is doing. So there's no lag. Once someone's violated a crime and sent us a violation warrant, it's done immediately.
So how long has it been taking you to pick that person up?
Usually, most crimes, Lieutenant Governor, once we're notified, I mean, within a couple days, the person ain't left the state or on the run. Because you gotta understand, we're not just the only ones that's looking for them. Whatever county, the county sheriff department or city, they're usually working with us to try to capture this person.
Okay, I just know that in other instances, we've had individuals that have violated their parole and have not been picked up. So what you're telling me is the time that you start looking for them.
Yes, sir. And let me be clear, those are the ones that we know their whereabouts. You have some that are on the warrant cases where we actually, and the policy is, we check on them every 3 months or whatever on the warrant. You have some that's just probably left the state where we just haven't been able to locate. Those that we know their whereabouts, where they're living, we have sightings, then, we do pretty good picking up the majority of them. But there are some that gets in other states, and then we get the NCIC kid, and that's when we're notified this person's in custody, and we extradite back to the state.
We just don't want any more tragedies of our officers being murdered on the side of Highway 61.
And that's what and this is why I plead to the body, and I said this last couple of years, we need funding for the probation program. That's just the bottom line. I mean, I can go to war and do a lot of things, but I cannot win the war without funding. about the people that we're hiring. I got to be able to suit them up with the best vehicle and be able, I just got a text yesterday, small town, I guess, around Hattiesburg. They're starting out at $50,000. It's a police department. You go up north, you go down south, they're starting out at 65. I mean, that's all I'm asking. Give me the funds so I can hire good people, and I can assure you, you'll see these senseless crimes. Agents will be able to get out and do their job, which is custody care and control. Do home visits, be proactive, so we can cut down on crime.
Any other questions? Yes, sir. Representative Marr.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. My question is this, and I apologize if somebody asked a similar question while I was out. I know Senator Sparks covered a lot of topics. Commissioner, I would be interested in hearing your thoughts and talk a little bit about, I don't know if this has come up fairly recently, but we've used this line many times since I've been here over the last 14 years. You know, let's lock the ones up we're scared of, and let's do something different with the ones we're just mad at, okay, to save the taxpayers some money in situations where that's appropriate. Where is your agency, and where are our sentencing laws, may be a better question. It certainly goes along with that, in being able to sentence people to house arrest or using the GPS ankle bracelets. I mean, I can put that on my dog, and I can tell you anywhere in the world he's at. The technology's there. If I can do that with my dog, we can have that technology with some of these folks that we don't need to be spending taxpayer dollars to house in a prison every single day. Where is that process?
The process is real close, because we didn't mention it today, but within the next year, we hope we have the bracelet on the inmate, everyone we have, so we can track everywhere they go in our prison, everywhere that they are. So we're close to that, but as far as house arrest and so forth, that's something that you got to do. You know,
I mean, do
don't
we
have a-
currently have the ability in our sentencing laws that you're aware of to, is that something we need, in your opinion, we should look more at to determine, hey, these
Two
guys?
things you ought to look at. One thing you do is, you won't like this one, but we need to have nonviolent crimes or some crime to drop the felony. The felony keeps you from getting a job. So in some states, sentencing laws have changed where they would drop the felony from nonviolent crimes. That helps some wherever you can drop that off. And the other thing is, you know, I get requests to cut people's sentence. If you got a life sentence, you got a life sentence. And that's why we have a hospice program. We don't hardly sign at all those things. When you get medically sick, you die with us. That's what your sentence is. So we just following the sentence of the judge.
I understand that. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I agree with
Is
you. I
it
wish
not-
we did have house arrest, because we have some inmates that can go there. We have some inmates that's all these guys that's teaching these classes. These are rehabilitated people that's going to get out and not going to hurt you again. These guys that we get these certificates for can get out and have a job. They're not going to come back normally as long as we have the moral component. We know that. So if we do a better job of getting them employable, and that's the whole key to recidivism and not coming back. We are focused on employment. Get you a job. If that guy can have house arrest, be outside, being on parole, paying that fee if he can, and be on house arrest and be working.
Let me ask you something I think I know the answer to, but I need to hear you say it. Would it not save a tremendous amount of money, or would it be a tremendous amount less expensive for that one defendant or prisoner to be out with an ankle bracelet on or some type of monitor on, other than housing him every day?
Well, the ankle bracelet works. I mean, he's going to tell you where he is, and that's why work release would work. Is you take him to the wherever he's going to work, and he's got on his bracelet, then we're going to know where he is. Nathan, you'd want to comment on that?
So your question is, would it be cheaper if it was without supervision?
Sure.
Yeah.
Answer your question, yes, because they'll be paying us $80 versus, we have to pay here.
That's my point. I mean, like,
It'd be cheaper,
if there's
certainly.
however many we got incarcerated, if there's 1,000, 2,000 of them that we're mad at them, it seems like there's a whole lot of motivation that, look, you can wear this bracelet, you never take it off, the technology's there, and you have to have a job, and we're monitoring you 24/7. And you're contributing to the economy. You got a job. You get kids. You're providing child support. We're not paying to house you every single day. And if you take your bracelet off or you go somewhere you're not supposed to go, then you're going to prison. There's a lot of motivation there to do right in that
Let the
circumstance.
money man answer that question. That saves some.
You're dead on, but Representative, you have to remember, we're by law responsible for housing them. We do not sentence them. We do not do anything. Those come down to the laws that they are sentenced by. And we're all for law changes to lower those sentences, making people that fits the crime, you're in line with what we can do with you. And
I
that's
understand that.
you're in
but
a great
It helps
point.
us policymakers to have those
Yes.
conversations with each
Great
other
point.
that are maybe tough politically. If
Yes.
we hear the experts in the corrections world say, yeah,
Yes, indeed.
we could still provide the public safety and save the taxpayers a tremendous amount of money and be a deterrent to crime if we had these abilities to do that in the law.
Yes, sir.
That's gonna require more aid.
Representative DeWeese?
Thank you, Governor, and thanks Senator Sparks for his review there. I want to go back to the medical contract real quick. This past special session, I know we appropriated some money for a monitor of the medical contract and for clawbacks. Can you give us an update of where we stand with that contract? Hiring someone to.
Oh, that contract has been finalized. It was finalized last month. So you should see that implemented for the oversight of that medical contract starting.
And as far as clawbacks, do we have an estimate on what may be clawed back?
So you will receive a letter here soon detailing all that facts on what we're going to give, how much was clawed back from even the privates and the medical contract also. That is, we're required by law to submit to you guys, and that's in the works.
And where is the clawback money going?
That will be outlined also in that letter detailing, because a lot of it has went to borough buildings. I'll tell you that up front right now, to help with the infrastructure problems, because it's a contractual service. So we are looking at that for things that we have to do infrastructure-wise. That's going to help, and that will be detailed out.
Wouldn't it seem that unpaid medical bills might take priority?
It could, but that would go against not holding the medical contractor accountable at that point. So I wouldn't want them to be let off the hook if they're doing something wrong and doing something else. So that's the oversight portion of it. Like, we give them the money to pay it. Let's track out and see what the problem is instead of, okay, we're going to take money from here and give it back to, we're not doing that. We're going to hold them accountable for it. Let's track what you're doing and see what you should be paid and make sure it's been paid.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Senator Boyd?
Question on that. How are y'all monitoring that? How are those reports coming into y'all that y'all see that, particularly we've said that there's particular state interest here because of it being a state hospital, university base that we fund. How are y'all monitoring that process and helping make sure that there's a quick resolution to this?
So once we get that information, we take a look at it. So we get a monthly package of what claims has been paid and try to counterbalance to it. We also reach out to the vendor to say, hey, can you provide us those claims? When did you submit them to? So we can research also. So we don't just take the word of the vendor. We want to research on our end too, to see if it was truly our inmates. Truly, there's a lot of steps that goes to it to verify, and also on those medical claims. Or also, have they been submitted to Medicaid and not being approved yet also. So we take a lot of steps. It's just not just saying you haven't been paid. So there are steps to it that you have to get to find the numbers, then also convert it to more Medicaid rate. So some might say it's $4 million, but it's not, probably have not been converted to the Medicaid rate at that time. I hope that answers your question.
There's been a number of questions about healthcare, delivery of healthcare, and the payment for healthcare here. I hope that you're taking it. The fact that two of the representatives, two of the senators have questioned you closely on those, and we really would like to keep up with this long term. We've gone over a little bit here, and I appreciate your time. So if there's no further questions, we'll excuse you here. And I think you can tell clearly that the committee is on both sides is very concerned about your health care, cost of health care and the delivery. Thank you very much, Commissioner. We appreciate you coming today. Thank you. Thank you, Derek. Okay, Russell Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, you're up.
think y'all voted on the guidelines, so we do just need to make a committee vote.
I thought we did that.
No, you voted on the, minutes and you voted on the records policy.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I am here representing the Mississippi Forestry Commission, a agency with a proud legacy of service to the people of Mississippi for almost 100 years. In fact, in March, since 1926, come March of 2026, we'll be celebrating our centennial. So, been doing this work for a long, long time. You should have some handouts. I'll be speaking to them today. As we get into this, before we get into the numbers of the budget request, I thought I'd take this opportunity to give a little bit of an update on what's happening at the agency and what's been going on, which is a pretty substantial amount. Most people identify my agency as wildfire response. We are the only state agency responsible for wildfire in Mississippi. We have been doing that since our inception. Luckily, we're not having as much wildfire as we were in 1926, but we're still having a pretty good bit. In fact, just this last fiscal year, we've responded to over 1,700 wildfires that burnt 43,000 acres here in the state. Those fires threatened a little over 2,800 homes. So we still have a wildfire issue in the state. Luckily, it's not as bad as what we see out west, but it is still a problem here in Mississippi. When those wildfires break out, it's our forest rangers, forest technicians, and foresters that show up. They're the ones on the line. That is our wildland firefighting force. Forest rangers, forest technicians, and our foresters. They are the backbone of the agency. In addition to wildfire response, we are the only state agency that I'm aware of that also houses an all-hazard incident management team. We work hand in hand with MEMA. So when you're dealing with tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, any disasters that may come our way, my all-hazard incident management team is one of the ones that MEMA calls on to help respond. In fact, during the Jackson water crisis, for example, it was my incident management team that was downtown moving bottles of water around, getting it to the distribution stations. We were running logistics on that event for MEMA. We're not just about fires, though. I mean, we do a lot for the communities in the state. We manage 480,000 acres of 16-section school trust lands. On average, we turn in about $9 million a year to the schools of the state, the public schools of the state. That's actual cash. It goes directly into their accounts. We, on average, annually do about $6 million a year to volunteer fire departments through our federal excess property program. It's a very strong program. We actually run one of the strongest programs in the nation, and it is equipment that goes directly to our volunteer fire departments. They end up retaining title on that equipment. And it's everything from tankers to fire engines to generators, water pumps, you name it. If we can get it through federal excess property, we bring it into the state and give it to our volunteer fire departments. We work very, very closely with a lot of our partners in emergency response, specifically volunteer fire departments. They represent a large part of the population in this state. They service them. And so we do our best to help them get the equipment they need to do their job. They are oftentimes also the first ones that show up on a wildfire. So they tends to be a little bit more of them, and they tend to be a little ambitious with their vehicles. They tend to go a lot faster than our wildland fire engines do, our big transport trucks with the bulldozers on them. So they tend to get there first, and they're going to run that hose out and put as much water on as when they can. When they run out of hose, that's when we unload the dozers. But those two programs alone generate about $16 million a year on a return on investment that my agency directly produces back into the communities of Mississippi. So we pay attention and focus heavily on ROI at Mississippi and making sure we're as good of a bang for your buck as you can get. In addition to forest land management that we do on 16th section and how we help our partners, wildland fire partners. We also do a lot with forest health. Another part of our agency, a service that we provide at my agency, has been forest health, and it is continually increasing in demand. For example, whether you're talking about non-native invasive species that our landowners have to deal with, like Kogan grass, it's a very, very destructive, overwhelming species that burns extremely hot when fire gets in it, causes a lot of problem for our land managers. Whether you're talking about weather-related events, we lost $176 million of pine timber last year as a result of that drought-led pine beetle epidemic that affected a tremendous amount of landowners in the state, and it was statewide problems. Or whether you're talking about some of the new stuff, we just got our first confirmed case of the emerald ash borer in Mississippi. It's over on the river. Probably came out of Louisiana. Emerald ash borer is a little bug that bores into ash trees and has been devastating ash stands in other parts of the country for about 10 years now. So we've done a pretty good job trying to keep it out of the state, but we do have our first confirmed case. Now, technically, that little spot of land it's on is on the other side of the river, but it is in Mississippi. So hopefully the beetle's going to have a hard time crossing that river. But the reason I brought up forest health is in the absence of forest markets, landowners are constantly reaching out to my agency looking for assistance. Healthy forest markets give landowners the opportunity to reinvest themselves into their property. And with some of the issues we've been facing with forest markets in Mississippi lately, we have seen a pretty large increase in requests from landowners for assistance. On average, historically, my agency services between 7,000 and 8,000 landowners a year. That number is only going up here lately, because of the threats to our forest and the difficulties with the forest markets industry that we're experiencing right now, especially for small wood using facilities. But we're there. So that, we do a lot in the communities. We're a very spread out agency. As most people know, when it comes to wildfire and landowner responsiveness, we're in the rural communities. Our people are spread out throughout the state. And we do all this pretty efficiently. For FY27, our general fund request is flat from FY26. That return on investment that I mentioned earlier, if you look at the 16th section, you look at VFD, you look at the losses that would be represented from wildfire damaging homes and affecting families, businesses, and communities. We strive for that strong return on investment. We also are very lean. We have a very lean workforce. We are the second smallest agency in the Southeast when it comes to state forestry agencies. Only Louisiana is smaller than us. We're also one of the only agencies that manage as much land in the Southeast as we do, 480,000 acres, 16th section squirrel trust land. So, using technology and some good folks, we're able to run a pretty lean model. In addition to that, less than 10% of the agency is in administrative staff. Over 90% of our staff are in the field. They're the ones doing the work for the wildfire response. They're the ones doing the work for forest management. They're the ones doing the work for landowner assistance. The ones doing the work engaging with our other emergency response partners. So for FY27, the request, believe it or not, even adjusted for inflation, is still smaller than what we were appropriated in FY 2007. So we are asking for a flat general fund request this year, 17.7. In 2007, 20 years ago, it was actually 18.1 million. So we are a tight, lean agency, and are appreciative of all of the support that we are able to get out of this body in our legislature. Despite how efficient we are still facing some pretty good challenges. Right now, based on our operating model, 25% of our firefighter positions are vacant. When we're fully staffed, our staffing model, when we're fully staffed, has 86 wildland fire crews. Wildland fire crew is 2 people. You got to have 2 people to respond to a fire. You can't just send one person. You got to have that dozer operator and then a swamper. They watch out for one another. It's hard to see out of those dozers. He's guiding that dozer in addition to setting the backfire. You know, we use fire to fight fire, and so he's setting the backfire. So you have two-person crews. So under a full operating model for us, you're looking at 86 crews, barely 1 crew per county in the state. We're currently about 18 crews short. We're running about a 0.79 crews per county right now. And so we are seeing some staffing shortages. I will say that model is based on actual workload, our staffing model. It's not based on worst case scenario. We've seen worst case scenario. In fact, during a time where we were having significant capacity issues back in the fall of 23 and FY 24, for the first time ever, the agency had to bring in out-of-state wildland firefighting resources. And it's expensive when we do that. It's running about $100,000 a day when you have to bring out-of-state wildland firefighting resources into the state. That 2-week stint that we had out-of-state resources here cost $1.5 million. It would have been significantly worse if we would have had to request air support. So if we don't have enough people on the ground to get to these fires when they're small and they start getting big and they start threatening homes and subdivisions and communities and infrastructure, and we have to start bringing in tankers to start dropping fire retardant like Louisiana did at that same time period, that's going to run you about $300,000 to $350,000 a day. So it's pretty expensive if we can't get to them when they're small. So with that in mind, the request for this year is to restore 32 firefighter positions out of the 67 positions that we lost in FY 26. The total for that particular request is $1.5 million, but it is requested through special funds. So I mentioned we had a flat general fund request. This request is requested in agency-generated special funds. Part of that reason is instead of tying up general fund, taxpayer general fund dollars, if depending on how and if we're able to fill these positions, I just need the authority. That way it won't be tying up any kind of general fund appropriation. So special funds authority for restoration, basically, of 32 firefighter positions, which we were actually doing a very good job hiring. In FY 24, we implemented a new compensation model, oftentimes referred to as the Forestry pay plan. And so in FY 24, we were at previous years, especially post-pandemic, we were having significant issues hiring and retaining employees. Salaries were extremely low. So when SEC 2 came out, we took the ability to build a compensation plan within the agency. It is designed off of training and experience. So employees would be able to know exactly where in a salary structure they would reside. So last year, thanks to this body, we were able to implement phase 1 of the Forestry pay plan. We significantly increased the starting salaries for our rangers, techs, and foresters, built in some equity adjustments for those that had years of service, years of experience within the agency, and we saw a dramatic change for the few months we were able to have that employed in our both recruitment and retention. We saw much stronger applicant pools. The attrition rate got reduced significantly. We weren't losing as much employees, and the vacancy rate was actually cut in half. We went from a close to a 30% vacancy rate to 14.5%. So we were doing extremely well. I feel like with the restoration of those plans, of those pins, we'll be able to reduce that a little bit more and get really close to our 86. Of course, I mean, attrition is attrition. There's always attrition, which is why, I mean, theoretically, we would need a few more pins to try to maintain the head count. But, you know, with the 32 firefighting personnel, additional firefighting pins, it'll give us a pretty good leg up, we hope. Phase 2 of the firefighter pay plan is one of the reasons we're here today. So phase 2 was for our non-firefighting personnel, but it was the same exact compensation model. So based on your training, based on your experience, it would adjust target salaries based on SEC2 and the State Personnel Board salary ranges for those employees. So it's the same exact model we use for the wildland firefighter pay increase. It's just for the non-firefighting personnel. So that personnel is what we refer to as administrative staff. So they're equipment operators, there are safety and training department, they are managers, they're in the forest health department, they are other staff that don't have the primary responsibility for wildfire. They can, and a lot of them actually do still respond to wildfire, but they are not, that is not their primary job description. They're running those other services that we provide. So the forestry pay plan for phase 2, well, I say for the request, there's 2 components to it. One is going to be the 2 to 2.5% progression. That was actually part of phase 1 for our wildland firefighters. It's 184 wildland firefighters that would be applied to the tune of about $266,000. That is within our current general fund appropriation, which is why the request for general funds is flat. The other part would be the equity adjustments for the 70 non-firefighting personnel. The number on that is $237,000, which will also be funded with agency-generated special funds. And then the $1.5 million for the 32 vacancies that we hope to get back within the agency. So all in all, to kind of sum up, our general fund request is flat at 17.7. Our special funds request, the authority and special funds, saw a 5.1% adjustment increase, which we feel is a fairly modest and responsible adjustment to maintain salary equity within the agency, keeping the pay scales fair for both firefighter and non-firefighter staff, and continue to improve the agency's position on staff retention and recruitment. Mississippi Forestry Commission it's a critical frontline agency. We respond to fires at all hours of the night. Mississippi has 19.2. If you'll look at your by the numbers book, Mississippi has 19.2 million acres worth of forest land right now. That is the backbone of a $15 billion industry that supports about 68,000 jobs. So it's a very important part of Mississippi and Mississippi's economy.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. We're going to move along
Yes,
to
sir.
questions, and thank you for your comments.
Yes, sir.
Questions? Anyone on questions for the director? Yes, sir. Representative Oliver.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, Russell, for being here with us this morning.
Yes, sir.
You asked if 32 head count pins restored. Could you fill those pins within that year, within 26?
Well, I think we can take a pretty good stab at it, but that's also one of the reasons we are making that request through special funds, because at the rate we were improving our vacancy rate prior to this fiscal year, like for example, today I only have, I think somebody left yesterday for a higher paying job, so I might have actually 4 vacancies within the agency statewide for that. We had been very successful in filling those positions. Attrition will always exist, but I think we can make a pretty good run at it. But that is part of the reason for requesting it through special funds instead of general funds. More flexibility there in the event that we don't. Yes, sir.
Other questions? Rod, Senator here.
Thank you, Governor. Just a couple of questions. One, kind of along the same lines here is there seems to be, a deficit and a shortage. What are you doing to try and fill the position that you currently have open in the agency right now, like outside of us adding what you're asking for?
So if I understand the question correctly, it's what steps are we taking for the recruitment of personnel into the agency? Okay. So we actually stood up, and this is about 3 years old now, a recruitment and retention task force within the agency. We have an outreach and education department that kind of spearhead that for us, but we do a lot of work with partners. So Mississippi State University, all of our junior colleges within the state that turn out forest technicians, trade school programs, et cetera, we are constantly and working with other industry partners like the Mississippi Forestry Association, Mississippi Loggers Association. We actually partner with Hines Community College in a Logger Association project where they're using our training facility in Raymond to train loggers. They have a logging equipment training. So the industry as a whole has been hurting for staff, and so we are all working together to try to improve that pipeline of both new and careered already, we'll say older applicants into these positions that are becoming vacant. So a lot of it too, I have stressed to our managers out there, like our area foresters, they need to boost some foot traffic too. It is, if they have a ranger position that becomes vacant, they need to find people within that community that they think would be strong applicants for these roles. Because at the end of the day, we live where we work at this agency, and so we're spread out from Memphis to the beach, and so you're gonna need resources that are local to locally respond to these wildfires. So we have many avenues, and it has been very successful this year.
So two questions. This is kind of a compound question. One, what's the turnover rate for the agency in general, but particularly for rangers? And then realistically, I heard your answer to the question, but realistically, if there's 32 head count added, how many do you think you'd be able to fill within a 1 year time frame?
Okay. So historically in the range, so forest rangers, forest technicians, and foresters. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll do forest rangers and forest technicians. So that is definitely, that's ground personnel. That is the absolute first call when a wildfire gets reported, is typically dozer operators and our wildland firefighters are going to be forest rangers and forest technicians. So historically, the turnover rate, attrition rate in that particular role is usually around 15, maybe 18% historically. What happens is you'll hire someone in, get them trained up, because there is a substantial amount of training, safety and tactical training that they have to complete before we'll ever turn them loose on a wildfire. So once they go through that period, they start showing up on wildfires. Most of them well, not most of them, but there are some that will eat smoke all night and learn real fast that was not the job for them. And so we were running, prior to the pandemic, we were running historically about a 15 to 18% turnover rate in forest rangers and forest technicians positions. Now, post-pandemic, when we saw salary, or the gap in what we were paying versus what the rest of the paying world started paying, that increased to 30%. It went up substantially. We saw a large increase in attrition. When SEC 2 rolled out, the starting salaries for a Ranger 1, for example, actually went down to $18,800. You can't get anybody for that. So, which is why we are grateful for the legislature giving us that phase 1 of the firefighter pay increase last year. So when that got implemented, the vacancy rate, actually the attrition rate, went back down to 14.4. I mean, we weren't losing very many employees at all. Some of them were still departing, going to higher paying jobs. Every one of the responses, the exit surveys were, they were leaving for higher paying positions still. Some of them within the state at other state agencies, some of them in private sector, but most of it was paid, but it was substantially reduced. So we went from 30 and then back down to 14.4 in the few months we were able to implement it with a full vacancy pin count that we had. But since then, since the beginning of this particular fiscal year, the positions are being filled quickly when they show up. And then to answer your question, your second part of your question, I'm not sure how, well, so over in a given year, I have confidence I'll be able to fill 32 positions, but attrition will still be into the system, probably somewhere between 10 and 14%. So 28, I guess, would be that number over time.
Okay, and just finally, you asked for, I think in your budget, you asked for some salary increases. How much of that is, some increase in the amount given for salary? How much of that would be attributed to new hires versus salary increases, and title change and stuff like that within the agency? What's the breakdown on that? And then how do you project that that'll affect your attrition rate and things of that nature?
All right, so the $1.5 million number was for the vacancies. So if you total up the 2 to 2.5% pay increase that was part of phase one, and the phase two salary equity adjustments for the roughly 70 non-firefighting personnel within the agency, you're looking at about $500,000 there. Sorry, I had to confirm what the numbers go over here, make sure I wasn't lying to you, Senator. But yes, that's it.
Senator Boyd?
Quick questions. You're talking about these new rangers. Have y'all done a cost-benefit analysis to looking at contract employees during these peak times as opposed to full-time staff?
Absolutely. In fact, there are other states that attempt that pretty regularly. Historically, you would have the ability to do, say, seasonal. They were referred to as seasonal wildland firefighters. Problem is that pool of folks that you would use for that were certified and trained in any type of wildfire tactics no longer exists. There are nobody. There is no one to call because of the style of emergency response that is wildland fire. There's not really a pool of people that you could pull from because they still have to be certified, or not certified. Well, our guys have to be certified. But if you were going to use contractors, they still have to be trained. There are wildland firefighters across the nation in the South that, more that die every year. And so it's especially when you start involving aircraft. And so it's a pretty dangerous job. It's not easy to contract out wildland fire suppression.
Okay, my next question though, you got in here, you've got 9.8% of your workforce is administration, correct?
Well, it's referred to as administrative staff, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what percentage of your budget goes for salaries on these individuals?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up.
Okay, can you get that back to us?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd also like to know of the raises that were given this last year, what percentage went to, of the total amount of raises that were given to all employees, what percentage went to that admin staff versus these 32 individuals that you were very much needing to hire to perform your operations? Could you get that back to me too, please?
Sure. I will say that the field staff averaged between 30 and 35% on the pay increase, and the rest of the staff, that includes administration, got around 2% of those that were eligible.
Okay.
But as far as the percentage of it as a whole, I'd have to calculate that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? One quick thing. In the federal changes, is anything going to affect your budget out of the bills?
No, sir. So the way we've always done it here in Mississippi is the vast majority of the federal funds that we bring in to the state are pass through. They are going to the ground. They're going to landowners, going to work done on the ground. There's very few positions within my agency where the position itself is attached to federal funding.
So you don't think any of these changes where they're reducing, adding other things will not affect you?
No, sir. It'll affect the amount of work that we're currently putting on the ground because we're using those funds. You know, like if I'm spraying 100,000 acres of cone grass using federal funds and that money dries up, we still got plenty of work to do. It's not like we won't have anything to do, especially on the prescribed fire side. We're burning about 30,000 acres a year worth of prescribed fire right now. I could be easily going out and burning 150,000 acres a
If
year
they
if I
cut
had the
that off,
people.
that's what I was asking, Russell. If
Yeah.
they cut that off, are you going to use a deficit, or what are you going to
No,
do?
sir. We'll be fine.
Okay, so whatever the federal changes are not going to affect you budgetarily.
No, sir. They won't affect me that way.
Okay, well, she's got a list of your specialty funds. When you're asking for this, there's a list of specialty funds, right?
Yes, sir. You're talking about in the budget
Yeah,
request?
yeah. When you said you're going to pay for these out of your special funds,
Oh, yes, sir.
pay from special funds, you're acquiring those through fees or whatever.
Yes, sir. Agency-generated special funds.
Okay, I'll get those from her so we don't delay this further. Any other questions? Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Governor. I will look at the special funds. I will not ask those questions, but I understand you're asking for escalatory authority. As far as looking at your pins, you have about 250 pins, correct?
266 total.
Okay. And 32 of those you're asking to be reinstated. That's not currently in your pin count.
That is correct. It'll take just below 300
And then
total staff.
the pay plan progression was a 2.5% annual step increase for 184 firefighters. Is that annually, meaning every year. Until when?
Till they cap out at a salary. So it's, and it is based on training and services. Years of experience. So they have to qualify for that every year. So not everyone may actually qualify for that, but that is the step that was built in.
And that 32 would go into that 184
Yes,
to
sir.
add to it. And you believe you can pay for that annually out of special funds?
Well, so yes. So there was two parts of that. So the 2 to 2.5% is currently covered under general fund appropriations. So the 32 additional employees are the ones, so that's for existing employees. The 32 additional was special funds.
Okay. But again, if you hired those 32 this year, then they would qualify for the 2.5%. You still think you can?
And yes, sir, in following years.
All right. So that would come out of general funds.
Well, no, sir, not currently.
Okay.
Well, see what happens down the road. See what happens.
With the salary equity for 70 non-firefighting staff, and I was looking kind of at the job descriptions, a lot of these don't match firefighters. I know you said some people that maybe have a different designation are potentially out there fighting fires, but when you specifically are giving raises for firefighters, do you have 184 firefighters currently?
That's right. So the rangers, that includes forest rangers, forest technicians, like if you're looking at a personnel sheet, everybody that's listed as a forest ranger, forest technician, and forester.
And then heavy equipment operator would,
So heavy equipment operators actually, although they do assist with wildfires, when it gets bad enough, they actually they're part of the federal excess property program.
are they considered non-firefighting staff?
They are considered non-firefighters.
Okay.
That's part of our, what I was referring to earlier as administration staff. Who's not the primary responsibility for wildland fire.
Well, and I can ask these questions later offline, but when we talk about non-firefighting and admin, those are operator versus a PR specialist or a multimedia specialist, which you have, and not saying you shouldn't have them, but they're compensated a whole lot more than people fighting fires. But I just want to make sure when we talk about salary equity, because we're giving a firefighter a raise who's out there eating the smoke, there's no equity to say, and I'm not picking on a profession, but my social media person should get a raise because the guy eating smoke got a raise.
Well, when I refer to salary equity, I'm mostly referring to the ranges given to us by the State Personnel Board. So for example, if let's say you have a forester who's got 20 years of experience. So that forester, based on our compensation model that we developed, is on the salary scale at a 20-year mark. When I refer to salary equity, I'm referring to making sure that the 20-year forester and the 10-year forester are equitable in salary. The salary ranges are set by the State Personnel Board, so I have no control over what the State Personnel Board thinks a public relations specialist should be paid versus a wildland firefighter. I have made some comments along about what that salary range difference looks like over the last 3 years. And with the help of this body was able to actually increase that starting salary substantially, 30 to 35%, as I mentioned earlier. So it's much better than it was. But it is, that's not set by us. That equity is not set by us.
Okay, and because that kind of goes back to the 9.8% number that was thrown out earlier.
That's right.
That's our admin, but technically the guy running the dozer is not a firefighter. It just over the last couple of years, and I've just looked at some numbers, the top average salary people, the top 20, have seen raises that greatly exceed all other employees. So I appreciate you fighting for the firefighter and the dozer operator, but the numbers don't show that that's the way the prior raises have been. So that was my concern with salary equity, is I don't want to be saying just because this person got a raise, that justifies everybody else getting a raise, because that's okay.
No. So in fact, what you just brought up was what we have been fighting over for the last 3 years. So that discrepancy was magnified when SEC 2 came out, and the starting salary, the salary ranges for rangers, techs, and foresters went the wrong way. So all of the administrative staff and people that were not in wildland firefighting roles, all of their salary ranges went up when SEC 2 was rolled out. The field staff for my agency did not. The rangers actually went down. The rangers were starting at 24.6, went down to 18.8. And I had been adjusting or advocating to adjust those ranges since SEC 2 came out. And it wasn't until the help of this body last year that we were able to start moving it back in the direction it needed to be. But that is what it assisted in what you saw. So, for example, say the pilot within our agency, who was at the time, I think, was making like $50-something thousand. The new minimum when SEC 2 came out was like 90. The minimum salary, which we had to move him to, doubled. Now, he's a 25-year pilot. He has seen more fire from the air than anybody else in this state. They call him the guardian angel in parts of this state, because that's his job, is to get in the air and make sure our initial attack forces on the ground are as safe as they can be. So he's a 25-year pilot. So if you look at the pay range or the new salary scale through the State Personnel Board for a 25-year pilot, 25 is in zone 4, which he is still nowhere near. So, when you're looking at equity amongst pilots, he is still far below his salary target, even though he got a massive pay increase when SEC 2 rolled out.
Okay, and that helps explain that, because when we see large raises at whatever position it is, it draws that outlier distinction.
All of those deputy director positions and all that, all of those salaries moved substantially. I mean, the minimum. I mean, it was double-digit pay increases just to get them to the new minimums, and it was because of salary stagnation within the agency for so many years.
All right, thank you
Mr.
very much
Chairman.
for today, and appreciate your presentation. Anyone else have questions? Okay, Lance, Dr. Evans, you're ready.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Okay, Dr. Evans, we're on education, sir.
All right, thank y'all very, very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. You have the slides in front of you. There are more slides than what I will go through. Those slides are for just documentation, actually for more backup material for you. So as we go through, I'll just refer to different slides, and if you'll just turn with me to those slides. Again, just to get started, I am very appreciative again of you allowing me the opportunity to come and sit before you and have a conversation about our budget and some of the returns on investment that the state has invested into public education. We do know that we've seen unprecedented growth over the last several years. We're very proud of that. That's obviously attributed to the work that takes place in our school districts. We at MDE are providing support services and make sure that we are providing the services they need to move forward. But it is through your support, both financially and your support in general of public education that's helped move that forward. So if you would turn to slide 5, it's the first slide. It talks about state invested pre-K, the increases in enrollment. What this chart does is it shows the percentage of 4-year-olds enrolled in local, state, and federally funded pre-K programs. The enrollment in state pre-K programs has increased significantly since more dollars have been allocated in recent years. We know early learning collaboratives and state investment pre-Ks are the two obviously state funded. I would like to say that currently, as of today, we do have 8,347 students that are participating in those programs. Now, when you look at the bar graph from left to right, you see just one notable piece. We did see a little bit of a dip in 22-23, but we are back up to the 23-24. The 23-24 numbers are back up above the previous high of 21-22. That dip in 22-23, I do want to say, even though we did see a dip, we saw an increase in students enrolled in state invested pre-K programs. That actually went from 15 to 20%. So that's just one little caveat I wanted to make sure that you had. And again, stop me and ask questions anytime. So obviously there'll be time at the end as well, but anytime you have a question. So if you would now turn with me to slide 7, it deals with NAEP results. And when you're looking at this slide, the blue is Mississippi and the red bar above is the national averages. We all know that we've seen this in the news. We've talked about this multiple times. Mississippi is our highest ever rate of students scoring proficient or advanced in all four tests that are associated back with NAEP in both 4th and 8th grade. You see where that blue bar, again, like I said earlier, it represents Mississippi, and the red represents the national average. One of the things that I'll ask you to just make particular note of is the 4th grade performance in both reading and mathematics. We have record highs there. And one thing I do want to point out with 8th grade, even though we did not see the gains that we would like to see, we are seeing gains while nationally performance is regressing across other states, just on a nationwide scale.
The one entitled Mississippi Academic Access Program. I think we may be off. I think we may be on 9, not 7. Or
Okay, hang on. I apologize. Hang on.
On 5.
That's-
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right. I'm with you.
Yes. Okay. I tried to make sure my numbers were right, so I apologize. So we are on, yes, sir. We're on slide 5, this slide right here. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I may have said the wrong number, so. Do I need to go back over that slide? Are we good with it?
No, you see the national ones regressing on 4 and 8, and ours increasing slightly.
Yes, sir. It's when you look at grade 4, obviously you see those increases that we have seen. Yes, sir. And not to repeat what you said, but just to reiterate it, in grade 8, while we did see gains, they weren't as great as we would like to have seen, but we are increasing while other states are decreasing. Nationally, there's a decrease in ELA and mathematics in 8th grade. Okay, so now
Eventually, when you get to it, Mr. Evans, when you get to it, I'd like to figure out how we can be reading at a 23% efficiency in the 8th grade. And you got other ones you're going to address that later?
yeah, I will address some of that. Yes, sir. And then I can also address
That's
it more.
fine. That's a mystery to me, and I want to find out why we're doing that. So
Okay.
please proceed.
Yes, sir. Okay, so next, let's turn to slide 7, and it deals with the Mississippi Academic Assessment Program.
Gotcha.
Okay? And what this does is you'll see, in the slide, you can see from left to right, obviously, we're looking at mathematics, ELA, science, and U.S. history. And this is looking at proficiency numbers. And from the top to the bottom, you see it's 2019, a continuum down to 2025. And you see those increases. The numbers to make note of is you do see the increases and changes since 2019, where in mathematics, you see that 6.8% increase in students scoring proficient or above. In ELA, you see the 5.8%. In science, 5.6%. And in U.S. history, 14.2%. You see that's over that period of time with those increases.
They show a decrease of last year.
Yes, sir, they do. We actually did, and that we acknowledged that in our press release. And actually, the final results will be approved by the state board tomorrow in our state board meeting. So what we did is we did a deep dive into what potentially could have caused that, because we were looking for. My goal was to find one particular thing that caused it. So obviously, we did our internal checks across the state. We contract with the National Center for Assessment. They help run our TAC committee. Some of y'all have participated and have actually been to those meetings. I've seen you there. And we can't find any one particular issue. I will say, through the law of averages and just doing this for a long time, that when you have 8 to 10 years of constant gain, there is going to be some fluctuation in the system at some point in time. I mean, literally, when you're to a point to where you hit everything that gets thrown across the plate for a home run, that you do see some of that variance in the scores. Now, the one thing we did find that we do think is attributed to some of this is in our state, passing is a level 3 versus proficient is a level 4, right? So what we feel as though has happened, I truly think this has an impact on it. And we've just finished our superintendent roadshows. We talked about that with our superintendents and with our teachers in those meetings as well. In our state, we have pushed so hard towards passing that it has hurt the proficient number, the percentage of students that are scoring proficient. Now, to offset that, and I'll speak to this here just in another slide, but we are in the process of resetting standards in the accountability system, and there will be a greater emphasis towards proficiency than it has been in the past, a greater weight towards proficiency, which should drive that number up. It will have to drive that number up. That's why we're raising that bar, if you will. And it's also a way for us to make sure that we don't have districts that have a very high rating and a very low proficiency level in reading or mathematics. Because I completely acknowledge that there's a difference in an A-rated district with a 75% proficiency rating in ELA and an A district with a 20%. Very, very different, very different. And we can have a even more in-depth conversation about why we think some of that happened later if you want to, or I know you're pressed for time, but at the end or whatever you want to do. So did I address your question?
The answer to that is you're not really sure.
Not completely, no, sir. But what I will tell you we did as a result of it internally is we completely have conducted autopsies of everything we do internally. Because we also one of the things that I was concerned about was making sure that the services we're providing, that they are actually, the effect size of it, the outcome of it is great. Because over a period of 8, 9, 10 years, you do, as an agency, you do start adding support services. And sometimes the effect size is not measured necessarily the way that it should, because everything you do is pushing forward and everything's great and everything's gaining. We've completely reevaluated everything that we do, the supports that we provide. Now, we're not changing things. It's not like, the old saying, throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's absolutely not what's happening. Our coaching model is still in place. We're just making sure that the efforts, the dollars, and the human capital we're putting in is actually going in the right direction, and it's moving the needle. So that is, we're taking it as I'm taking it. The agency's taking it as an opportunity to do that. I mean, it's
when you're changing the accountability model, you're going to proficiency in this. Are there other changes in the accountability model?
There are. there's much deeper changes that it even looks at the distribution of A through Fs. And when I get to that, I can address it now,
Okay,
or
that's fine.
I have a slide for it. I don't want to,
Fine.
if that's okay with you.
Let's go.
And we'll get in as far in detail as you want. So now if you'll flip to slide 11, and it's titled Accountability Grades. It says state, school, and district, if we're all there, okay? Just some information on this slide. In the 23-24 school year, 86% of our schools and 94% of our districts were rated C or higher. This was a substantial increase from 2016, in which both schools and districts were, the percentage of rated C or higher was 62% in 2016. Again, like I said just a couple of minutes ago, the grades for the 24-25, the official grades, will be approved by the state board tomorrow, and then will be released. Now, preliminary grades have been obviously sent out to districts, but as far as the official release, will be tomorrow after the state board approves it. Again, speaking to your question, we are currently updating the accountability system to raise the expectations of achievement, as well as ways to measure college and career readiness, because that is one of the things that in the current system, we know when we removed U.S. history, we took those 50 points and put those into the college and career ready matrix that incentivizes districts to push for college and career readiness, to actually create additional programming that revolves around that. I can get much deeper into that as we go, but I'll hold those comments because I definitely would probably go over time, but we can get as deep into it as you want.
I do want to ask you
Yes,
that.
sir.
In the accountability model that you're changing, because that's a major change to what we've done over the period of years. In that accountability model, you're moving the history to a career.
Yes,
to
sir.
college
So
and career preparedness. And
Yeah,
that,
those
and a
points.
100-point scale, are you on a 100-point scale, 1,000-point scale?
So ours the scales are the same. Our high schools are still. It's not a drastic change. There's not a change from like a point totals or anything like that. Your high schools and your districts are still on a 1,000-point scale, and your elementary schools and middle schools are still on a 700-point scale. The only thing it did was it changed that matrix of the makeup of how you get those points. So where U.S. history had 50 points, we took those 50 and put those into the already established college and career readiness component of the 1,000 points. So it's now worth 150 points.
So it's
That's the only thing.
15% of the whole grade.
Yes, sir.
And did you do attendance? Is attendance chronic absentee?
No, sir. It's not a total change of now, the conversation around that can happen because we are currently, the work is currently happening with the accountability model. So historically, the distribution of A through Fs has been on just basically using the statistical methodology of a norm reference. So think of just a standard bell curve. And there was X percent of districts, it was predetermined, right? In the beginning, the first year the test was given, not the following years, where you had X percent of A's, X percent of B's, C's, D's, and F's. I would tell you that I do think that it's not appropriate that a district or a school knows they're going to be an F no matter what in the beginning, no matter how hard they work. So we have changed that methodology. We're working through it right now to what we're referring to as a hybrid approach, where you have the norm reference is still there, and then you have a criterion reference component. And what that does is that looks at, and we're currently, we've already had one meeting, and we've created what we refer to as performance level descriptors. So what those performance level descriptors do is they verbalize what is an A school, what is an A district, what is a B school, and then what is an F school, what is an F district. So it allows the general public to have it allows them to understand, we can articulate in words what an A, B, C, D, F, R is, as well as that, and I know I'm getting into the weeds, I'm sorry, but to answer your question, I have to. And then it still has that norm reference piece because you do still have that A through F rating. So when you look at, so for example, when you're looking at the performance level descriptor piece of that of the hybrid piece with the criterion reference, it might be, this is an example, this isn't an actual number. It might be that an A district has a reading proficiency level of 75% and 80% mathematics. And so now as you move down to where, say a C district, you're going to scale that percentage based on what on average an A district has been in Mississippi, a B, a C, a D, or an F. So it's a different way of distributing the A through Fs, but it also allows you to articulate what an A actually is to the general public, because that's also been an issue that I've heard time and time and time. And I understand it can be it's a fairly complicated thing, especially if you don't deal with it on a daily basis. So
Your changes, I think, I'd have to look further into that. I understand you're not using your bell curve anymore, and now you're coming back with tests that reflect what we're doing actually in the school systems themselves, which is good. But I want to go back to my other question. Is chronic absenteeism in that formula at all?
no, sir, not currently.
Okay. And then we'll come back to chronic
Okay.
absenteeism later, but right now, when you're making these changes, you're changing based upon what the average is for whatever schools, whatever you consider an A school to be, and then you've got that criterion as the A level. So you could have more A schools, or you could have more B or C schools, as opposed to some percentage of them.
You could, but remember that it's currently based on what is currently in the accountability model. So when I talk, the reason why chronic absenteeism is not in there is because it's not currently in the current
But
accountability.
you're changing the model. Are you changing the?
No, sir, we're adjusting within what's actually there.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Senator?
Yeah. Okay, so what's that again? Oh, yeah, we can run anything. I don't have it right here, but we can run any. I got people with me. Are we taking that note down? Okay, good. Okay. We're making sure and getting that. We'll get that to you.
All right,
Okay.
Mr. Evans?
Okay. All right. So again, we are actually one of the reasons that we are we're changing the standards here is because we do know in state law it does require the standards be increased when 75% of our students are proficient and or 65% of our schools or districts earn a B or higher. So that's why it triggered that in law. So that's why that is currently happening. So, and schools and districts will receive their letter grades based on what we're talking about right now in the 26 school year. So the students that are sitting in classrooms today, the assessments they take if you're in a high school around Christmas, right? If you're on an AB block, and the students at the end of the year, those assessments will reflect these changes. So the ones that you're going to see tomorrow are obviously the last year's, prior year. Yes, sir. I just wanted to distinguish between those two. Now, and I will say this too, you should expect some changes in letter grades next year because we are setting a baseline because it's the first year of the assessment and the increases in expectations. So you should expect some changes. There may very well be more F districts or D districts or C districts because the bar has been raised and we're setting a baseline. So, and we have very high expectations. So the bar is being raised. So I just wanted to say that out loud. So next year, right this time, people say, well, we're seeing these increase in F. Well, the bar has been raised. And then we obviously are providing support to bring those schools and districts up. So, yes, sir.
Representative Lamar?
Just real quick. What is you said this time next year, but what is the timing of that exactly, specifically?
I'm just saying when accountability grades are released next year, this time, and you see.
That's what I'm saying. It'll be another year before this new model and
No.
regraded, or
No, sir. No, sir. So the changes that we're talking about right now, they will be in the 26 results. So this time next year, like I said, tomorrow the state board meets to approve the 25 results. This time, because it happens the same month every year.
So September next year is when the timing of this will come
Yeah,
out.
but it's being put into place now, and those grades will be given based on that. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I may have been okay. All right,
Speaker?
yes, sir.
But on the ones that you'll approve this year's here in the next few days, you don't anticipate major changes in accountability
sir.
scores?
No.
They'll track the last few years.
Yeah, yes, sir. There is some variance because we were down some. Yes, sir. There is going to be in the beginning, I was worried there was going to be a lot of change. But as we work through the process, it's not as much. It's very minimal. It basically reflects the percentage changes that you see overall in
those other
performance.
scores. I got you.
Yes, sir. It's not going to be no, sir. It's not going to be some huge alarming change. No, sir. Okay. So the next slide is slide 12. It actually is really, let's go to slide 13. Basically, slide 13 reflects some of the educational budget priorities in the upcoming year. So it just basically says 26 educational priorities for FY 2027 budget, and it talks about classroom initiatives. So let's talk through these right quick. So when you're looking at classroom initiatives, we actually have been over, I know, and met with both House and Senate leadership and talked about two major initiatives moving forward. Lieutenant Governor, to your point about proficiency levels in reading at our higher grades, we do know that we do a pretty good job, and I feel as though we do a good job. And based on the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, K through 3, we do see nationally, and we know this statewide, that the trends are that our students in 5th through 8th grade do decrease in proficiency, and that's why we're putting into place, or asking for legislation, and obviously it would involve an appropriation for an adolescent literacy initiative. So what that focuses on, again, that will focus on grades 4 through 8, and it's to address the shortcomings that we see. And the thing is, you see so much intensive support on the K through 3 grade levels, but when kids leave 3rd grade and go on to 4th grade through 8th grade over their educational career, there are many students that still require this intensive science of reading-based instruction and reading. Now, and we've talked about this across the entire state with our teachers and our administrators, because the first thing that people were worried about was that we were going to come in and tell our math teachers that they were now literacy teachers in the 7th, 8th grade. That's absolutely not the case. That's not happening. It's a different approach. It is also a coaching model that we will implement, just like the coaching model that is currently implemented with the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, but the work looks a little different. It will, and in this, the goal is over the course of the period of time from 27 to 28 and beyond, to have about 80 literacy coaches that focus on grades 4 through 8 in the state, to continue to push that performance forward, because I'm not satisfied with that at all where we are, right? So the only thing I know to do is to push for support to push that forward, because we do know what happens when we provide that intense support. Things move. The more pressure you put against something, it moves. So that's our goal, is to move that forward. Now, also, there's a math initiative that's involved as well, and again, we've met with both House and Senate leadership on that. Had the one-pagers, and it is a primary focus on grades 2 through 6. We did see, I want to answer a question somebody might have before they even ask it. So we did see a dip in 8th grade mathematics, and people might say, well, why aren't you focusing on 8th grade mathematics? Well, we're focusing on the fundamental principles of mathematics, which are built in K through 6. Moving forward to our students when they get in the 8th grade, well, actually 7th and 8th grade. Some of our school districts teach Algebra 1 in 7th grade, depending on where you are and the preference that they have. So, and then moving on into your dual enrollment courses, your AP math courses, and so forth. So that's why you see that focus on the grades 2 through 6 in that mathematics initiative. And it involves a coaching model as well. We currently have 25 math coaches in our state. We would increase that number to around 50 overall across the entire state. And we have actually begun a very strong push with ramping up math already. Had our first math conference last year that it was sold completely out. They had to add seats to. Our coaching model is in full. We've redesigned some of the current things that we're doing with math coaching because we didn't feel like we were getting the return that we wanted to. I can assure you every dollar that goes into public ed, I'm making sure that everything in my power that the state gets a return back on it. I mean, it has to happen this way. So one other thing under the classroom initiative piece is the synchronous learning, which we did receive an appropriation for last year. We got started late because we had the second part of the session. But I do want to say I'm very proud to say when day one of school started, we had it up and running. And it's in 5 districts currently. And what you'll see is it obviously works with a combination of our certified teachers, which are in there as well, participating, but also our student teachers. Because the goal of this is to utilize student teachers as a training ground, if you will, with our veteran teachers, because we want to put those student teachers right back out into the field. I don't want to take them out of the classroom. That is absolutely not the goal. And in both of these initiatives, the adolescent literacy and the math initiative, when you hire coaches, if you're not careful, you take them out of the classroom. So the goal there is to focus on our retirees, which is another conversation about maybe the legislation involving our retirees coming back and teaching, but that's a deeper, longer conversation there. But obviously, we're asking for that continued appropriation of our synchronous learning. Very proud of that work. It's going very well right now. Leadership and education development here, you see the increases. Mississippi Superintendent's Institute. I'm very proud that we started that with a private donation. We didn't ask for the money for that, but we do have to ask for some dollars to continue that work. Obviously, MTR, which you have very graciously funded, as well as our orientation for school leaders program, which is very, very, very important for our leadership and the development in our state. So the next slide, if it's okay with you, if you'll turn with me to slide 17. It's another one that says 2026 education priorities for the 25 budget. And again, it has a heading there that says classroom initiatives. Now, these are not new initiatives, but what these are initiatives that the dollar amounts, the request have increased significantly. And just to read through those, you see it's the expansion of childhood literacy program, the programming. It's a request of 3.6. Now, we did decrease that from the original ask. I was like, I didn't feel as though we could obviously ask for that much of an increase. Now, what that does is that does increase our early learning coaches by 33 and allows us to actually get into another 495 classrooms. We are asking, you see the innovative programs dollars, the driver penalty piece, which is a legislated piece through 3725.5 that some decisions are going to have to be made there. It is a $6.7 million request, but it's to fill the requirements of that law that was passed. You also have statewide assessment and testing. That is a pretty substantial increase. I think you might have had a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, I got you.
You have a question on that point?
Not exactly on that point, Governor. Thank you for recognizing me, but I was looking at your accreditation audit review team and statewide assessment testing. On the statewide assessments, what is the need for this? I mean, that's a pretty tremendous increase on testing, given numbers or enrollments declining. What are these costs?
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you for asking that question. I wanted to provide that information. So number one, the current contracted amount was set 10 years ago. And price increases we know have changed tremendously in the last 10 years. You know, you look at what a gallon of gas or going to the grocery store has done. Some additional things that are added to this, though, that have caused the price to increase is our teachers. These are things were requested from the field. They've asked for a benchmarking program that's created by the same company that is the assessment is created by. We've had that asked multiple years. For years, when I was in a district, I asked for that. This will be provided, as well as technology and enhanced items. So the items, because you think about how much this has changed in the last 10 years. Also, an assessment in the way you deliver questions from a technological standpoint have changed, which also addresses the needs of some of our special needs population. It allows for additional practice tests, as well as tests to be provided in multiple languages, which has been requested many years, but we have not been able to do that because we were under the previous assessment contract. Yes, sir. And then, of course, the last thing is the audit review teams. That is the request. That's actually to put auditors into the school districts we currently don't have funding to put auditors in the school districts to do accountability reviews. So accreditation. I'm using the word A twice wrong. So accreditation, I apologize. All right, so the next slide, if you'll please turn with me, this is one section where there's several slides that I won't go through because this is the backup material. It's more in-depth information based on those budget items. But if you would turn with me to slide 24, please. It's the MDE FY 2027 summary budget request. I know there's a lot of information on that, so I'm going to give you just a quick little summary of it. So the recommended amount for fully funding of MSFF is $2.9 billion, and that's at a base student cost of $6,919. And it does, of course, after working with our districts, making sure that we're accounting for all the students and where they would fall into the weights, that does account for a $25 million increase over the FY26 amount. And again, this is not a number we just pull out of the air. You know this. The appropriation would reflect a $72 increase over the base student cost for 2026. So you would see that that's where that dollar amount, that $25 million, comes from, is that increase in base student cost. I think that's the most notable things on this slide. Now, there is in conclusion, what you see on this slide is there is a request for a $67 million increase, but understand $25 million of it is MSFF. The other portions of it are the programs that I'm referring back to as far as like the new requests that are there. And also it's new requests, it's also MTR, it's MTR, synchronous learning, math initiative, reading initiative, all the things that we talked about, the assessment piece, all of those things. That's what that reflects. That is the last
Senator Hickman,
slide
did
that
you
I
have a
have.
question, sir?
Yes, thank you, Governor. I think the Lieutenant Governor will have probably some questions around this. He's already alluded to it. But attendance, chronic absenteeism, but wrapped up in that and kind of in the same vein, what are we doing and what is the budget, what's in your request, if anything, regarding school attendance officers? So what are we doing there? I understand they're in dire need of, some more money to help with recruiting and ensure they can do their job. But also, as far as how they're structured, are you going to have any recommendation for us as far as do they stay with the department, where they go, how they're structured, and all of those kind of things?
Yes, sir. So when you look at that, just a little bit of reference on the numbers. So we do currently have 97 SAOs in our districts. We have a total of 114 pins, but 97 of them are filled. That's the total payroll budget for the year for that is a little over $3 million, $3,064,000. And that's with an average salary of $30,950, which is a very low, and that's not the starting salary. We know this. That's the average salary from someone with year one versus year 25. So what we will be requesting is that a proposal will be that the base starting salary for a SAO to be at $30,000. And now, of course, it'll scale across that, based on years of experience, because we do have a very difficult time hiring and retaining. Like our SAOs, it is to be honest with you, it's a revolving door. And a lot of it comes with the fact that it starts at $22,000. I mean, sir? There is a pretty substantial amount of training, and we have regional coordinators that help direct that training. But the problem is, Senator, is by the time we get the training done, they're gone. I mean, and the training mostly deals with how to track attendance, how to deal with our judges, how to work with families. So it's a lot. I'm sorry. Yes, sir, it does require a 4-year degree. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Yes, sir. So when you look at so in legislation, there is the total number of pins that's currently there that's available is 153 pins. Now, we don't have the funding for 153 pins. That's just the cap that's currently there. If those were funded based on that average of 30,950, that total payroll for a year would actually be a little over 4.7 million. So it is a pretty substantial increase. Now, coming back to how we currently operate, the second part of your question, what we're doing currently needs some adjustment. I mean, we know this. It's very obvious that it needs some adjustment. So we are looking at a complete revamp of the entire all programming that's associated with school attendance officers, and actually looking at changing it around to the standpoint to where we have to have a family engagement piece, because we also have issues with the numbers of students and them going to our youth court justices. And just to be completely frank, in some counties we do a great job of that, in some counties we struggle with that. In other states, in some of our surrounding states, they have like an intermediary process in which before the family actually gets before the judge, they have some programming that actually the family has to go through that training, so that if they do not participate in this training, or if they have gone through this training and have not changed their behavior as far as making sure their child is coming to school, which we know they have to do in order to learn, then when they go before a judge, they've already had, it's very clear. It's very clear cut. You've had this training, you've had this opportunity to improve, to change your behavior. So now I would think that I know that would make that much easier for a judge to make a decision, based on what's happening in the home and the student not coming to school. The other part of it is creating some additional training to help those school attendance officers, not just obviously focus on attendance, but also get into the weeds from the standpoint of talking about some career opportunities, talking about the family engagement piece of what the family unit looks like, to kind of be more of a preventative piece. But we're going to have some type of middle ground, if you will, before our families, before they get put before the judge. It makes sense. And what we've seen, other states have decreased those chronic absenteeism numbers using that process. Because right now, you know how it is. There's certain standards. You meet, certain triggers. You hit that number. The trigger triggers the judge, and then you just go through the system. But again, not to repeat myself, because I know we have limited time. I do think if I'm a judge, it's very different when a family comes before me who's already had this training, who understands what they should.
I want to highlight that for a minute. So, of all the things we spend taxpayer dollars on, to me, that just was a sad indictment on our society. You're telling y'all are recommending that we spend taxpayer dollars on a program that will train parents to wake up in the morning and send their kids to school at 8:00.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I want to go back and get a little bit more into that. Who hires these people?
Our coordinators do, our regional coordinators.
At one point in time, didn't you propose that those be hired by the local schools?
Yeah, we had proposed that they actually be sent back to the local, and that's still an option. That's 100% still an option. I'm just trying, what my goal here is, if they're going to stay with us, because, that's been put before for a couple of years, we've run that potentially to get that change in legislation. So we've just taken the approach, or I've taken the approach of, okay, if that doesn't happen, then I've got to change what we're doing. Because, it's kind of like the old definition of insanity piece. If I keep thinking we're going to do the same thing and get a different result, it's just not going to happen.
With school attendance, with our rate being 1 in every 4 children is chronically absent.
24%,
So,
yes, sir.
two things stand out there. How are we having that higher graduation rate?
Sir?
How are we having an 80-something% graduation rate when 1 out of 4 is not going to school regularly? I'll put it that way.
Well, the threshold to be considered chronically absent is
10%.
Well, two days a month. So what I will tell you, to get into the weeds just a little bit here, we are looking into some coding issues that we potentially might have through MSIS to see, because when districts do it differently. In some districts, if a student is attending a function, it depends on how they're coded, their attendance is coded, as to whether or not they trigger a chronic absenteeism or not. So in my previous, I hate to use an example, I'm going to use an example of where I was for 18 years. In my previous district, if a student was on a school-sponsored activity, we considered that an administrative absence, which we know where they are. We're sending them there. They're absolutely not absent because they're part of the school day. So they did not trigger one of their days to be considered chronically absent. What we've learned, we've gotten deep into this. What we've learned is not all districts necessarily do it this way. So, and I think you and I might have even had a conversation about this several months ago about how districts actually code. So we're looking at creating a standardization of that, because it is currently district by district. It's up to them how they do that, because they just reported in MSIS, and we just have to take that information, because it would be like us going into every district in the state of Mississippi and monitoring each individual absence. So we take that information from them, and then that's how we actually process those reports.
You're going to change the standards on how you calculate chronic absenteeism. I understand that, and certainly they're not chronically absent if they're going to the library or the Capitol to see the Senate or House in session. So those clearly are not it. But still, we have chronically absent children.
100%.
And it's my understanding that we may have actually had an increase. What's the percentage?
So we don't have the final number yet. It'll, within the next week or so, we should have that, and I'll make sure you have it. So I don't want to, I'd be honest with you, I would hate.
Don't speculate
I do
if
think
you don't
that
have
there
it.
probably, the potential is there for there to be an increase.
See, that's even worse.
I completely
So
agree.
when we're redefining it, it's clearly where there's some absence that shouldn't be coded in that as one thing, and certainly you want to be clear about
Yes,
that.
sir.
But however you recode this, we still got a huge absentee rate in Mississippi.
We
And
will-
have one in the country. I mean, we're not the only one that's got this. The United States has it. So the same people have the same problem. So I want to go back. If you were going to set this up where you had it in the perfect way, where you could make sure that those kids got a knock on the door or whatever process, whether it's an interim process, as Representative Lamar was talking about, or strictly just taking them to court with mom or dad or somebody sitting there, how many of those would you need to hire?
So
So you have 140 school districts. You have about, how many schools? About 800?
yes, sir, give or take, I'd have.
Around 800 schools. Now, I don't know that you need them. I don't know. You have to tell me.
No, sir.
Rather than us pick an arbitrary number of 153, is it 253 or is it 400?
No,
or
sir.
What's the number?
Within that, thank you for that question. Within that, we have looked at it, and within that 153, if those were funded, we could accomplish that. And what would happen, because a couple of things that we definitely need.
So basically, though, that's just one per school district.
Well, it is, but we also have to, but it depends on the situation of, you mean one per district?
Yeah,
So,
you have 153 and 140 districts, so you basically have one per district.
yes, sir. Well, in some cases, because of the different sizes of our districts, one is more than what they would need. Could be tremendously more than what they would need. So in our smaller districts, one is very different than our largest district. So you would want to put them there based on like a per student basis, a ratio is how you'd want to, what you would want to do, which is somewhat how it is now, although.
480,000 kids, right?
430,000 students.
430,000 students are in the
Yes.
public education
Yes,
in
sir.
Mississippi. So if you had 157, you're having, I don't know, it's an infinite small number. I still don't see how you're going to do that. I'm not going to argue any further here. But the chronic absentee rate is an anchor for this state, and we're never going to have a labor force participation rate above 56 or whatever we've got right now if our kids aren't in school. Now, whether you want to say, well, we're going to change the calculation, that may be fine. Maybe it's off some, but it's not off enough that we're not having absenteeism problems in Mississippi, because I go to a bunch of schools and they all tell me the same thing about that. And doesn't matter if it's Tupelo or Harrison County, it's all the same. So I want to make sure that whatever you request this year is sufficient to have people that are going to be concentrating on getting our children in school. Now, the structure or whatnot, like Representative Lamar was talking about, that structure is debatable by the legislature. I'm sure it'll come up this year. But I want to make sure that you got enough people that we're addressing that issue. It used to be 15% before COVID. Now we're at some record amount, and that has such long-term issues for this state. I mean, that's like 9 or 10% of the kids that used to be in school are not there anymore. So that's, in your analysis of 430, that's 40,000 children.
Yes, sir.
So we're at a critical mass, and I understand you want to change your calculation model, but what I want to change is the number of people that are sitting in the chair.
I don't disagree one.
But when you ask for this, I think you should be real clear with the House and the Senate as to what your needs are in regards to addressing that issue.
I don't disagree. I completely agree with everything you're saying.
And on the rehiring, the last thing I want the speaker to talk about this too. On the rehiring, you need to tell us whether or not you think it is more efficient and cost effective for the actual schools to hire these people and we pay for them, or you go through this same process that you've been going through. So I'd like for you to address that at some time. Speaker?
Yes, sir.
That was one of my questions. If we're, obviously, the larger school districts may take more than one, whereas a small one might not. So if we're going to go back to that local model some kind of way, what does that look like if we're going to 150, for instance? You've thought about that, number one. Number two, is the absenteeism tied more to earlier grades, later grades? Is it equally dispersed throughout K-12, or is there a specific number that you
Unfortunately,
could?
if it was just certain grades, we could probably address that a lot better. But no, sir, it's across the board, and it ranges. I'm going to be honest with you. During COVID, when we weren't here, and we were here a lot faster than other states, but when we weren't here, it just changed people's perception of the importance of being here. And it also, just where the rubber meets the road from being there for 25 years, it's very different now. A family is willing to take their children on vacation to Disney World in the middle. I'm sorry, I'm just getting right to the brass tacks of it. In the middle of the week, the house I was raised in, if you didn't go to school on Tuesday, you didn't go anywhere on Saturday night. So it's changed.
Is the thought returning it to locals? What's the thought in efficiency or effectiveness behind that?
So the idea behind it was the idea that they would be able to have greater access to school resource officers to hire them locally. But another issue with that is if we can't pay them more, we're still going to have those same issues. The idea behind the conversation we're having now, from continuing from a departmental standpoint, would be that system evolving, and then you would still, once that change happens, then you could, once you have corrected some of the issues, push that back down to our locals. Yes, sir. But I think to your point earlier, it is very different depending on the size of the district and the number of attendance officers.
Are any of your schools funding in any way tied to those absentee rates, or do they get dinged at any point?
Not for
Not as it relates to that.
No, sir. No, sir. I mean, depends on the student enrollment, on the.
And if a student misses 10 days in the first month and then doesn't miss any more, he's still, or she's still, that's average back through. In other words, it's the total days missed for whatever reason.
Yes, sir. So they would be chronically absent for that month because it's calculated based on a month by month basis.
I got you.
What we have found though is the month of May is the worst month, the worst month, and some of that ties back to I don't want to speculate, but it is the worst month. Yes, sir.
Lamar.
Yep. Thank you. Quick question. Where is the wisdom in requiring a bachelor's degree for this position?
It's in statute.
I understand that, but why? Like, what's the policy behind it? Like, we got, certified police officers, sheriff's deputies, they can investigate a murder, but without having a bachelor's degree. But these guys can't get kids to school without a bachelor's degree.
I don't disagree with the point you're making. I don't.
So noted.
President Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. I think you kind of touched on it with the speaker's question. Have the district department looked into the substantial increase of absenteeism as it relates to after COVID? Now, I read an article prior to COVID that they said a good number of chronic absenteeism goes to health issues. A child who may possibly have asthma, a younger brother, sister who might have asthma, parent choose not to take them to the doctor. So have the department looked into what happened after COVID that's causing the increase? I know you kind of alluded to it with, it's just a different mentality.
I could get you a report that's based on, so here's the problem. Districts all code it differently. So for example, in some districts, they may grant a student X number of absences that are excused versus other districts may say one may say 10 or one may say 2. It's very hard to get an actual real concrete answer to that because we also are receiving present or absent. That's the way because there's no systemized, because it's systemized at the district level. It's not a state mandated handed down.
Right, and I agree with the Lieutenant Governor 100%. I want more butts in the seats at the end of the day.
I'm with you.
But sometimes we're not comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges because my understanding, some districts is an excused absence if you come with a doctor's excuse, okay? In other districts where you got a child who may appear to be chronically absent, and the child may suffer from a chronic illness where parents choose not to take them to the doctor because I know what's going on, but they're not well enough to go to school. So right now, we don't really know which is which in those cases.
Not necessarily, but just know even if a student is sick and they're absent, they're considered chronically absent. They could be in the hospital.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so we don't really know exactly what's going on without recoding.
No, sir. And they could actually be in the hospital and the district not count them. It not be a punitive absence, but they're still considered because the federal government defines chronic absenteeism. To your point, I see your point, but I just wanted to say that out loud. It's different how district calculates.
Yeah, and I just think the department, if y'all could give some thoughts to identifying what the problem is so we could possibly try to solve the problem.
Yes, sir.
But thank you for the good work y'all do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. One quick question. We're like 2 years into the new student funding formula. Have there been is there any feedback from district schools in regards to that? Do you have any data on that?
I thank you for asking that because that is a very important question. So I would tell you that overall, the response has been pretty positive. The shift in Mississippi was ahead of the game in the thought process there because other states are following that shift because we shifted from a personnel-based funding model to a student-based funding. I know I'm telling you what you already know, but to a student-based funding model, which actually those weights are funding the individual needs of the student, which was a huge deal because we had pretty much little to no dollars going into our EL population, which has skyrocketed in different parts of our state. We now have 3 different tiers for our students with special services. It's a multitude of positives that are associated with it. Now, the obvious concern that people have is what will a recalculation of base student costs look like? That's always a worry that people have, our districts have. And also when the hold harmless falls off, they're worried about that. There's been at times back and forth conversations over the local contribution. Some of that was just a little confusion. Now, some of it was actually they were going to have to increase their request locally, but sometimes it was just a confusion piece. And the only other thing that we did was we had some districts that had actually an increase in the number of students, but a decrease in their funding amount. So Ms. Kim Wiggins, our COO, she's in the room here. I appreciate her. She did a great job here. What we did is we created she created a spreadsheet, and it has one for every single individual district, and it actually has each weight calculated, listed across the top, and it has the individual calculations on a student by student standpoint, because a district, if they gain students, you might have gained 10 students, but those 10 students, but the students that graduated or left did not fall in those heavier weighted categories, you receive less dollars, because you're not going to be, obviously we can't. Does that make sense? So what we did is those districts, when they asked, because I was like, we got to have a way to articulate this to show our districts, because that's a real question. That's a legit. I'd have been asking that question. So now we send them that spreadsheet, and it's a yearly thing. We keep it updated so that we can answer those questions. Yes, sir.
Anyone else real quick? Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Dr. Evans, thank you for your time up here. And
Yes, sir.
one other point on the chronic absenteeism as it relates to the standardization. Do you think you can get that done quickly enough within the districts around the state so that we know when we get back in session that we've got a clear understanding of who's considered chronically absent and for what reasons? I think I would really like to know if the numbers are what they are for those students that are missing because they've got a tennis match or they've got a field trip to the Capitol, and find a way to move them out of the chronically absent. And also, as to Representative Clark's proposal, are those that may have a doctor's appointment they can't get out of and they have to go to the doctor that day. Those are, to me, those are critically important issues that need to be addressed on the front end so we know the problem that we're attacking. We know it's a problem, but we want to attack it strategically and make sure we've got resources in place. Do you think you can get that done quickly enough?
The plan for that?
Pardon?
Or the plan or the
Well,
percentage?
I know that's why I'm asking this question, because you're on a tight timeline here. First of all, you've got to get the plan in place to know the districts know how to report it, and it only leaves you 2 or 3 months to really gather information. I mean, we'll be making budget decisions in March, but
Yes.
it gives you very limited time. Is that enough time for you
It
to be
is,
able to?
and
Okay.
we'll have the final chronic absenteeism numbers on a district by district basis very soon.
Okay.
Very soon. And I would tell you, I didn't read through it but I literally have the plan here in this book as to what it would look like in the changing of how that works. So yes, sir, I'm very 100% confident.
Okay.
That we can do that.
It's pivoting next to the synchronous virtual learning program. And I'm glad to hear the rollout's going. It was late to the game, but I'm glad hear that it's going well. Are the districts that have teacher shortages, are they being notified well that they have an opportunity to tap into this resource that we've got in the state?
They are, yes, sir. We made every district in the state of Mississippi, I constantly said it, emailed. Then when we were having a little bit of a slow adoption, because what happened with the timing of it is districts had already made all their plans that they had to make to do what they had to do to get a teacher there, or whether they be certified, non-certified, whatever the situation was. So what we did is we started reaching out, and not only did we reach out here, I reached out through our associations, and we went from struggling to get people enrolled to more people than we could cover because of the number of student teachers that we had availability to. Now, after Christmas, it'll be up and running with because of all our EPPs that we're working with, it'll be up and running at full steam, because we'll have the number of student teachers that we need in order to provide those services. We already have a plan to expand after Christmas, expand some math offerings, expand our English offerings, and expand some science offerings. And if you'll remember, this program was not created to deliver enrichment or accelerated courses. It was created to deliver the basic content and courses that our students need to graduate. You know,
Well, yeah, and I hope one day we can get to the accelerated courses for
Yes,
the
me too, but I
for the
just wanted
students
to
in rural
say that.
districts and other places that don't have access to it. Hope we can get there one day. But I think that's something that people need to know about because it's a great tool to be able to get them when they don't have a certified teacher, they don't have access to teachers. This is a critical tool to get them the certified teacher they need to be able to learn. I'm going to pivot again to something else and kind of in relation to Representative Oliver's question on the student funding formula. Do you know if any of the districts are using that for supplement increases?
No, sir, I don't. No,
You
sir,
know,
I
as
wouldn't
we
know.
look at salary issues, obviously, when we discussed all this, those of us that were involved in the increases, substantial increases, that's one of the things we talked about is districts would then have the resources to be able to give increased supplements to their teachers and help with the pay. And I'm just curious if they've done much or any of that. I'm not aware of any, but I just think it's a great opportunity to use funds that they have that were above what they were getting before and help provide supplements.
You would hope that they would increase those having a local supplement or increase them. Yes, sir. And there are some across the state. I've noticed just on social media that some have increased, some have increased tremendously. That some of those, their tax base looks very different to some of our others that have increased it, their local tax base that have increased it tremendously. But no, sir, I don't have. I don't know that.
And I know the big variable is the local tax part, and some districts just don't want to tap into it. Others do tap into it. So I guess if supplements would probably vary based on how much you're utilizing your local tax base.
It would.
Really, on how do we stand right now? Southeastern average. I know we bumped it up 3 or 4 years ago significantly, but how do we stand relative to the Southeastern average on teacher pay?
The problem is everybody else.
Everybody else. It's
Yes,
it was an arms race.
Yes,
I
sir.
think after we did it,
Yes,
every other
sir.
state
Yes, sir.
copied.
So we're back at the bottom. So it's just everybody did it at the same time.
Do you know if those states do supplements or
Sir.
do they do local supplements too in their states, or is
So other states,
Mississippi?
some states do local supplements like we do. Additionally, some states do state supplements as well. For sure with I apologize. For sure with teachers that are going into struggling districts, struggling schools. We've done some of that over the years in Mississippi, depending on the content.
We tried it, and we still had a hard time getting teachers to go to the rural districts. We had that one-time supplement, and I think it was maybe $10,000. Some of you may. I think it was $5,000, and we still struggled to get
And you
teachers
also
to go.
still
to
have a moving allowance and a deal with house purchasing, and we still have those programs. And more people than you would think participate, but it's not enough to. It's not enough to move the needle. No, sir. But we are looking at, and we are very far down the road and looking at how we actually address our, coming back to the question you're asking, how we support our struggling schools and districts, and actually looking at transitioning over to a more school-based approach of a takeover model rather than firmly the district no matter what. Because what we find in districts lots of times, unless there's a governance issue, we would never not want to take over. We would always keep that option, right? But in some cases, you have a district where, say, if there's 10 schools, 3 are very, very underperforming, and we could move the needle more focusing on those 3 schools. Now, they would operate absent of the board. It'd be think of it as the Happy Day School District or whatever. It would be separate. And we would be running them like we do districts that are in that situation. But
I'd like to when we get. That's an offline
Yes, sir.
question. But I'd like to hear about that.
I've got some
We've got-
in-depth information there.
Got more time. But
Yes,
anyway,
sir.
thank you, Dr. Evans. Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Governor. Switch gears a little bit from absenteeism, but before I leave it, I think the consensus of the folks in this room, which is probably representative of both ends of the building, and the Lieutenant Governor certainly made it an emphasis, and that is this. We would like for you to come and say, this is our best shot at how we could improve and fix this. And I think you would find fertile ground among us. Now, I did hear him, I'm accused of not listening to him sometimes, but I think I did hear him say, to whom much is given, much will be expected. So, sky's the limit. Let's try to figure out and make a big impact on that thing and actually move the needle there. And we'd like to partner with you on that. But you got to tell us, hey, this is, you know better than us what might do it. Changing gears a little bit. Early learning collaboratives and K4. If the legislature saw fit to really engage or beef that up in that space of early learning, what is our superintendent's, if you had to pin and I said, hey, we're spending X on our early learning collaboratives, you know the numbers, and even that SIP program, and there's another one there. Are those combinations the best use of our funds in that area and targeted? I'm hearing from more of my legislators who are saying they would like more going to early learning collaboratives. And I'm not talking about necessarily taking money away from other places, but I'm saying if we were going to beef up and try to make that a point of emphasis, would it be through the early learning collaboratives, and what would that look like to you? Would it be just doing more of what we're doing, or would you change some aspect? And maybe I should ask you that with a door shut somewhere.
I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down there. So what I would tell you is I do think what we're doing in early learning is we are unprecedented across the country in our achievements that we're having. Like I said, the state funded right now, there's right around 9,000. I'd have to flip back to that number of students that are there. I would tell you there is a 100% difference in a student that has gone through a structured pre-K program before they go to kindergarten than there is one that hasn't. And now that's not an indictment on what any parent decides to do, because it's their child, it's their baby. They do what they want to do. I got two of them, right? But I put mine in pre-K programs because I know the importance of it. And I put mine in paid pre-K programs because we didn't have the state sponsored then. So I'm getting old enough now, I'm getting gray-headed, so my kids are older. So I would tell you that we would not want to change from that model. I think we were being very successful. The work that we do is sought after nationally. Dr. Jill Dent does an outstanding job in that realm. I think a continued expansion of what we're doing is the right direction. Obviously the pie in the sky is that it's fully funded. I do 100% understand there's only so many dollars and it has to be spread up across tons of things. But it's not even marketable. It's a 100% difference typically that you find in a student that's been through that, because it's not just, here's the deal. It's not just the academic piece. It's the social piece. It's the understanding. It's the fact that when you come to school, we've all got children. We know when they were 3, 4 years old versus when they're 7, 8. And it's the socialization piece. It's the coming and sitting in the chair and being educated piece, right? So it's all those pieces that tie back to it. So I would tell you, a long answer, I'm sorry, but that I would say an expansion of what we're doing.
Through the early learning collaboratives.
Yes, sir. I think the early learning collabs are a great approach.
What about, there's been lots of talk and lots of bills the last several years on financial literacy, making that part of our curriculum or whatever. And you've seen the different bills, and we've all talked about the different models. What's if you know, what would that cost us if one of those were implemented? Like, it keeps bubbling back to the top. So
when you talk about implementing it, it depends on to what extent. So number one, I would tell you that is a need that our state. There is a financial literacy piece that is incorporated into our CCR classes, but it is not to the extent in which it needs to be. So it depends on if you were funding teachers or the curriculum piece is not that expensive. The funding piece for the humans is obviously more expensive. And we actually at the department have worked, I don't have it in front of me. I wish I had it in front of me. But we've actually worked through what that looks like because we don't have a single person coordinating that financial literacy piece in our state. I've been chasing some dollars outside of appropriated dollars to try to get some of this done. And I can get you the the dollar amount based on the idea that you have. But I'm sorry, I don't just have that number in front of me.
I'm all here. What about, as I've been running around the state this summer, I hear a lot of talk about restarting or reinstituting or finding more resources for a JROTC type, those pilot programs. I know we have some and do some programs. What are your thoughts generically on that?
So I'm going to be one of the biggest proponents for ROTC programs you're ever going to meet. And I see it changing kids' lives. I see it giving them, where I spent 18 years, the ROTC program was as big of a deal as a football team, as big of a deal as a baseball team, basketball team. It does come to, it's like anything else. It comes down to your instructors, making sure that they're recruiting and keeping kids a part of it. But I would say we're doing a disservice to students because there are so many students that fit that niche that we're creating an opportunity for them there. They don't participate in other activities, but they are all in on the ROTC piece.
But the funding is
It does.
that's the roadblock. Did y'all just choose to fund it locally until such, because there is, at some point, you get some federal
There is.
after 3 years, I think.
It is a funding piece. There is also limitations on the number of ROTC programs that the Army or the Air Force or the whichever one, Marines, whichever, because there are the different branches. So there are limitations based on the area. There are also limitations based on the number of, because it's retirees that come back and do this. Typically, to teach these classes, there's a shortage there. But also from a dollar standpoint, districts, because there's an X set amount that you get reimbursement for your instructor. But now what districts do is they incentivize that in order to be able to hire the instructors. Like, for example, I put them on 12-month contracts. I had to because I couldn't hire them if I didn't. And they worked 12 months. They were there. They're just like a coach. I mean, they're all summer long. Their programs are going to and competitions and kids involved and stuff. So it's kind of hard to ask them to work if you don't pay them. So it is a dollar piece, but it's that limited number that, I mean, there's typically a waiting list for a ROTC program in our state.
Last question, Governor. Retired teachers or potential retired teachers. Is that a calling card if we were to try to I know there's some avenues for them to retire and draw their retirement and work some now and teach some, but if we were to truly redefine it where when they want to start drawing their state retirement, they could, and they don't have to leave state employment and go to a private school or just start working at some local business or go home and enjoy their retirement. If they wanted to stay and teach, but for some it becomes a math. At some time they know they're losing money by not retiring. I mean, and they're smart folks and they can do the math good as we can. What would be wrong with the incentive of letting them retire, draw their retirement, and us pay them basically what they were making? You're going to have to pay that teacher that to replace them anyway, and certainly some portion of that salary after the person is retired may go to PERS like it would have. The employer would have paid anyway for a new hire. Could that be a way to impact the teacher shortage and you quit having to, they're your best teachers in most cases.
So there've been a lot of great questions asked while I've sat here today. I would tell you this one ranks probably one of the top two questions that I hope someone would ask me is I think we are making a horrendous mistake by not opening the doors wide open. Well, I'm sorry, open the doors wide open and allowing our retired teachers to come back. Now, because so if I had the pen and could write the legislation how I wanted it, it would be that it wouldn't just be limited to hard to staff areas. It wouldn't be limited to subject areas. It would be if you want to retire, if you meet the parameters based on the tier you're in to retire, you can retire immediately, come back. Right? We don't want this 90 days set out period. But the one thing I would say is, and thank you for making this point, they need to be paid what they would be paid, right? So if you've got a teacher and he or she's been teaching for 30 years, you've got budgeted the money for 30 years. And I don't think you would find any issue with a teacher if in that, they were required to pay at least the same portion into PERS as what they originally were, with no expectation of anything back, because they're already drawing their retirement. So, because you're making it advantageous now to where, to be honest with you, you're right. There comes a point in time when the math don't compute anymore. It's a way for our teachers to retire, because here's the deal. They're leaving us, if they live close to Alabama or Tennessee, they're leaving us and going over there anyways. And why in the world are we making them drive another 30 minutes in the wrong direction, buy gas in another state, buy lunch in another state, spending those tax dollars there? If you can't tell, I'm preaching on it, right? We need to open the doors here to allow them to be here. That is a huge mistake on our part if we don't do that. If we don't do that. And I don't see, now I'm not an actuarial person, I'm not a PERS expert, but I don't see how, if they're paying in at least what their portion would have been with no expectation of anything back, I don't see how that doesn't create a win.
I think all that works. There's been some question about what does it do? You know, we have a tax exempt status with our retirement system and IRS rules, and you got to, as you dig into it, we've got to thread the needle there. But I think there's a way to do it. And hearing your response, it sounds like that could be
I'll be waving
incredibly
the flag,
positive
whatever we need to
for
do.
our administrators who are trying to fill staff and find folks, especially their best ones. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you. And I'd never have understand why we do that. That's just crazy. One. Two, under the new retirement plan, they'll be contributing to a 401k plan, which they take with them anyway. So there's not this look back that we would have had not the legislature taken the steps to rearrange the retirement plan. So it makes even less sense now than it did before, if it ever did make any sense. So I think the speaker's dead right about that, and we need to make whatever accommodations there are to bring them back, knowing that they're going to have a 5% 401k plan they're going to take anyway.
Yes, sir.
So our actuarial costs would be relatively minimal. So I think that's particularly important. Any other questions? Daniel?
Thank you, Governor. Specifically on the return to work, because I've had this discussion with law enforcement, I've had this discussion with public works people, it's the same deal. We do intend to get to a clean return to work. They can't pay into the system and draw out of the system at the same time. That's a violation of law. But the employer willingly could pay the 9% because you're already paying the 19.
They'll be paying it anyway.
You could pay, well, you're paying it in salary, but you pay for a mature, seasoned employee, you would pay more for it. But the one thing we got to be careful about salary schedules, I want you to be able to negotiate. But there are needs you have. Bus drivers, same thing, trying to get them back. But you need to be able to negotiate, but we don't need to be locked into a salary schedule because I want you to be able to negotiate. If it's a math teacher, you may have to pay over market, depending on where you are. I want you to have, with the return to work, particularly the freedom to do that, but with the understanding PERS obviously is made whole by the employer because you're already having to pay the employee piece, even on the return to work process. But I'm glad to talk with you offline about that, but we've already talked to PERS about trying to clean up a return to work policy for all state employees. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you for that.
But we will.
And that's very interesting, your point about creating a market in which you actually can be competitive based on the experience or.
And they are retired and they're drawing their retirement, and that retirement is not taxed. So, you know, their economic circumstances are going to be
Part of that
good.
too, they may want to come back and teach 2 classes or whatever. They may not be a full-time employee. So there's a whole bunch of things that come, but currently having them back in the workforce is critical. Representative Lamar has been very patient here while we've asked questions here.
So, thank you. I've got part B to the speaker's question. So we all, I think, you know, based on what you said, I think we all agree that this teacher shortage is real, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's one reason we're having some of these conversations. Really, part B to that, though, is this. Why don't we look at, why don't we continue to insist on this rigorous, very stringent, very strict certification process for teachers when, quite frankly, it's not necessary? I mean, my understanding is you got to check all the boxes to become a teacher. There's an emergency process that you can go through to get certified and all that. Where in other parts of education, you know, that's not necessary. There are other places that teachers can get certified that aren't the Mississippi Department of Education. I think we all agree with that. And, I'm looking at Senator Hickman. I mean, he's Noxubee County. Couldn't Noxubee County benefit from some Mississippi State, scientists that might want to teach biology there? I mean, that's, if we got a teacher problem, why don't we look at that?
So probably the best example of being very innovative in this approach that we are currently doing is we have something called performance-based licensure. And in performance-based licensure, it does not require someone to come in with that certification. What it does is over a period of 3 years, they demonstrate they have the ability to teach. We have a number of people that go through the performance-based licensure pathway currently in our state, and it has it's a very innovative way to get at the point you're making.
Yeah.
And then there's also to another point there is you are 100% right. For sure in our career and technical fields, they are not required. It's based on a certain number of years of experience or an educational piece. So the world has evolved, and we understand that we have to do things differently. And this performance-based licensure piece is definitely one example of that. And it also allows you to take, we have a way to where we can transition our student teachers into, our teacher assistants into the field. So it is, we're seeking ways, but there does have to be there has to be obviously a process that you're making sure. But now, about the best process I have seen across the country is a performance-based licensure piece that we have.
How well is that utilized in Mississippi currently?
I could get you the actual numbers on it, but there's a substantial number of, because it used to be that about the only way you had something called an expert citizen. And you had bear with me. And you also had an emergency certification, right? Those were the two.
Yeah.
And we've evolved from that.
I agree completely. Next question I had is dealing with state testing. There's been a lot of talk this year from, the reforms or the change in the federal administration, the reforms to the U.S. Department of Education, about looking at, it's possible that the feds may relax some of those state testing requirements. Do you know how much money we spend on that state testing requirement currently?
So because there's multiple ones.
Yeah.
Okay. The total, I could find the total budget. Actually, Kim, I hate to ask.
That's okay. If you got to ask.
Do you know the total number for all? I get it, the total number.
Yeah.
But it is a substantial. Okay. Yeah, 15 million a year for our.
But it just seems that one of the biggest complaints we hear from parents all across education is the state testing requirement. And if the feds, a possibility of they're no longer, they know it's an if, but if they're no longer going to require those portions, relaxing that, is that a good idea, bad idea in your intention? I mean, there's all sorts of state or national norm tests that could be taken that aren't tied to these state tests to really give some of our public schools some loosen the reins, so to speak, from those state testing requirements.
So what I would tell you is not all nationally normed assessments are the same.
Sure.
You know that. I didn't say that like I thought you wouldn't. I do. Now, I am a person that very much so believes in being measured. That's just me. That's happened to me my entire life. If they do, in fact, look at relaxing some of those, I think obviously that's a conversation our state would have to have overall. I'm not in favor of doing away with assessment completely because, I've heard the term over the years, blowing up the system. Well, if you blow it up, what are you going to replace it with? And I also think that our performance, state testing is not just a student measure. It's a teacher measure as well. Right? So it's ensuring our students are being educated, and it's also ensuring that our teachers are doing their part, right? So we all have, and it's a form of, now it shouldn't be used as a performance review, but it's definitely an indicator as to whether or not if his or her students are moving or not in a positive direction, you got a problem one way or the other. But relaxing expectations, and you're not saying that. That's not what you're saying. You're 100% not saying it. I didn't want you to take it. That would be like a real slippery slope trying to figure that out. Now, I will say from an end of course assessment standpoint, and I'm taking the high school end of it, I did not see a reason whatsoever at all to subject a student to another assessment with like U.S. history. And what we also did is I think it is a travesty, the fact that we previously would have a student that could go through our system for 12 years, 13 years, depending on if they went through our pre-K programming, not pass an end of course assessment, and us slap them on the back and say, good luck in life, you don't have a high school diploma. I think that is almost criminal, and that's why we don't have that anymore. That's why we created something called the Bridge to Careers program. And this year is the first year for it, and a student cannot pass one of the end of course assessments, or they cannot pass two of them. And we have created a course that they can take the second semester of their senior year, in which it's a rigorous course. They have to, and it's not a academic based course. So if you fail the Algebra 1 test, it's not like you're going to create an Algebra 1 portfolio. My goal is to get you into the workforce being an active, productive member of society to help that labor force participation rate. I promise you, I get it. I'm with you 100%. And so that is some of the ways that just in the last couple of months, we've pushed forward to try to correct some of those issues that we know we have. I don't know where we'll end up from a federal standpoint. I will tell you that I feel as though lots of things are being thrown against the wall to see if they'll, not in the state, right, but just federal, thrown against the wall to see if they'll stick, and then kind of, because how that's kind of how that's going in the education world. Now, I don't know about other parts of the world federally. Most of the flexibility is the conversations are around dollars currently. That's how most of the flexibility is. But I don't know if I answered your question, but yes, sir.
Okay, any other comments, questions, or anyone? Everybody good? Appreciate your coming, and obviously this, your period here was longer. It's 45% of the state's budget.
Yes, sir.
And it's 100% of what most everybody here cares about.
Yes, sir.
So we're very attuned, as you can see from the discussions from absenteeism to ROTC to retired teachers. I mean, there's a lot of comments. I am still very interested in why our reading proficiency is so low. I think that has to be addressed, however you think it should, and I would like for you to address it for us at some point before we get to January.
Yes, sir.
Other than that, any other questions? What we're going to do, I see our institutions of higher learning are over here. We're going to take a 15-minute break and let us grab lunch. There's lunch back here for the committee, and then we'll come back here in 15 minutes and start with our IHL. And thank you, Superintendent Evans.
Thank you, Doc.
appropriate on education of the kids that are going to come to your institution, so it was worth that effort. We have guidelines that have been presented to the committee for the 2027 recommendations. So our next item of business, I think y'all have them, is to adopt the guidelines for the 2027 staff that she recommended to you. You're here to adopt.
So moved.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Ayes have it. We'll move on to Commissioner, you're up.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is G. Ogletree. Governor, we're glad to be here today, and Commissioners asked me to start and give a brief introductory statement, and I believe I have met all of you at one time or another. I know some of you better than others, and look forward to hearing any questions that you have and trying to answer those as fully as we can. I currently serve as the president of the Board of Trustees of the Institutions of Higher Learning, and I'm here, of course, with our commissioner, Dr. Alfred Rankins Jr., as you know, and Dr. John Pierce, who's also our Associate Commissioner for Finance. So as you can tell from their titles, they're the ones that will really be able to answer your questions because they live in this day to day, and this is their life, and they do a great job for our state. Also joining us today are all of our IEOs, Institutional Educational Officers. They serve as the president or the chancellor, respectively, of their universities, and we're glad to have them here and many members of their staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon, and as you know, Article 8, Section 213A of the Mississippi Constitution defines the roles of the IHL Board. And it states that our public universities in our state are under the management and the control of that board. With that authority comes responsibility that we take very seriously. It includes ensuring the financial management and strength of all 8 of our universities in our state. We are very grateful for the support that we receive from the legislature on an annual basis. Our authority also includes our review and approval of academic programs, and that's driven in part by consideration of state priorities as well as by market demands. This past May, we had over 13,000 bachelor's degrees awarded by our 4-year universities. 34% of those degrees were in fields like business, computer and information science, mathematics, statistics, and engineering. It's graduates like those that are needed to support growth and direction of economic development efforts and stem the brain drain that we're all concerned about that would leave the state of Mississippi to go to our neighboring states for other opportunities. But just as those degrees are important, so are degrees in education and many other fields that are critical to our state's continued success. Today's and tomorrow's job market in our state is driven more by automation and by artificial intelligence than ever before. The growth of these market forces and our state's constant work in its economic development and recruitment of new technologically driven industries place our state's universities at the center of providing an educated workforce to support and guide our growth for the future. Our universities also serve as hubs for innovation, for technology, and for research. The economic impact of higher education dollars results in a significant return on investment to our state. The percentage of college attainment in Mississippi is 47.6%. That's 6.7% below the national average. And Mississippi's goal of ascent to 55% for 2030 is a step in the right direction, but that's not going to put us ahead of our contemporaries. By 2031, 63% of jobs in Mississippi will require post-secondary education or training. Our college graduates will not only help us compete for these new and expanded job opportunities that will provide them greater remuneration because they have obtained these college degrees, but they're also going to become the educated citizenry and the parents that serve as the backbone of our families and our communities across our state. For us to nationally compete for these high-paying and high-value jobs, we have to continue to value higher education. Last year, across the country, we witnessed a 4.3% in higher education funding. nationally. But in Mississippi, we saw a decrease in general funding and support, with no funds being allocated for repair and maintenance of buildings. To continue producing graduates who are ready to join the workforce and compete with the rest of the country and, in fact, the world, we need resources and we need support from our state. States with whom we compete for these graduates and for these jobs have new and expanded business opportunities, and they are placing their financial bets on education. We believe this is not only a safe bet, but this is a necessary bet. The IHL Board of Trustees is deeply committed to our state's universities and the work they do to improve Mississippi. We know that you share this commitment with us. We thank you for your leadership in working with us and others in building a better and stronger Mississippi. At this point, I'm going to ask the Commissioner to make specific remarks to you.
Governor, Speaker, members of the committee, and also the staff, thank you for this opportunity for us to be here today. I echo Trustee Ogletree's comments. Our universities are well positioned to provide the workforce needed for the future. This summer, Governor Reeves announced that Alcorn, Jackson State, Mississippi State, and Southern Miss will be partnering with Amazon Web Services and other workforce partners to develop AI programs that give our students a competitive advantage in this growing sector. That's one example of how our universities are responsive to the needs of employers, and we will continue to be a valued partner in driving economic growth. To remain leaders in educating our workforce and to compete with our neighboring states, our campuses need you as a partner in your continued support. Because of this partnership, we have been able to keep higher education affordable for Mississippians, as indicated on slide 2. Our average resident tuition is around $8,800 per year, compared to institutions in most neighboring states who are anywhere from 17 to 26% higher. So thank you for being a partner. I know our university leaders here today have spoken with several of you about the investment other southern states are making in their four-year universities. On slide 3, since 2019, the increases in state support for peer institutions in other southern states has significantly outpaced the increases we have received here in Mississippi. On slide 4, our faculty salaries are 23% below the SREB average. The ability to compete for top teaching and research talent to train our current and future workforce is critical to our success. Professors not only prepare students for the workforce, our faculty conduct groundbreaking research that drives the innovation successes like the blue economy and unmanned aerial systems. Our presidents and chancellor can attest to the difficulties in recruiting and retaining top talent to support our institution's mission, when they can earn nearly $16,000 a year more in Louisiana and nearly $20,000 a year more in Tennessee and Alabama, as indicated on slide 5. The competition for top faculty and staff is not limited to our state borders, and it is just as intense as the competition for top students. We thank you for your investment in recent years. The table on slide 6 shows how the funds appropriated for distribution by the board have been allocated. Line items determined by the legislature are not included in this particular table. If you will recall, the legislature in recent years has committed to funding one or more of the following priorities: the PERS employer increase, health insurance increases, and faculty salary increases. Using the prior year funding as a base, pro rata increases or decreases were allocated to each university. Since FY 2022, the legislature has increased its general support appropriation to the board by 24.9%, and the board in turn allocated a 24.9% increase to each of our 8 universities. Slide 7 shows how line items in various appropriation bills impact the total funding that our universities have received. Moving on to slide 8. Last Friday, our board voted to direct staff to make recommendations to update the funding allocation methodology to include, but not limited to, 3 major tenets. 1, providing each university with base funding to support operations. 2, accounting for enrollment growth or decline. And 3, incentivizing meeting the board's identified performance goals and metrics. We have engaged the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems, or NCHEMS, to assist us in this effort. We are working to have this in place by next fiscal year. Given the board has a finite amount to allocate to the campuses, any change in the methodology will impact our institutions. So this work will not be easy. Nonetheless, our board has committed to getting this done. We are happy to provide the legislative leadership and staff with periodic updates throughout this process. That brings us to our request for fiscal year 2027 on slide 9. We're asking for restoration of the cuts we received during this fiscal year and for additional $72 million to bring our appropriation per student closer to the SREB average. Across our system, we have over 1,600 state buildings to maintain, totaling nearly 42 million square feet with about $2.7 billion in deferred maintenance. On slide 10, we're asking for another $80 million in capital expense funds to assist our campuses in addressing our repair and renovation needs. For every dollar expended at our universities, Mississippi's gross domestic product grows by $1.72. The collective economic impact of our university system surpasses $6.5 billion annually. We are a sound investment in our state's future, and we thank you and the other members of the legislature for your support. Governor, Speaker, if we have time, I would like to briefly address a couple of topics that have come up over the last couple of days. First, the cost to educate students at our universities. Including scholarships, the average is about $21,000 per student. Less scholarships, that number is about $16,000 per student. Secondly, tuition collected from in-state and out-of-state students. Based on fall 2024 enrollment numbers, 61% of our students are in-state students and 39% are out-of-state students. However, out-of-state students account for 60% of the net tuition, that's gross tuition, less scholarships that our institutions collect, and in-state students account for 40% of the net tuition our universities receive. In dollars, we receive $358.9 million from in-state students and $544.2 million from out-of-state students. Thirdly, the annual review of low-performing academic programs. Academic programs are triggered for productivity reviews when graduates from those programs fall below the following thresholds: 18 graduates for baccalaureate level degrees, 12 graduates for master's level degrees, and 5 graduates for specialist and doctoral level degrees. This process, along with the review and approval of new academic programs, is in place to ensure consistently low-performing academic programs are removed and new academic programs are added to respond to current and future workforce demands. Over the last 10 years, 207 new programs have been added to our academic program inventory. 162 programs have been modified, 140 have been placed on 2-year monitoring, 51 have been suspended, and 122 have been completely deleted from our inventory. Lastly, the return on investment for baccalaureate or higher level degrees. While the return on investment for academic disciplines like engineering, computer science, and health sciences is higher than some other disciplines like fine arts and performing arts, a college degree is still a positive return on investment regardless of field of study. Median annual earnings when compared to individuals with just a high school diploma are 59% higher for bachelor degree holders and 92% higher for master's degree holders or higher. Mr. Speaker, Governor, that concludes my formal remarks. We have our Chancellor and our presidents here if you would like to hear specifics on their individual campus needs, and I will stop here and I will entertain questions from this distinguished body.
Thank you, Governor. Earlier, I believe, G, you said something about the attainment level was at 47% for the state of a bachelor degree. Is that what I heard you say?
That's right.
Thank
We're
you.
at 47.6% for that's the percentage of college attainment in Mississippi.
So,
And that's not bachelor, that's all attainment above
That's above
the high school.
high
level.
school.
so that includes community college and
Yes, sir.
It does.
26. So what is it for a 4-year degree? Do you have that?
27%.
Okay. How is that number over the last 10 years? I mean, I know COVID kind of has thrown some wrinkles in a lot of the reporting for obviously going through the education numbers we went through last group that presented. You can obviously tell a dip during COVID, but what's the tracking on our attainment level of a bachelor degree or higher? Do you know?
If we look over the last 10 years, Senator Harkins, we have improved here in the state of Mississippi, but we are well behind the national average in baccalaureate level degree attainment here in Mississippi.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Other questions from Senator Board?
Thank you. I want to go back. I was so glad you mentioned in your presentation the MCHIMPS report that y'all did and released back in May. And I've got a couple of questions about this report. I was aware you were doing this, and I was kind of hoping that it would have more information than it did, because I think you had about 4 findings in here. And these are things actually we had discussed actually in our committee meetings a couple of years ago, is that enrollment in most of the institutions except for 2, I believe, and we've had some slight increases, but statistically significant increases. We've had declines in those institutions except for 2. We have institutions that are primarily reliant on young people for their enrollment. And then 3, we have financial strength is inconsistent across IHL. And then number 4, something we already knew, is that that revenue and expenditure patterns were not equivalent to surrounding states as on some things, but their financial independence and their financial stability has only improved because of the way that we've done our funding in some of those instances. And so in 2012, the board adopted from the NCHIMPs, from the study that they did, y'all adopted, and I know preceded many of you, y'all adopted a funding formula that was a performance-based funding formula. That formula has never been implemented. And I realize now you're looking at a new formula. Can you explain to us why that formula was never implemented?
Thank you, Senator Boyd, for the question. Actually, the formula was implemented, and the board ran that formula for at least 2 years. Some of you on the committee have been around long enough to remember, but when the board ran the formula, because what it did was it took a pie, okay, and it redistributed how that pie was allocated to the institution. So there were winners and losers, and it was a pretty dramatic shift. So there was language put in the appropriation bill at the time that actually stopped the board from running the model. And after that language was taken out, we had a dip in revenue here in the state. So the pie got smaller, and the decision was made at that time to suspend running the model and to allocate the funds based on when we got an increase based on certain priorities. And the priorities identified, the main priority identified by the campus leaders at that time were addressing the issue we have with faculty salaries. So that's kind of the short answer as to what happened.
All right, Commissioner, that was 2012. Here we are in 2025. Over 30 states, actually more than that, are on some type of performance-based plan. We're not, and according to your NCHIMPS report, basically you're on a base plus reimbursement or base plus formula with the universities, which means everybody is held harmless, even if they've had declining enrollment, that they're still on that. So we have incentivized universities to not increase their enrollment in many ways with the process that you're using right now.
Well, I think the issue of how the funds have been allocated, when you look at that and you look at some institutions have grown, some institutions have not, that has created an imbalance. But I don't think that incentivizes institutions not to grow, because at all of our institutions, a majority of their operating funds come from tuition. So there is an incentive to grow because you collect more tuition revenue for all of them.
Let me add one other comment at the risk of not following my advice to the commissioner about me not talking about things I don't know about, but we're talking about general legislative support and funding here. You give a lot of money that's designated and earmarked to universities for specific things. Those are not in any of these percentages. So if you're going to look at formulas, which we are, one question is, do you only look at general support? The others, do you include all these other things? Do we include other sources of funds that may come from universities? Some have very large foundations and some have very small. Some receive large athletic funds and some receive very small amounts. Some have large gifts and some have very little. Some are going to get extra money this year or potentially in the future from federal government programs. So it's a very complex area. Senator Boyd, I know you understand that because you've had a number of discussions with me and other trustees about it. But, you know, we're talking about a pie that is the general funding pie, and then we're talking about other dollars as well for universities. And certainly everybody wants to do the best they can with enrollment because tuition is important.
Commissioner, I understand all that, but I think when you look at the trends around the country of how universities and higher ed is funded, period, whether you're looking at community colleges or whether you're looking at our IHL systems, you see trends around the country that are solidly looking at performance metrics. And when we have colleges and universities that their four-year graduation rates range from 18% to 52%, then we have six-year rates that are ranging from 27% to 68%. We've got some performance issues here in Mississippi. And to the question that Senator Harkins asked earlier, we've only increased our educational attainment for undergraduate degrees at a rate of only 5 to 6% over the last 10 years. So my questions with asking these formula, what are we doing to incentivize performance? What are we doing to, and looking at those universities who are actually performing, what are we doing to incentivize their continued performance? And I understand getting funding from a myriad of levels. We just had preceding you was the Department of Education. That funding is from a local level, it's from a state level, and it's from a federal level. So all of those things are into account. I will say this, they've put performance metrics in substantially over the last few years. And we've now gone from basically 48th to 16th in the country on our educational metrics when we look at those things. And I think my thing that I want to leave to you is we are not seeing these performance metrics in IHL at this moment. We are not seeing that substantial attainment. We're looking at things across the country where we are tracking graduation rates. And we are looking at what those jobs are that those graduates are looking at. So I appreciate that y'all have got NCHIMPs coming in and looking at, but we conclude our budgeting process at the end of March. And so we're going to need to see some things that what you plan to do with us. Because I think it is imperative for our state, if we are going to truly ascend to 55, that IHL become a partner in making sure these performance metrics are looked at and achieved. And I'm going to leave you with that.
Other questions? Other questions? Speaker?
Thank you, Governor. In the IHL allocation review, to your point, G, do you know if that allocation review took into account funds that come to the universities as earmarks outside of what some might say the formula that is or isn't followed as it related to general fund dollars appropriated versus capital expense projects?
The model that NCHIMS initially developed for us, it only took into account those dollars that were appropriated to the board that the board could allocate. It did not account for any of.
But even in this new analysis, it doesn't take any of that into consideration. I'm asking that question.
Well, we don't know at this point. We're in the middle of that process right now, and we're considering all the facets of this complex issue, including all of the issues that were outlined by Senator Boyd.
Okay. Because I think it goes to the heart of the issue. You know, if you want to measure one piece of the pie, why aren't we measuring all of it? If we're just going to look at state dollars, they're taxpayer dollars that came to us that we're spending. And just because somebody had the political wherewithal to get a specific thing funded on a campus outside of IHL's overseeing of the money, is that immune from the forces of performance and the whatever formula is derived, or is that going to be part of it? I understand the people that complicated this are the people that have sat in these chairs over the years, not the people sitting where y'all are. I fully acknowledge that. I'm just saying, any analysis of it should, one, it's kind of like our old school funding formula. It was a great formula, maybe or maybe not, but nobody followed it. And so to look at the old formula versus this new one, I don't know. I feel like we're chasing our tail here a little bit. If we're going to go there, we probably ought to have a real frank discussion about what is or isn't part of that piece of the puzzle, and then, go from there. But as I understand your answer, you don't know if they've looked, if that's part of the equation. The state dollars that are spent on our campuses that pass outside of the purview of IHL when it comes to specific CapEx projects.
Well, Mr. Speaker, NCHIM's work to this point, and we will have further engagement with them, is to outline all the policy considerations that the board should consider in moving forward in adjusting or implementing a new model. Okay, so, but the decision levers in this process, okay, it will be up to our board, and the issues that you've outlined, the issues that Senator Boyd has outlined, all of those things, as well as other factors, have to be considered as the board proceeds through this work.
Let me mention one other thing, if I could, Mr. Speaker, that also addresses Senator Boyd's good questions to us. At your secondary school level, you're measuring how people are doing in terms of reaching a percentage, whether that's, I heard a significant discussion about whether you're proficient or whether you're passing. All students take graded classes. We know that information. It's a little bit different what we're measuring. Now, if you're measuring what percentage of your students in high school graduate and what percentage in your college graduate, that's a good thing for us to do, and we know that. But what we're talking about, I think here, and we'll see both what MGIMS recommends, but ultimately what the board decides, is when we're looking at these incentives that we may have, or let me get to the exact terms that we used. We're going to look at instruction, performance goals, and metrics compared to regional peers. And the reason I say that is if we gloss over our percentages as a state, we're comparing schools that are very different to each other in percentages of graduation versus percentages of advancement. And so we want to do that by peers. And I'll just pick on Dan Ennis at Delta State. When he made a significant presentation, and we welcome y'all to come to any of our meetings, but we have every university making a significant presentation to us once a month throughout our process. He compared his school and what they were doing on Pell Grants to the national average. It's that sort of thing we have to do, not compare our schools to each other because they're different. They have different missions. They have different students. And that's what we're going to do. And and I think we will be incorporating that sort of comparison within the formula that we end up with. And I'm hoping that Senator Boyd's exactly right, that that's going to help incentivize us more. But we're going to compare to peers, if that answers your question, son.
Mr. Lamar?
Thank you, Mr. Ogletree and Commissioner. The way we're having this conversation, I think it would be helpful. I'd like to see the data. I mean, can y'all tell us right now the percentages of degree attainment at each of the 8 public universities?
Yes, sir. We can.
Got that? Or just get it to us if y'all could pass that out, provide that.
We
talk
have
about
it
if you can.
We have it here. We can make copies and give it to you.
Yeah.
And what would be helpful to y'all, if I'm sitting in your chairs, to see how that would compare to their peers. Because all the universities are different. and
Understand that.
peer
I heard you
comparisons
mention the
helpful.
mission, but I mean, the mission, I think we have to agree, is to actually have students earn the degrees that they start out at those universities, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that, I mean, that's a pretty good measuring stick, whether they actually obtain the degree or not.
That is, and because of the differences among our universities, comparing them to their peers gives you a much better evaluation of how they're doing at that university.
Okay, well, we can get that information too.
Yes, sir.
That'd be good. And Commissioner, I think you had it in front of you. Could you share that with us?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So, if you look at the 6-year cohort graduation rates, which is the standard that's used by iPads, okay? For Alcorn State, 42%, Delta State, 44%, Jackson State, 38%, Mississippi State, 60%, MUW, 45%, Valley, 21%, the University of Mississippi, 68%, USM, 52%. The system average is about 57%. But I do need to point out that cohort 6-year graduation rates, in my opinion, don't paint an accurate picture of degree attainment for universities because it is a cohort rate. So let me tell you the students that are not included in a 6-year cohort graduation rate. Transfers, okay, which make up a significant number of the students that come to us and ultimately graduate. So if they come to us from one of our community colleges, they're not counted in a cohort graduation rate. If they start their first semester in the spring, they're not counted in a cohort graduation rate. Part-time students are not counted in a cohort graduation rate. So, if you look at the numbers and just look at the numbers with no context, they don't look good for any of them. But again, a student that comes to us right out of high school, that doesn't transfer and stays with us for 4 years, that may be what a student looked like 40 years ago. That's not what a lot of our students look like today.
And if I might add something to that, for example, we heard from President Miller talking about the W and how many students they have that come from community colleges and what they've done to reach out to community colleges. So none of those students are in the cohorts, but I imagine she graduates a good number of them.
Since you bring that up, where is that data? Where is the data that includes those additional students?
Well, we have for years went back and forth with folks at the Department of Ed in DC about a better way of measuring attainment, and we're still working on it, but for now, that's the standard that they use, and for that reason, that's the data that we collect. Now, because there's language in our appropriation bill that we have to collect it, and language in directives we receive from the Educational Achievement Council, with many in this room sat on, we collect data on attainment based on the number of graduates per 100 FTE, okay? So for every 100 students, how many graduate, okay? And that number for our system looks a lot better because it is a better measure, I believe, of the number of students that come to you, how many are graduating. And we have that data as well in a side-by-side comparison.
Well, get us that data as well if you can. We'd like to see it.
Senator Hickman, Well, I was waiting just a second. I think the commissioner was looking to see if he had that for Representative Lamar.
So for the data on the number of graduates per 100 FTE, so, and again, this is out of 100 students, how many graduate that year? At Alcorn, it's 19, Delta State, 26, Jackson State, 21, Mississippi State, 24, MUW, 33, Valley, 13, the University of Mississippi, 23, and the University of Southern Mississippi, 28. And the IHL average is 24. So if you think about it, the average is 24 out of 100. So that means 1 out of 4 students enrolled on the campus within a given year graduates.
I know that number seems very low, and we want that number to be a lot higher. So don't misunderstand me, but we also have to realize that we have a lot of students who enroll at our universities that when the transmission goes out on daddy's car, they go home. It's just the economics of our state. I have heard some of our schools talk about scholarships they're trying to develop and other programs to help those students who have that really short-term financial need during the middle of the semester or towards the end of the semester. So we're looking at ways to help students every way we can. And certainly, you know, Chancellor Boyce just had a tremendous fundraising effort where there are a lot of people that are working together to help our universities, and we appreciate the support from the legislature and the support from all those that support us around the state.
And Representative Lamar, I want to add, so the analogy I use, 1 out of 4 graduates within a given year. I kind of use the analogy, if you think of it like a high school. If you assume you got a high school with freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, and if you assume that you have an equal number of freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, 1 out of 4 means every one of your seniors graduated.
Yeah, I understand that math, but I might have to push back on you because we know that not 100% of our students are graduating.
Right.
Absolutely.
Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Governor. Just very quickly, and I get that this work is difficult, and as I sit there and I think when we're looking at measuring achievements, I believe you went around the table, everybody will look at something differently and figure that out. So I look forward to you guys figuring it out. But my question is there any data, and this is not my wheelhouse. If I'm in education, it'd probably be K through 12 if I had some wheelhouse. But is there any look at how many students after they've achieved a degree actually go directly into a career or into a professional program, and how many students we keep in the state of Mississippi on any given year? Is there any? Do you guys have any data around that? And is that something that'll be looked at when we talk about measuring achievements and formulas and things like that?
We historically have monitored that type of data for certain disciplines like nursing and education, and we know that we have the large majority, you know, after 3 and 5 years, that they're still working here in our state. It takes a little more effort to track that for all majors because we have to know where every student ends up when they leave. So we have to keep in touch with them. And that's something that takes a little more effort, and we may have to rely on our partners with the state longitudinal data system to try to pull that type of data together for across all disciplines.
And all of our universities want to keep up with their graduates because they want to see them do well and because they're also a source of potential funding for them. And they can come back and help in many ways, whether it's in the classroom or job placement. But, you know, that kid that finishes college, he's not thinking about updating his dress every time he moves. And it's really hard for them to keep up with them. But they do an outstanding job trying to do that, but we struggle with that.
No, and I get that that's difficult. Coming from a law school background, they tracked me down over and over again because it goes into their metrics of performance, like where their students go, are they career placed, and all that kind of stuff. So I get the difficulty of it. I received a lot of emails.
It also affected, or used to affect, the law school ranking, is what percentage of your students contributed. I remember when we had a new dean a number of years ago at Ole Miss Law School, and she pointed that out. And everybody in my firm that finished at Ole Miss Law School, including me, gave money to try to help with that. So when we know those things, I think people do respond.
I want to go back on Senator Hickman's point, because I don't want to leave that. We need to know if you're giving them a degree, which apparently 26%, according to your statistics, get a degree from a university in Mississippi. If we're giving them a degree, we need to know what they're making and where they go. Because that's what we're paying for, we and the kids are paying for, the students are paying for, is to get an education and make more money and have a better economic life. So I think it's very important, I know you may want to track lawyers or doctors or such, but I think we would like to know exactly what is our degree worth. And the second thing is, how many of them stay in Mississippi? Because if 39% of them are out of state, are they all leaving? And if they're leaving, are they taking anybody with them? Like, are they marrying somebody and taking them with them? Which would make a double whammy for us. Not only lose them, we lose an additional student. So I'm very interested in how many graduates stay in Mississippi, of the ones we have here, and then also what their economic achievements are.
Governor, I will say the last numbers I remember seeing, particularly as it relates to out-of-state students, I think about a quarter, about 25% of the out-of-state students end up staying in Mississippi, and the rest end up in other states.
Okay, I'd like for you to read. That's important, I think, to our economic commitments. And the other thing I want to ask you a little bit, you mentioned there was $16,000 to teach an out-of-state student. Is that correct? Or all students cost $16,000?
Yes. If you don't include scholarships.
So the actual, regardless of scholarships, the actual cost of us to have somebody graduate from the university of whatever is $16,000 a year.
21.
Is that correct?
Yeah. I think the number was 21.
All right, so it costs $21,000 for someone to graduate for us, for a cost of having someone go to school at one of our universities on the average. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. When you do that, does that include, because you have building, does that include depreciation and all other expenses, or is that just a tuition?
Yes, sir. Ongoing non-capital maintenance and repair.
So it includes all expenses, whatever they are, buildings, depreciation, janitorial service, whatever we got, in addition to the professors, of course.
Well, not major capital expenditures, no, sir. It would not.
But there is a depreciation schedule on those. Does it include that?
Well, so this is a cash basis.
Right, we're a state entity, but the buildings depreciate because you've asked us for $80 million here. So I'd really like to know what the cost of it for someone to go to a university here in Mississippi is. And those vary. We allow out-of-state tuition to be in-state tuition in some instances. Is that correct? Some of our universities allow in-state tuition for everybody, no matter where they're from?
That's correct. Some of our universities do not charge a non-resident tuition surcharge. So the tuition is flat at those universities. So in-state and out-of-state students pay the same thing.
So is that in your numbers when you talk about who's paying 39% or not?
That's included in the numbers, yes.
So the ones that don't pay anything at all come to our universities, and it costs us $21,000 to educate them, and they pay $8,000.
Well, that's per year.
Right. Well, per year.
That's correct.
But the 21's not a per year, is that right?
Yeah, that's the cost to educate them over 4 or 5 years, however it takes for them to get their degree. So that's not an annual number, but the $8,800 That's a annual number,
Well,
fall and spring.
well, let me go back then. What's the annual cost? I don't want to get this too complicated. I'm just trying to find out how much does it cost for a kid to go, for a young person to go to college in Mississippi? You know, and how much are we paying across the board? I mean, it may be different from Mississippi State and University of Mississippi, Jackson. I see them all here. So what does it cost us to educate a young person? I think the number is 21,000 a year.
It is 21,000 per year.
That's what I think. And so it's not 21,000 over the life of the individual. It's 21,000 a year, and we have people that are paying 8 that aren't in this state, that don't live here and don't pay taxes here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Now, having said that, I think this history of where our kids are going, where they're staying here is important. It's important to me, and I think it's important to everybody here. When we're educating them, we have fine universities. When we're educating these young students and scholars, we want them to stay here. And when they're not staying here, then that means that we paid they paid $8,000 to be educated. It cost us $21,000, and they left. So I'm a net negative $13,000 per year per kid per student that lives there. So I want to pay particular attention to the economic side of this. There's some federal requirements that are going on now, like when you sign up if you're going to be teach anthropology, you make so much. If you're going to be a doctor, you make so much, and that kind of thing. And that financial disclosure, I think, is in some of the legislation for the federal government. So are we looking at that as well, where we tell young individuals that are coming in, if you graduate as a teacher, you start at $45,000 a year. If you graduate at X, you start at something else. Are we doing the financial disclosures with young people?
Our institutions are, when they're counseled on particular majors, our institutions, through their advisors and career services, they are made aware of, based on the field of study that they choose, the earning potential for that field of study once they graduate. I do want to add, Governor, that when an out-of-state student comes to us to get an education, those students are spending money here in the state of Mississippi. They're buying food, they're buying clothes, a lot of them are paying for apartments. So there is a economic benefit for the number of years that those students are here in our state, and we otherwise would not have received those dollars if not for those students.
And Governor, I don't have any way to measure this, but just anecdotally, we all have friends and know people whose children went away and came back. So I'm not going to presume that everyone that starts out of state comes back. We also know there are kids that start here that move away. I don't know how to measure that, but I believe that our students have good experiences in Mississippi, and many of them are going to desire to come back. And that's part of why we want to have the workforce available here that can bring in the type jobs that they want to work at here.
Speaker, do you have one?
I was going to ask the commissioner if he knew if these out-of-state students got released by their home states before they came to our state school. Do you know that or not? I would have the question.
I appreciate that, Mr. Speaker.
We're obviously, we're very interested in the university system that you've got here, and we're interested in the fact that it's well-run and economically feasible for somebody that's going to pay $8,000 or $16,000 or whatever. We're also very interested in, if we're educating somebody from out of state, that they ought to at least be paying what we're costing us. And in our university system, when I look around and I start comparing it to other universities that other people are attending, we are a bargain, a real bargain, for the education that we give people, for the amount of money that we're charging. So the fact that our out-of-state students ought to pay at least what it's costing us to do that seems to me to be something we should attain. Then the second part about making sure who stays here and what their economics are after they live here is important. I had one other thing I'm going to go over because I want to make sure it gets discussed with y'all before we get out of it. The optional retirement plan, we had discussions beforehand. Last year, G and I have exchanged, or he sent me a letter about part of that. I don't necessarily agree with the correspondence, but it is something I think we were going to resolve in the range of what it was meant to do, what is it actually doing, how much is it costing, is it uniform across every university here, or more universities using it than others, or what is the goal here? Are we supposed to be keeping professors that are transitory? Are we supposed to be doing this so we can keep a good tennis coach? You know, all of those issues are a contractual arrangement that y'all have entered into, some of which is in statute, some of which is not, that y'all have entered into. And before we get to January, I'd like for y'all to resolve what your process is going to be on the supplemental retirement plan that we passed this last year. I won't spend much more time on the optional retirement plan. I won't spend much more time on that. I think I've talked to all of y'all about that at one time or another. Okay, we had the funding formula. We had how many that you're actually doing away with. That's good. Other questions, as I'm looking down my list here. We talked about financial viability, how much it costs to educate. The funding formula has been discussed, the optional retirement plan, the cost per student, the graduation rates. It seemed to me, Commissioner, that we were about 24% a few years ago, and we're about 26% now, and I think that's what Senator Boyd was alluding to, that we haven't had very much progress in actually attaining graduations. I know a number of y'all are recruiting in the public high schools and I guess the non-public high schools around the state, but the more we can get in the university system, the better off we are. And you're in competition with a community college, which is next door and less expensive than you are. So I understand that, but getting our college degree up, I think the national average is 34, somewhere in the mid 30s. So we're short on our number of people that'll stay here. Other questions from the board? Yes, sir, Daniel. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Governor. As far as the 8 institutions, and you've got a 729-page document that you provide ELBO every year, 5-year plan, and it's mission-driven universities, 8 mission-driven universities. First thing you need to do is figure out their mission. I met with all 8 of them last year, the Labor Force Participation Rate Committee, and one of the things that they discussed, particularly when we went to Delta State with our regional institutions, is their mission, what they're doing. You talk about peer-to-peer measurement. I get that. I think that's reasonable. But we got to measure something. And measuring nothing is not good. For 20 years, we have turned out people with degrees that were not better on their earning capacity. Now, that's just a reality. And that doesn't mean that universities aren't doing a great work, but there's too many people who've come back to the community colleges to have to seek education to get in the workforce. So when we talk about metrics, that's the thing that's most important, is when somebody spent 4, 5, 6 years with this university, am I better off for the dollars and time that I traded? And you talked about doing away with programs, and Commissioner Rankins, I may have misunderstood you, it may be exactly what you meant. You do away with low-performing programs based on not having a lot of participants. What about a low-performing program that has plenty of participants and terrible outcomes? Do we look at that?
The universities certainly look at that. We statistically have looked, as the commissioner said, is what students are in the program, whether that program has enough to justify us keeping it and awarding a degree. We also have students who select degrees based on what kind of person they want to be in life. And they may select a teaching degree as my mother did and as my father did. And they may be teaching and may select to make less income than others in our state and have the ability to do differently. So, there are a lot of considerations there, but I agree with you that we need to measure, and that's part of what we'll do here.
And I'm certainly not talking about people, which my mother is also a teacher, so I'm not talking about people who choose a degree. I'm talking about not having a job at the end of the rainbow. It's not that you chose a job that maybe I could go be a rocket scientist and I chose not to, but it really is troublesome when you talk about equity in the funding formula and not performance. And when you want to talk about peers, I got no problem with comparing peer to peer. Number of people who are receiving Pell, first-time college students, all the regionals shared those challenges and those issues, but there still has to be a metric. There still has to be a performance. I can't jump high, and I start out closer to the ground than Representative DeWeese, but I got to be able to reach something. And if we don't start measuring, then we have that problem. I do want to make sure as we discuss this, July 1st, there was a deadline and we were given information about the funding formula. Now there's conversation that the funding formula is going to be another year from now before it's addressed. But there's also a report due in December that addresses population shifts. We haven't talked about enrollment cliff. So again, when you use the word equity in funding formula, it worries me because you mentioned people's endowment. You mentioned scholarship or other forms and processes, out-of-state tuition. So if we're going to bring in endowments, we're going to talk about not charging out-of-state tuition because you left money on the table. Or you have an $8,000 disparity or more between a $13,000 disparity with what you say it costs with what you're actually charging. So that performance metric is super important, especially if we are facing an enrollment cliff. I don't think anyone in the higher education space disagrees that we have a declining population in the state of Mississippi, and therefore we potentially have enrollment cliffs. Are we factoring that in?
We are, Senator Sparks. There are a myriad of complex issues that will all be factored into our work as we move forward. And certainly, we're not going to leave metrics off the table because, again, we're talking about a performance-based funding model. So specific goals and metrics will be a part of our end result.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate your commitment to that, but we've had one for 13 years, and we didn't apply it, and when we did apply it, we had to hold harmless until we discarded it. And then every funding after that, we just decided to build on top of the old base with an equal pro rata share. That's equity. That's not performance. So if my graduation rate is low, if my outcomes for my students, because really what we're talking about here, yeah, it's taxpayer dollars, but it's really the outcome for the student who doesn't have what they need at the end of the day if we're not measuring. So I appreciate you doing that. And like I said, the graduation rate disparities, how we can improve it, we're going to get reports from y'all. So I'm anticipated to hear some of those metrics when those reports come out.
And I will mention a few things. The statistics show if you went to college, you make more money. So I don't necessarily agree. I don't agree at all with the statement that we got people that go to college that statistically aren't making more money. There will always be people that will go somewhere or another and not make more. And again, that may not be their desire. They may have, you know, as we talked about law school graduates, Senator Hickman, I have friends who finished law school that work for public service groups, and they make very little money. But that's part of their choice as to how they want to live their life. The other thing that we need to understand is that some of our universities that have waived the out-of-state tuition do so for market-driven reasons. And we have to realize if we're going to change that model with them, you're going to make significant changes in how they would be able to operate and how they would recruit. So it's just part of the overall consideration, and it's part of the financial considerations, and it would be part of whatever formula. You heard the commissioner say the reason the formula wasn't implemented was because there wasn't legislative funding that allowed faculty salaries. If we have full fundings, we can follow a formula. If we do not, we're going to have the same sort of issues.
So I don't want to take that the wrong way. You're telling me unless we fully fund whatever formula is put out there that you can't have a funding formula?
No, sir. We can create a pool that would be used for when you have the COVID, when you have the tornado hit the W, when you have the tornado hit Southern Miss, when you have whatever the next hurricane would be. We can create money that could be moved around. We can start with bases for universities that would provide them with operational funds. Every state does this differently. There's not a magic way. I spent a good bit of time talking to one of our consultants about this, and I realized it's more complex than I thought it was. I thought it was hard to begin with, and it's much more difficult. But we understand and we hear you clearly that you want incentives and you want to be able to measure them. And we think that is valid, and we're going to follow that. But as the commissioner said, we got a pie. If that pie shrinks, then the unintended consequences to some of our universities, and as trustees, we have what I view as fiduciary obligations under our Constitution to all 8 schools, are going to put us in difficult spots. So it's going to be hard. We're going to have things that reasonable people will disagree on, but we will come up with a formula that we will be able to use to help us to go forward.
And I understand the market-driven piece, but if you make a market-driven decision that is then covered by the formula, you're going to make that market-driven decision, whereas you may not make the market-driven decision if you know you're not going to be subsidized through the formula. So that's why when you mention endowments or other sources of revenue coming into institutions or subsidiary budgets, if we're going to look at everything, we'll look at everything. But that's the, I guess, the million-dollar question that the experts are coming back to y'all with a funding formula recommendation.
Representative Clark, I believe he had one, and then Representative Lamar. Representative Clark, did you have a question, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I too think we definitely need to look at a formula. I'm not opposed to some type of incentive, but I would just caution you that whatever formula comes up with, I'm not afraid of the word equity. Equity means fairness. That it needs to be a program that takes in accountability of everything that's involved. You know, when I think about graduation rate, I look at for colleges a little bit different than high school. You go to college, a lot of things go up, the transmission go out in the car. And I think it's understood that when people get out, they get additional responsibilities and they have to quit school. But that's not necessarily a reflection on the institution itself. It's more a reflection on the students that they have coming there. So I don't think it need to be totally punitive simply because you have a lower graduation rate. You have to look at student housing. I'm thinking about where I live in a rural community. I see students who come home because they can't make the commute anymore. The dormitories are full. And then as far as education, I do think that one of the number one things when it comes to universities is academics getting a job, but there's also a livelihood type thing of a more educated population attributes to the community and society in other ways other than dollars and cents. So I don't want us to lose I took Beowulf and we studied that. It never made me $1, but it was a good poem, you know? So there is a certain improvement in livelihood type things that educational systems serve in our society. But I am not opposed to, some type of formula, but it's a very complex situation. And I just want to make sure that we're going to be fair to all of our institutions when we implement that.
Representative Clark, one other thing that your comments remind me of is I don't want to start with the premise that if you don't graduate, the state's wasted its money in giving you a good education for how many years or how many semesters you were at a university. Because there are a lot of places where you're applying for jobs and they ask you how many years of university. They'd rather see you as a graduate, I think, on many jobs, not every job in our state. But I think students are improved as long as they're in school, and our goal is to graduate them. But I don't think we've wasted our money if they didn't graduate.
Representative Lamar?
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. So while we're having candid conversation, let's just continue on. This is really a question for the board. We have tough conversations as part of what we do in this body. So I'm just going to ask you, and my question is not can we, or can the taxpayers? I think the answer to that is clearly yes. But the question is, should the taxpayers of Mississippi continue to try to fund 8 public universities in this state? And keep in mind that I think Arkansas has maybe 9 public universities. But Arkansas doesn't have 15 community colleges that are really the crown jewel of community colleges across the country here in Mississippi. So that's a very fair question, I think, that has not necessarily been squarely addressed. There's a lot that goes into that, but I am nonetheless asking you the question.
My friend, former Senator Polk, raised that question in the past, and that's why I began with Article 8, Section 213A of the Mississippi Constitution, because I think my duty is to make all 8 of our universities thrive under the Constitution. I think y'all's duty would be to make whatever decisions you need to make. We will give you data that evaluates how we're doing at every one of our universities. My personal thought is you should compare those to their peers. You can compare them to each other too. Y'all know how to do your job. I've never served in your capacity.
Spoken like a well-trained attorney. I expected that answer, but for us to be able to make that decision, we have to have the data, I think, that we're talking about today that we may not have right now. But that's a very real question that a lot of people are asking these days.
And I understand that that's a real question, and we will share data with you. I personally don't believe as a trustee that is my job at all.
Okay.
And
Senator Boyd?
Commissioner Ogletree, you said something that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said something a couple of statements ago, that you were a fiduciary for the 8 institutions. How does that coincide with your obligation that we have? And maybe you feel like you're the trustee for that. I want to kind of know your fiduciary position right now and the boards of how you view this. Is your fiduciary to the 8 institutions, or is it to the students, and is it to the taxpayers? Where do you see that fiduciary duty? Because
we are to manage and control the 8 institutions. We have to do that in a way that takes into consideration the needs of our state, which would be the needs of our student, would also be the needs of our faculty, which we hear are underfunded, would be the needs of our communities. It's very interesting when you look at a map of our state and degrees of educational attainment, and they really, if you're shading the counties, they're very dark in the counties where we have our 8 institutions. So first, let me say, a number of y'all are lawyers, and I've worked with some of you as lawyers and some of you not. But as a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer to the board. I just happen to be a lawyer, and I thank the Lord every day for my good education at the University of Mississippi School of Law. So I can't give our board legal advice. Me personally, as a fiduciary, I'm a fiduciary to the institutions, but that doesn't mean I'm blind to all the other factors that every institution should be considering.
Senator Boyd, I'd just like to add that I won't use fiduciary in my response, but I will say that our board is accountable to you as appropriators of funds to help support our universities. We are accountable to the taxpayers of Mississippi who send you down here to do your work and pay taxes. We're accountable to students. We're accountable to parents. We have a lot of constituents to answer to. And we have to make all those considerations as these decisions are weighed and made.
That's right.
Kind of going back, because I think we were on the same page here. I'm gonna have to push back a little bit, Mr. Ogletree, on that. I understand that you have a constitutional fiduciary duty, but you said to the 8 institutions, but the 8 institutions themselves are not constitutional, correct?
They are not constitutional. They're statutory.
That's correct.
It is to manage and control the 8 institutions. That would be a better way for me to say
Okay,
that.
but your body, IHL, comes to us every single year and lobbies us and requests statutory changes every single year. So I really would push back on that and say that at the point where we're graduating kids at a 20-something% rate, and we're expending taxpayer dollars in areas that, we can't measure the real returns there, that may not be what's best for the taxpayers, and ultimately is not best for the kids, the children, the students, that if they weren't at a certain institution would be, if they were at another institution or community college, whatever, they would be furthering their lot in life. I do think the board's fiduciary duty includes providing this body, the legislature, with that professional expertise to help us make those decisions, because we do have the authority on our side and the responsibility to manage our statutory code, which includes the creation or the withdrawal of public universities, should that be what's best for students and taxpayers.
And Representative Lamar, I don't want you to take anything I've said as saying we're not going to fully provide you with any information that you ask for or need. I'm just telling you, me personally, I don't see that as my role on the board. That's just how I view the role. Other trustees may view that differently. In this case, I'm really just speaking for myself.
Who do you think we should look to? If we have to make some of those tough decisions where they're being asked of us, if we can't look to the IHL board to give us, you give us the data. I'm not saying you wouldn't. We appreciate that. But where do we look? Where is the expertise that we need to look to help us make some of those really hard decisions?
I think that's within your purview to decide how you make a lot of hard decisions. You know when to bring in consultants, when to do what else you need. We'll provide you with data. We'll answer any questions. And our board may decide as a board that they view it differently than me. I have voted in the negative on some things that passed or that didn't pass.
I understand.
And I understand how authority works, and I understand how democracy works. So I may be in the minority view here. And if I am, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, other questions of Mr. Ogletree and Commissioner, any other questions? On the good news front, the legislature last year passed the public-private partnership. It's my understanding University of Mississippi has started on one, and I want to encourage the institutions of higher learning, when you talk about buildings and whatnot and repairing buildings and all the other, the public-private partnership should be utilized in every instance you can do so.
Well, Governor, part of our work, we have engaged multiple consultants to help us with this project at the University of Mississippi, which is a large project and one that's much needed on that campus. And what we're trying to do throughout this process is to carefully document all the steps, and hopefully at the end, we will have a model based on this project that we can replicate on all of our campuses, particularly to address housing needs.
Absolutely. We should never spend any more money on housing at any of the universities. Every one of them ought to be a public-private partnership, and the people that come and live there, and apparently 39% of them are out of state. So we can start with getting 39% of it paid for by somebody else. And in some institutions, it's higher than that. So legislature's giving you that authority, and I'd recommend that you use it before you ask for any building for anything. You should go to a public-private partnership.
Let me first commend Mississippi State University that's already done a public-private partnership, and it was off campus, so it didn't affect our bonding capacity. That was just why we're looking very carefully at it. I also want to commend the University of Mississippi, which has done a superior job in analyzing this in every way and keeping us fully informed. And I personally committed to the chancellor that I understand the need for housing at Ole Miss and how this is a project we need to do. We just got to figure out all those hard details that his good staff and our good consultants will work with, and we'll get through that. I think the commissioner's right. We'll end up with understanding how the path worked here. It may be different at every school, but the markets are different at every school. And public-private partnerships only work where somebody's willing to say, I want to put this here, and they're projecting demand for the future. It might be an easier projection at Mississippi State or at Ole Miss than it may be at some of our other schools. I agree with you. We need to consider it everywhere we can.
Well, it's not just that, G. It's not just that, sir. It's you're going through repairs and maintenance on some of these buildings, and they're not worth repairing and maintaining. I mean, you're going to spend more money on them than if you just tore them down and started. That's where these other two. And actually, Jackson State was the first one to do one of these almost 20 years ago under Ron Mason. So it's not just that we're looking for new capacity. There is buildings that we're asking for a lot of money for that we can pour $5 or $10 million a year into to keep them up, and we probably shouldn't. We probably should just tear them down and do this very same thing on any of them, old and decrepit or whatever else. I think there's one at Delta State. There's several of them around that y'all are well familiar with. So anyway, the public-private partnership was passed, and we're glad that you're utilizing that, and I think it's very effective and very appropriate.
Thank you.
Any other questions, anybody? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Just one last thing, and I've received several emails, a couple of calls on the student activity fees. Have we figured out anything as far as to get some type of resolve to that?
We've been working closely with our attorneys and the attorneys at the AG's office. We believe the guidance that we provided our universities ensures that they stay in compliant with 1193 and the current federal regulations. And one thing that may be a misconception about the order that came in, it did not adjoin the entire bill, only parts of it. So there are parts of the bill that are still in place that our institutions have to make sure that we're in compliance with.
Thank you.
Any others by the committee? I appreciate y'all very much. I hope you understand that nobody on this committee likes Tennessee or Jacksonville State, and all of them hate LSU. So good luck this weekend.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
You recognize,
Governor.
please, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you all for taking the time to get the information you need to make the decisions you have to make. I'll very quickly just remind you that the work that Child Protection Services does is a little unique in that we are the agent on behalf of the state who is the custodian for right now about 4,000 children. We don't have bricks and mortar. We don't have beds. We have to contract or use other state services to meet those children's needs. My budget, by and large, goes to cost of living for children, and the number of those children fluctuates. We don't have control over who comes in or how long they stay. Those decisions are made by the youth court solely. The cost of employees for the number of children. If we have more children in custody, we need more employees. It's like a classroom ratio in preschool. And then travel for those children. Our travel is significant. We do not have a fleet. Our employees use their own personal vehicles to take kids from wherever they are to start with to the next place they have to be. So that makes up the bulk of our budget. And as you can tell, a lot of that is driven by the numbers of children in custody or the number of children that we are working with. So today, we have 3,982 children in custody. We also have another 3,208 that we're working with in their own homes under supervision and providing services of some sort. We also have 2,786 open investigations today. And last year we completed 579 adoptions. So all that to say that there's a fair amount of my budget that is complicated to control, and it's driven by the census that we have. So very quickly, we're asking for an increase of $13,284,000. Part of that is for retention of caseworkers for kids. We, as you know, 3 years ago, I believe, we worked with SPB and established a 9-rung career ladder for social services. You helped me get the bottom rung, the entry salary, up substantially. And with that work, and with the help of a workforce development program we developed with the IHL Schools of Social Work, we have been able to basically stabilize our workforce, which over 90% of my caseloads now meet a nationally reasonable standard. That doesn't mean kids are automatically safer, but it is a fundamental component to keeping kids safe that we have to have enough people for the number of kids that we have. So it's also a key metric in the Olivia Y lawsuit, and it puts us in substantially better standing as a state to begin to make the argument that we don't need court oversight to take care of our kids. So our increase is based...
Let me stop you on that, ma'am. We've been in Olivia Y since the 90s?
Yes, sir. No, 2004.
2004.
Yes, sir.
And in that time period, there were a number of occasions in which we were close to getting out of the Olivia Y at one time or another, and I met with your lawyers, I think Baker Donaldson or somebody was representing you on the matter. Where are you on Olivia Y on getting out?
We have negotiated over the last 4 years something no other state in these lawsuits has, which is time, a stay to the onerous settlement agreement the state agreed to in 2016. It's allowed us to make systemic changes within the agency that actually impact safety for kids, like getting our caseloads to a place where they're reasonable and they stay that way. And so we are moving into a new phase of the lawsuit. We are actually in the middle of it right now, and I expect there will be some more public documents probably by the end of October. But we have a strategy, and we're taking action at this point to continuously work to move out of the lawsuit.
Let me go back. Y'all had offered a settlement to the Department of Justice, is my understanding, right?
Well, the plaintiffs are actually represented by a nonprofit plaintiffs
We
group.
had offered, but we have not settled.
No, sir, because she doesn't want to let go of, the state agreed 10 years ago to, I mean, if I was a lawyer, I'd never let it go. We will never get out of that agreement.
That's right. That's why I'm having this very question. So I want to go back again. Have we made an offer of settlement? Have we proceeded at all to settle the matter one way or another? Because you have met the metrics, it's my understanding, of the original litigation. Is that correct?
We've met the fundamental basic metrics, but that agreement has over 170 metrics. 75-ish of those have to be met at 100% perfection for 2 subsequent years. That's an impossibility in state government. And so her offers of settlement, we have rejected because they are something similar to that old settlement agreement, maybe slightly better. And at this point, I'd rather have a 10-year-old agreement that I didn't sign that is clearly on its face and impossible to meet. So,
Okay, so the next step would be to go back to the court? Correct? Okay, Olivia Wise has been around forever. I don't want to spend any more time on that. And it's just been exceptionally expensive and difficult when you have to spend that much time and effort and computer expenses and all that other. Very, very difficult for the state to ever get there. So the sooner that we can exhibit the fact that we can take care of ourselves well, like mental health did.
right.
When we won the case on mental health, the faster is better.
Yeah, nobody wants out more than me, sir.
All right, what else did you have? And I apologize, Department of Education and Institution of Higher Learning got into some of your time, so.
They can have it. That is okay.
I know, it may be easier for you, actually, but so what
take
are the
that.
high points did you have?
High points are, we want to keep the career ladder up to date. It's allowed us to keep employees longer.
Yeah,
we've
what was the starting point for that? Because it used to be in the 20s and then you went to the 30s.
We start bachelor level social workers at 39,000.
39, okay.
And unfortunately, now Tennessee starts theirs at 53. It's a race we'll never quite catch up with, but we are also giving people incentives to stay with the agency and improve their training and knowledge base through this 9-rung ladder.
Okay.
It has been very successful, as well as a workforce development program that we've coordinated with the institutions of higher learning, schools of social work. I told y'all a couple of years ago, this program would draw down federal dollars using already existing state dollars for scholarships, and it would grow a workforce for child welfare. We are now getting 200 interns a year out of that program. 90-something% fulfill their 1-year obligation. 84% stay beyond the 1-year obligation.
Very good.
And those state dollars that you were already spending are now bringing $6.5 million into the state to invest in child welfare training. So
And I saw your second one, that's great. We were way below. And your second one, I was just looking at your material here.
yes, sir.
Was that the attorneys?
Yes, sir. 1.8 would buy 15 more attorneys. We have some data that's coming out of our pilot project. As you know, we used ARPA funds to basically contract some attorneys and put them in counties where they were solely devoted to that county. They prepped social workers. They worked in the office. They're still doing this. And they're present representing the state, the agency, at every legal stage of legal proceedings that involve either taking a child into custody or moving a child through the system to some form of permanency. So back home to adoption, but out of the state's custody. And so in that pilot project, you'll see there's some graphs over on the left-hand side of your packet. I believe it's about 3 deep. This is pretty early data, and I will have some more, I think, more robust data by the end of the year. From last year, we hired the attorneys in August and September of last year, so they really weren't up and running fully until October. But you can see prior to October, going back to October of 21, basically the average number of days to exit custody for children, you can see the Baker column there is really that's the meat of the pilot project. That was 8 attorneys in 8 counties. And they were able to reduce the number of, the length of stay or number of days in custody from, and it's over 150, I think. My readers aren't quite strong enough to see this number. But when you break that down, I think it was 143 days. If you break it down by the cost per child per day, we get to about 3 months of time saved. And if we saved 3 months of time on every child that's in the custody of the state right now, that would save $39 million. So more than my deficit was last year, 10 million more. So the amount of time kids stay with us is important. And it's very important that they be with us when they need to be for that particular purpose, to protect them, but not a day longer. State government is bad at being a parent to children. And so we need to work swiftly to get them to a place of permanency.
Now, we appropriated, I think last year, 6 lawyers to the Attorney General's office?
Yes, sir. You allowed me to convert 6 pens of my own, which we have done and we are filling. The ARPA money will run out next year in May. So that will give me a net loss of 2 by next May, 2 attorneys.
The Attorney General doesn't have any lawyers that are representing y'all?
The Attorney General does, yes, sir. They have been handling largely termination of parental rights across the state in the counties where I don't have those attorneys. And they dedicated 5 of their attorneys to the pilot project.
Is that the AGO? Is that what that stands for?
Yes, sir.
So theirs was basically the same number of days, a few days, 5 different, okay.
And then CPS had a couple of attorneys in counties, but we weren't able to, for personal reasons, they weren't able to stay. But you can see that there's even a pretty nice decline in those 2 counties. It was Lee County and Harrison County. So having those attorneys there and dedicated to every single proceeding on the state's behalf is making a big difference in not so much who comes into custody or how many come into custody or for what reason, but how long they stay once they get there.
So the Attorney General has 5 lawyers.
They actually have 14 working in their children's justice group.
So they have 14 lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you want 18 more.
Well,
a total of 18.
I'm asking for 15 this year.
How many do you have?
Right now, I have about 15.
So that would be 18 plus 15 would be 33.
Yes, sir.
And then they have 14 at the Attorney General's office.
Yes.
So you'd be at 47 lawyers.
Yes, and we are the only state in the country that actually has 0 representation in the courtroom on the agency's behalf. It's really literally unheard of. For a state our size compared to other similar states, we should need around 60 attorneys to cover every proceeding for the number of kids we have right now. But keeping in mind that as we bring that length of stay down each month, we're going to end up having fewer kids in custody for a shorter period of time.
Representative Luis? Okay. Senator Hobson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you look at the chart on the number of adoptions, you see that it's pretty heavily, numbers are heavy down in the coastal area. You got a few other pockets around the state. Is that an indication of that you've got more attorneys there and they're getting them through the system more quickly to adoption? Or is that something that you've got fewer people that are able to get them back in the homes where they belong? Something, and you look at this chart, it really jumps out at you that there's something going on regionally. Is it because the court system maybe aren't doing a good job? Some courts are better about getting adoptions through. Something about this just doesn't look right.
Frankly, it represents the disparity we see in the court process. Some courts have a philosophy of move kids to adoption, maybe a little, or very, very, very swiftly. Some, honestly, I couldn't describe what we're seeing other than it is, as this map indicates, all over the map.
I think that needs to be looked at because, I'm looking in the Delta area, my part of the state, and there are very few adoptions. And you look on the coast, and it's just overwhelming. And there are a few other pockets that show that there are some heavy adoptions. To me, I would think that's going to be a court system issue or lack of, or multiple workers in the area, in your staff or AG staff, getting this done. Y'all need to tease this out more and be able to get us information. Are we doing this right in some places and not in others? And are some just rushing to adoption as opposed to, I don't know what the term, I want to say repatriate, put them back in the families, reunite with the families, because that's going to bother me.
And those are swings of the pendulum.
If I don't see different numbers.
Yes, sir. And this is why it's really important to have a consistent type of court with consistent rules, and why I believe that the right parties need to be in the courtroom represented. So the agency, yes, sir.
Last thing, though, I think, and I'm kind of looking back at Senator Wiggins over there, who's happened to show up, but I thought we did some things with the court system this year that would help implement a little bit more uniform standards on handling these kids in the process. I don't remember what the details were. My apologies, but we got to get to this and make sure we're doing it right, because we're spending a lot of money here, and we just need to make sure we're getting the results that we all intend to get by either getting them back in the homes or getting them into adoption, streamlined, efficient, appropriate, et cetera.
And you have taken some measures. You put in some timelines for moving kids to permanency. If lawyers aren't in the courtroom, there's nobody helping guide the court on following those.
Well, it makes sense, and maybe that's why we need to identify why is it working in some places so well and not in others. But
this demographic data tells a pretty interesting story, and I'd love to sit down and talk with you about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just quickly, where are we on placement? Where are the kids that we have in our custody right now? Are we still short on foster parents and placement for children? What does that data look like?
We always need foster homes. What we have done a good job of in the last couple of years, and we're taking other policy measures to improve that, is finding family early and getting family licensed, extended family, or someone known to the child. Doesn't have to be a blood relative, but a basketball coach. Those kids have much better outcomes. They move far fewer times. They stay in the system far less time, and go on to adjust pretty better than kids who move about in the foster system. But what we are seeing is an influx of what I call youth with complex needs. So kids that are that have availed themselves of everything the mental health system has to offer in the state and everything the acute care hospital system has to offer, or not been able to avail themselves of those things. The juvenile delinquency side, if they're coming straight from a criminal side, the lack of places to retain children in those contexts ends up with all of these kids being put into custody of MDCPS, because that is the easiest, least resistive path. I can't create a waiting list. I can't decline a child, and I do think it's an area where if I had attorneys on the front end, we could at least challenge some of the placements and appeal those. But in the end, right now, we're the default system for children who have nowhere to go. Those kids are very, very expensive, and those are the ones that are killing my budget in the long run. The fluctuation of number of kids in general, but then also the needs of those kids are what drive cost up. And I have 48 kids out of state right now seeking treatment that is not available to them or has been declined to them in this state. And I have a large number of children they're in hotels with sitters. And I've always been upfront with all of you about that. Every state, except for about 5, have kids in either their offices or hotels. But our number of kids in those hotels has escalated since I took this job. We were running around a dozen, and I thought that was far too many. I got it down to 5 at one point in my first year. They just keep coming, and the acuity is worsening. I spent 3 weeks ago 8 hours at my office on a weekend, 4 of my staff there, 2 Capitol Police, 1 sheriff's deputy, and all over 1 child. And the rapid response team from Region 9, those people did a really fine job, but there's nowhere to take this kid and no way to contain her. 17-year-old female, and did thousands of dollars worth of damage in our state office, and has done thousands of dollars worth of damage in hotels. She has a serious mental illness, and she has been seriously abused all of her life. So it's just the complexity of these kids is right now it's falling to my agency, and you are self-insuring for their care. So most of those kids were paying 100% state dollars. We do have plans to mitigate some of that with work with Medicaid. We're trying to get those out-of-state providers on Medicaid, but then I also have to convince them to take Medicaid instead of the very handsome rate they've been able to demand when I have that kid going berserk in the office. So those are some longer-term systemic approaches. Medicaid's been very, very cooperative and helpful with that.
Pardon me. How many are in foster care?
In custody today, 3,982.
So you're asking for like a $20 million increase, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that...
No, sir, 13.2-ish.
For foster care?
That's generally for my entire budget. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, other questions?
Yeah.
Clay?
One more.
I'm sorry, Senator Hickman?
Yeah, I have one more question. So you talked about like getting in place with like relatives and defining relatives. I think at one point we were having some issues with like getting payments started for those people and stuff like that. Have we worked out like issues regarding that and how we're able to get payment to them and how long it takes to get started and stuff like that?
I think you may be thinking about the Kin Gap program where we help families succeed after adopting the child or taking durable legal custody of the child. But on that front of paying foster parents, making the whole entire system a better user experience for foster parents, we are launching a multi-pronged campaign this fall, streamlining the regulatory requirements, using technology to let them apply online like you would for anything else, and then really reaching out in communities and engaging them. But the technology piece, you all have generously funded for a long time now. Y'all have heard about this case management system for years. You funded it back in 2016. I wasn't around at that time, but the RFP was sitting on someone's desk when I got there in 2020. We launched it. We got the cheapest vendor because that's the way procurement works in Mississippi for technology. And I believe it has been like raining in Clydesdales, but I believe we will have a product this spring. We are in user acceptance testing. They are curing bugs. At this point, I feel confident that we will get something that functions much better than what we had, but it has been an ordeal and taken almost 3 times the amount of time it was bid to take.
To follow up on Senators, how many other states use this program?
This type of program, every state has some type of case management system. It's basically,
Yeah,
we're.
but I mean, out of the box, not. I know everybody has a case management. Are we the only state that's going to use the one that you're going to end up using?
Sort of. The out of the box part of it that they presented that they had an existing off the shelf product that we would just have to amend. I believe we helped build that product in a lot of ways, but New Mexico has also engaged with this company, and so has Kansas. We would be the first full CWIS compliant replacement system when we finish this that this company has ever done.
And how big is the company?
Medium to smallish to medium.
The only thing I can tell you, in my time as Secretary of State, I had to fire 2 of them who made similar promises, exactly the same story that you're just regurgitating to us here today. It's the same exact story. We can do this as off the box, and we ended up firing 2 of them to get a 16-section lease. So
Yes, sir.
I'm very concerned about not only that you end up with something, long term, somebody's got to service it. And
That's right.
If they're not around, that's why I'm asking about the company. If they're not around, then you're going to be back to ground zero, like, a year later.
And that's one of the reasons you see a request for some additional contractual money. We have, through contracts, built out a really robust project management team on the state side to run this project. And I've included in that people who now know and understand the old system, know and understand the new system, and are poised to be able to code in either some things
The minor changes and the things you got wrong and the blocks were wrong and the forms wrong and stuff like that. It's great that you're able to do that. If the whole thing collapses, you just shouldn't be able to run it yourself.
That's right.
All right, other questions from the lady? Clay, I'm sorry.
Very quickly.
Representative DeWeese.
Thank you, Governor. Very quickly, I know we've done some things to help you with this these out-of-state kids. They're not online yet, but they're coming. You mentioned you had 48 currently out of state. Is that about an average number that you have? That seems like it's going up.
It's going up. That more than doubled since 2022. I did just meet with UMC about their medically fragile unit that they're opening, their palliative care unit, and we've identified 5 kids that I have out of state. Well, they're not all out of state, but in medical care that will be candidates for that facility, and we're working on more, but most of mine are mental health and behavioral health issues.
And I know you're working to get some Medicaid help there as well. Can you tell us right now what that's costing when they come back to the state?
Yes, you got that number? What we're spending on the out-of-state and hotel. I've got it. I think it's on this page, isn't it?
You're talking 14 million last year.
Yeah. Down at the bottom of this kind of just text. Oh, okay. Sorry. Secret talking points. 25 million we're projected to spend this year on roughly 48 kids, not the same 48 kids, and hoping that doesn't continue to increase. As we create solutions, more kids come. So we are also working with the National Guard, looking at whether or not we could expand a program like they have at Camp Shelby for Youth Challenge with some of our staff. Or we're turning over every single stone to try to create better solutions than a hotel. But I don't think in the long run Mississippi wants Child Protection Services to start running facilities.
I've got that. Thank you. And then following up with your attorneys and whatnot, I remember at the end of the session, we did a from, after, and through deficit. Part of that, I believe, was to help with some attorneys.
It freed up money so that I could fund those six that you let me reallocate.
And my notes are showing that you're going to have about 1.4 left moving into fiscal year 2026 or left over. Is that allocated? Have you allocated that, or is that factoring into your budget here?
Is that what lapsed?
Are these the ARPA funds?
No, this was the from, after, and through.
We had invoices, or what do you call it, it's the stuff that didn't get processed in time after we submitted it.
So it's been spoken for. Okay. Thanks.
Senator Boyd.
Couple of quick questions. In-circle program, can you give us an update on if that is still working and how that's been able to prevent kids from going into foster care system?
It does work in that the data they have indicates what we look at there is, do those kids come back around into custody in 12 months? And I don't recall exactly what the percentages are, but over 90% stay out of custody. It's a little hard to quantify because of, the kids that they take care of for us stay out over 90% for at least a year.
Are we running that across the state, or is that still only in certain areas?
I don't have enough slots it is across the state, but I don't have enough slots for the number of kids. So there are waiting lists in most places.
Okay.
We also have Intercept, which is a similar program, and we are working with Medicaid on looking at ways to possibly fund that.
Okay. And then I know you've been working hard for us to be able to get the Families First Prevention Federal Program. Tell me where we are in that.
We got it. I'm sorry. I forget all the things that have happened, but that plan was approved in August. And so, we're working with a new administration that's in transition. Actually drawing down those funds is tricky, but we've started small with 4 particular programs. Hopefully Encircle will achieve the kind of certification that would allow us to bill FFPSA for their services. Intercept already qualifies, but the FFPSA funding is a funding of last resort, even behind Medicaid.
Okay. Congratulations. Y'all have worked
Thank
a long
you.
time on that. This chart that you have of children in custody, you can look at this chart and you can make no regional or socioeconomic levels or anything to explain this vastly different numbers across the state, except there is one common aspect, and that is who the youth court judges are and referees in those particular areas and the standards they use. Something we've all worked on, we haven't got it done yet, but is a statewide youth court system that is more standardized, that we could look at this. And I would assume by looking at these vastly, wildly different numbers, y'all are still big proponents of us trying to get a more standard uniform system.
Yes, I'm a big proponent of a standard uniform court and one that has the authority to hear the case from front door to back door for me. So from custody through adoption if necessary. The other thing that I would really caution that in digging into the why behind all of this over the last 5 years. If we don't have the right parties in the courtroom with the right with an attorney representing them, then what we end up with, and everybody's doing this with the best of intentions, but if the court appoints the prosecutor and then tells the prosecutor whether to file the petition, which is how the law and rules are written right now, and then appoints the parent rep and they work for the court, and it's a very sort of closely knit system, then what you get is whatever the philosophy, the personal opinion of that court is what shows up in this data. So, and we all have, I'm sure everyone who's raised kids or been a kid, we have opinions on family dynamics and what goes on in there. We really need to use the neutrality and objectivity of the court and the facts and the evidence to get to these what's the right decision.
And I know y'all have been working closely with the Office of Courts, and all of y'all have been collaborating together, and there's some feasibility and some possibility of possibly using some federal funds in this. Would these attorneys help us be able to procure those federal funds in this process?
I forgot to tell you that. I can draw down federal funding at this point in time for the attorneys I'm asking for. It's a 5-for-1 kind of deal. It's not a great match, but I can get one free attorney for every 5 the state pays for. When you're talking about staffing an agency, that makes a big difference. We can also draw down that funding for other types of attorneys, parent rep, probably some GAL work. This disparate system in the state makes that really complex because I'm the person, like we're the agency for this funding, the lead agency. I'm the one who would either wear the stripes or not. And so having a system where we can access this funding and have the kind of assurances that the funding's being spent according to those guidelines would also benefit from having a uniform system, some centralized bases for filing claims and that sort of thing.
So a couple of weeks ago when I was speaking to youth court, I think there was some number that was given, and I won't hold y'all to that, but it was a very large number, like Massachusetts is drawing down, that they're able to put into their courts that's pretty substantial. Can y'all speak to that a little bit?
Yes, there's room to improve the federal dollars we draw down on many fronts, and that is one of the things that it hasn't been well understood in the state in the past, how this funding works, and it is very complex, to be fair. But drawing down funding for me, for matching for my kids, is dependent on the court having made the proper findings in the order of due process from the very start of the case. And so getting the right language in the order, and that it reflects that we, as a government actor, we are taking the least invasive measure that's necessary to protect that child. So,
y'all, we're going to have to move on, y'all, and I apologize. This discussion y'all going to have offline.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. I'm concerned about the number of lawyers, and they're disparate. There's 2 different bosses here, and whether or not they're working together, I've heard different reports. And so I think one of the things before we start approving a whole bunch of lawyers for anywhere needs to be how they cross-pollinating each other and how they're working together. And if there any allocation, like the Attorney General does everything north of 82 and you do everything somewhere else, or how you differentiate to make sure we're just not adding lawyers when we already have 15 lawyers over here that are supposed to be doing this. I assume they are. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
We all recognize the difficulty of your job. We're down from when you started with the number of people that are in our care, and everyone is not just the one you described, but everyone is difficult. Everyone is different. So I think the legislature's been supportive in raising the salaries for y'all. We've been supportive in the attorneys. We want to be supportive in getting as many people out of your hands and into some loving home that we possibly can. Thank you for coming today. We appreciate you. Okay.
I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Medicaid's up. So we can finish today here. Bob, we're going to get to you too.
Good afternoon, Governor and members of the committee. I want to thank you for this opportunity to be here today. I mean, for the sake of time, I've cut my presentation back just a little bit. So I've been in this position now for about 11 months. It is really truly an honor to serve in this capacity. I've been fortunate to have some really good jobs, but I don't think I've ever had one that I have the opportunity to be as impactful as this one is. I'm grateful to be able to come today to share with y'all some of the wonderful things that are happening with our agency. But I also have the unfortunate task of requesting a significant amount of money. I also have with me today Jennifer Wentworth. She served as Medicaid's Chief Financial Officer for the last 7 years. As you all know, Medicaid is a complex and ever-changing program. During the public health emergency, we received additional federal funds that help us meet the growing needs. At their peak in 2023, these excess funds totaled about $682 million. Having those dollars available reduced the pressure on the state funding and allowed the state support to remain relatively flat over the last decade. Since 2022, Medicaid spending has grown, mostly due to the state-directed payments. We've used the excess federal dollars to cover the difference between the state funds and what our costs were. That delayed the need for larger budget increases. But those funds are almost gone. By the end of the year, we expect them to be fully depleted, which means the needs are much higher for state appropriations. Last year, Medicaid requested an additional $160 million, and we received $60 million, and we're grateful for that. To make up the difference between the two, however, we did not implement any of the planned rate increases and have cut back on any expenses we were able to. Today, we are projecting a deficit of about $21 million this year. However, we will have 2 more cycles of actuarial reports that may adjust those numbers in the coming months. Looking ahead, we estimate that by 2027...
Real quick, just saying for you, is that $21 million deficit appropriation in this year? This
Yes, sir.
fiscal year? So between now and June the 30th, it would be $21 million of deficit appropriation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But that fluctuates. I mean, we had a $50 million swing last year after one of our actuarial reports, and so that's what we're currently projecting, but we're still looking for other ways to save money, and the actuarial reports can change that just based on utilization.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So looking ahead, we do estimate in 2027 that Medicaid will need $1.3 billion in direct state support to maintain the services at the current level. Our administrative costs are relatively low. They're just over 1% of our total budget. 2 of the biggest drivers that we have in increasing cost are nursing home care and home and community-based waivers. Both of those programs have grown since 2021 in excess of $400 million each.
Nursing home care, what was the other one, ma'am?
Home and community-based waiver programs. It's providing home health care and services so that one can stay in their home instead of being in a nursing home. So before I close, I just wanted to highlight some of the success stories that we have. A longer list is included in your package. When I first stepped into this role, I met with many of you in this room, and I wanted to hear what your priorities were. Since then, we focused on becoming more efficient, more effective, and improving the experience for all the people that we serve. We have reduced the processing time for processing the MAGI applications from 24 days in 24 down to 13 days in 25. We've improved our ex parte rate, which is that's for recertifications, Those are the recertifications we have to do on an annual basis, and this ex parte rate are the ones that we do without any requirement from the actual member to complete anything. Governor, this was something we talked about in our conversation too, about how to make re-enrollment processes easier. And so we have increased the number of applications or recertifications that we can process up to 48% now in 25. It was at 19% in 23. So that means 48% of the people that are recertifying do not have to send any paperwork into us. Processing of pregnant women applications has improved from an average of 9.1 days in 24 down to 7.5 days in 25. We've created process efficiencies that have reduced the administrative expenses just in the eligibility department alone of $1.3 million. We've also spent a tremendous amount of time and effort on our IT improvements. We are in the process of replacing outdated systems with scalable cloud-based platforms. We're strengthening our security and operational visibility, and we're reducing the long-term vendor costs by consolidating and automating. Some additional improvements we've made is our employee retention rate increased by 5% in FY25. We've increased our collaboration with Child Protection Services. We've increased our collaboration with the Department of Health. We're working with the Department of Education and the Department of Health to promote health and wellness in the schools. We've increased beneficiary and stakeholder input by both having a beneficiary advisory committee and a Medicaid advisory committee meeting. We've also rebranded what was often referred to as a Disabled Child Living at Home program. I think that may be the number one item that I get calls on for people who aren't eligible for it. And this is not a waiver program. We don't have coverage for people who just have a certain disease. The Katie Beckett program was started out of the result of a case where some parents had a disabled child. She was in a facility, and the mom felt sure that with the right support system, she could take care of their child at home. And that's what they ultimately did, but it was not without a lot of fight for Medicaid to pay for the services. So basically, that program is to support children in their homes in lieu of them needing to stay in a facility. We're also working with the hospitals to break down barriers to be able to keep patients in their communities for the rural hospitals instead of transferring them to a larger hospital. We're real excited about some new gene therapy for sickle cell treatment, which is a game changer for anyone with those diseases. We also received a grant of about $3.4 million, I believe, to support that program and to support the families who are going through that treatment. We formalized our request for coverage. Providers and manufacturers can now ask the Division of Medicaid to consider coverage for new services or technology or any other benefit through an online request for coverage form. And we've also established a medical and a dental review committee of providers in the area to help consider those requests. So that's really about all I have. Again, I just wanted to reiterate what a privilege it is to lead this work.
Thank you. I think we have some questions too. And I apologize for shortening your time. Education took a lot of your time. Senator Boyd, did you have anything you wanted to ask? Okay. On the Rural Health Transformational Funds, how are we doing on those?
So this is, I don't know that I've ever seen an opportunity for states to get as much money on such a short amount of time. So, this was in the House Bill 1. It was only about a week and a half ago that we received the actual instructions on what needs to be submitted in the application process. But we started on this very early. With that, we started having, we conducted a survey. We put out an RFP to get a consultant to help draft the application and do the research that's needed for that. And we started having meetings and to kind of narrow that list down. And so the application has to be submitted to the federal government November the 5th, and they will make a selection by the end of the year. We should be able to start drawing down some of that money in January.
On your, I knew the November 5th deadline. I'm glad you're meeting that. That doesn't guarantee we're going to get anything. It just guarantees that you applied. And then you mentioned the Medicaid Advisory Committee, and it is meeting, right?
I'm sorry?
The Medicaid Advisory Committee?
Yes, sir.
And are you finding that productive?
I do. I think the first one we had, we heard from the members of that board that it was productive. You know, we gave them a lot of information just about the financial situation of Medicaid, and we will find that, I think, beneficial in helping drive decisions.
I hear the same thing from the membership, and they feel like they're productive, and I think they would be productive because it's outside your sphere, and it's always good to have
Yes, sir.
that. You did a technical work group for autism spectrum disorder services, and so what was your decision on that, on the reimbursement rates, or to go with that?
Well, Jennifer, will you take that one? You spent more time with it.
Sure. So we did, I guess we contracted with Milliman, our actuaries, to do a rate study. As we went through that, we did go up on the rates some I believe it was on March the 1st. There was an additional change that probably needs to take place, and we're going to have to do that as a budget neutral change. So some of the rates will go up, but not all of what Milliman recommended can be done with our current budget situation.
Well, that's what we're here for. This is a budget hearing.
Yes, sir. With the appropriation that we received for 26, though, we do have a deficit.
Okay, and how much would that be, ma'am?
How much would it cost us to completely fund it?
Yes, ma'am.
I would have to go look. I can get it to you. I'm not sure that I remember exactly the dollar amount right now.
So for this year, though, we were about $100 million short of what our request was. So any rate increases, we put them on hold to be able to honor the money that y'all provided to us.
That was not $100 million for autism, though.
I'm sorry?
How much was the autism spectrum disorder rate increase?
Oh, no, sir, I was talking about total budget.
Yeah, we're just concentrating on autism right now. So it's my understanding you did a study, and you're not going to fund that study. Or let me go back. You're not able to pay the study.
We're not able to pay for the increase right now.
Okay, and you're going to find out how much that is.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I appreciate you sharing that with us. There's some things that require a deficit appropriation, and that may be one of them. Certainly, if you're not complying with what Milliman gave you to, then that's something we need to be discussing.
Yes, sir.
We need,
Man, that I'll tell you with what we're hearing at a
yeah, how
national.
much were we short, I guess is.
Yeah, on a national level, what we're hearing from other states is that their budgets for ABA therapy are just exploding, and there's a lot of states that are real concerned about how much it has increased. So,
Well, the problem is 1 in 31 children are autistic.
right.
It's not that the cost is exploding, it's the number of kids. So, I mean, I would expect it to go up significantly. Now, the question is whether or not we're going to help the children or not.
Right.
So, yeah, I wish it were 1 in a million.
Yep.
But it's 1 in 31, and next year it'll be 1 in 29. So we should anticipate that. That's why you did your study. So I don't see why we wouldn't fund what you've already done.
Okay.
And as far as waiting for another year, I just don't think that's appropriate. Okay. All right. One of the things that we had question was, I voiced this to you at one time, how many able-bodied adults are enrolled in Medicaid?
So we don't cover adults except for in one category, well, two categories. If you are disabled and you qualify for disability through the Social Security Administration,
So you wouldn't be able-bodied then?
Right, so then you're not. So then the only other adults that we cover are the needy parent caretakers, and those are parents that have children that qualify that usually don't work to be able to take care of their children.
So in that regard, if I remember correctly, and I believe when we were at the White House, we had the lowest percentage of that in the country.
We do.
So it's very few, if any, of those people. So in regards to any legislation, there's not legislation needed to keep able-bodied people off Medicaid. You're already doing that.
No, sir, that's right.
Okay. All right. One of the things that's been proposed is a work requirement. And one of the things I think we discussed at one time, I'd like to go over briefly with you today, and let's finish up my list anyway. On the work requirement itself, one statement was it was going to cost more to manage the work requirement than we're going to get out of a work requirement. So can you address that today, or can you give us something to the Senate and the House to give us some guidance?
So I don't know that we have anyone who would be really eligible under House Bill 1 to, we are not planning to implement a work requirement because our review of our enrollment is that no one would qualify.
Okay. So we're not going to have a work requirement for Mississippi. Mr. Speaker?
I was just going to say the work requirement conversations around the DC legislation center around states that expanded Medicaid and have an expansion population. Isn't that correct?
Okay. Other questions? I know I don't want to spend many time on it today, but where you can brief us when you find out what the big, beautiful bill has that affects Medicaid, we would really appreciate that. Everything's in transition. I know you're...
So I can tell you that I don't think it has much impact on us. The biggest thing is going to be that the state-directed payments are going to have to start dropping back down to what Medicare would be. So we're estimating in 2029 will be the first year that the state-directed payments will be subject to dropping back 10%. And, based on today's numbers, it's going to be about $160 million less going out to the hospitals.
Okay, and that 160 million, is that in the 1.3 billion number that you gave us a little bit earlier about the...
It's what we're currently paying out. Yes, sir. That drop will not occur until 2029.
Okay, and then you anticipated our cost was going to go up in 27 by $1 billion, I think? No, what was your $1.3 billion?
The 1.3 is what we're asking for 27.
Increase?
No, sir, total.
Just a total. Okay, I got you. I made a bad note there. Speaker? Anyone else? Nicole? I'm sorry, Senator Boyd.
I want to go back on this autism thing. Look, I appreciate y'all appreciate the work you did. I'm going to go back, though, and reiterate what the Lieutenant Governor said. I understand the cost of ABA are exploding in some of the places, but with the numbers of autism exploding, you're going to see that. I will tell you, though, as a lived experience, that any dollar that you put in there, you were saving the impact of the dollars you were saving down the road by making a child more functional when there's brain development at those early ages, because that is when the brain does expand. And so if you can go back and reconnect, the cost that it will save us down the road in institutional care is immeasurable. So whatever we need to do to start those cost savings, it is imperative we do that as a state, not to have those exploding costs down the road into institutional care. I paid for it. I can tell you what it did. And I can tell you I would have an institutionalized child as one who is able to do some work in the work sector now if we had not done it. So I'm going to say whatever we need to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Sparks.
Very briefly, the 1115 waiver, have you looked at that as it relates to getting people onto Medicaid that qualify 90 days prior to release from incarceration? If not, I would like for us to definitely look at that.
Okay.
Second thing is, you mentioned $400 million increase in nursing home care, $400 million increase roughly in the in-home care to keep them from the nursing home. Had you not spent the $400 million in-home, how much would that have cost you in nursing home? I'm assuming keeping them at home is a savings to the state.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how much difference it is?
I don't. I haven't looked at it from that. And we do expect that cost may start going down. It went up a lot because nursing homes are reimbursed based off of their cost reports. And so during COVID, they were spending a lot more money in the nursing home taking care of patients. And so there's, like a year or two delay. So the cost reports that we'll start getting should start coming back down and dropping the cost of nursing homes some.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, sir. Representative Clark.
Thank you, Governor. Just a quick question. You was talking about the big, beautiful bill and the effect that it's going to have. Now, I know 15 years ago or so, Mississippi, we implemented the hospital taxes. Are we okay with that? I know they put a freeze in there on how much we can
Yes, sir.
tax.
We were locked in, and we were, I think, at 5.9% out of the 6% we were allowed. So we're going to be locked in at that amount.
Okay, and in 2028, is there going to be a reduction in that, or we just going to be locked in?
We should be locked in on the taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Speaker?
If we could go back for just a minute on the Rural Health Transformation Fund. I've gotten tons of calls and meetings in my office from House members, and I don't know about the other end of the building, so I'll just speak for my end of the building. I am aware of what Division of Medicaid did with regards to pulling together proposals or requests and that sort of thing. As the legislation is written, it appears that money comes to the state of Mississippi. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on who's going to administer that program, who's going to spend the money. This legislature has been real apprehensive to delegate their appropriation authority throughout the years, and most recently through the ARPA funding and those type things. I would be real interested, and my members are real interested in the input that they will have as it relates to that program and the state's position there. And I know there was some Lieutenant Governor asked about earlier, but I'm specifically wondering how you envision that playing out. I understand we don't know. I think we will get at least our portion of the part that's split 50 ways, but after that, I don't know. But how do you see that playing out pragmatically as far as?
So based on again, the timing is really tricky and maybe even unfortunate that we have such a short amount of time to be able to submit the application. With it being due in November the 5th, once we submit that application, there's not a lot of room for adjustments. You're pretty much locked in on that. And you do have to have a letter from the governor that is supporting how that money is going to be spent. So,
but you also have to have appropriation authority too, right?
So, and my understanding that it's going to be administered through the office of the governor.
Okay. Right, but you have until November to submit, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep. So, and that's kind of the dilemma, is to come up with a plan that truly is transformative, that we're kind of locked into for the next 5 years. And if there's there are requirements in there that we have measurables attached to it and a lot of accountability. And if any of those measurements aren't met, or if we try to use the money for anything other than what was submitted in the application, they will take the money back.
Sure, that goes with every dollar they send us, so that's not new or different. I'm just not a word of caution, because you know where everybody is on everything. I'm just saying.
Yep. But
I think it was former Coach Prime at Jackson State when he used to say about his recruits, I ain't hard to find. House and Senate leaders in the healthcare space are not hard to find, and I just want to be real cautious about when somebody throws the curtain back on a plan, whether it's in November or January, and gets approval, and it's not met with just, where do I sign the check by somebody over in that building over there, not at the governor's mansion, but over there. We've been there before and we'll be there again. I understand the timeline's tight, but I also understand, I think people want to have input on what that looks like if they're going to be appropriating the money. And you got a job to do. I understand who you
And we have
are.
received a good bit of input. I mean, there at least one representative wrote a very good, thoughtful proposal. And we are still taking, any proposals. We're still open to accepting those, and we've tried to solicit the input from most of the stakeholders that we have in the state.
You understand how that works. The guy with the checkbook or the girl with the checkbook, you usually go see that person, and that's kind of, this has not been that way. And that's, we've all got bosses. I got bosses, you got bosses. So November 1st is a little ways from then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Manley Barton.
And you may have already answered this, and I apologize if you have and I missed it. We talked about the future impact on Medicaid back to all states. I mean, we're all going to be impacted by it somehow. Have you looked at and kind of looked at exactly not only how much it's going to impact us, in your opinion, but when that impact will happen? And if it's $160 million or if it's $260 million, I mean, that's going to be a recurring cost that will probably increase over time because Medicaid does. And can you give us that answer today, or is that something that we need to start thinking about? And I would think three of our guys are sitting right here that's going to be setting that budget. And come January and February, when they actually sit down and start doing this, whether it's going to impact them this year or not, they'd probably like to know if it's going to impact them the next year or the year after that, because they're going to be still doing it then. And a lot of the decisions they make kind of going into this cycle may be impacted by what they see down the road. So,
So
does that make
that's
sense?
specific to the state-directed payments. The $160 million reduction is directly for state-directed payments, and that is funded through the tax. The state share is funded through the tax on the hospitals. So it
Okay.
doesn't, I mean, and I kind of look at it, doesn't really have as much of an impact on the state need. But, you know, and I will say this, I mean, in the last 2 years, the amount of money in state-directed payments going out to the hospitals has doubled. And we still have some rural hospitals that are drowning and saying they're going out of business. And so, you know, some of them I think are spending the money very wisely and are succeeding, and others are not. And you know, when you throw that, they're getting paid $1.5 billion in addition to what they're getting paid for the claims and the services that they render. And some of the hospitals still can't seem to make ends meet. So throwing more money at hospitals, I don't think is necessarily the answer, because we've done that in the last 2 years and they're still not thriving.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to understand, and maybe you've answered the question and I just hadn't understood it. Maybe I'm a little dense here, but I got the impression, or have had the impression, that when the Medicaid hits, whenever it does, a couple of years, that it is going to impact our state. And what I'm hearing from you is it's not going to impact us hardly at all. I mean, is that true or not?
I mean, it is going to be a reduction of the payment to the hospital of 100. We're going to drop from like 1.5 billion right now. We're going to drop down by roughly $160 million.
Okay.
So,
But that's okay. Is that now going to come out of state support? So we're going to have to make that up, or we not?
no, sir. Mm-mm.
Okay.
That's
So
just
what
going to
you're
be.
telling me,
Yep.
and make sure I understand this, is this thing is not going to affect us at all on our budget. These guys got to figure out the budget.
I don't see where it's going to affect the state's budget much. I don't. Yep, I don't.
I don't either. I'm not sure that's going to be the case, but I'm hopeful. Any other questions? Any other questions? Cindy, thank you very much for your time today. We look forward to hearing from you on the Milliman study as soon as possible. Senator Boyd and I are around this week, so if we could get it to it this week, it'd be helpful.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. Bob? I wouldn't wait for the call.
is Sandra Griffith. She is our Principal Deputy Executive Director, and she's also our Inspector General. So she wears two hats. She's number 2 in charge, and she's Inspector General. And then to my left is Deborah Dixon. She is our Deputy Executive Director for Finance and Administration, so all things related to our budget and paying the bills.
Used to be in the House. No, different one. I'm sorry.
No. There's another name after Deborah for that person you're
Oh,
thinking of.
all right, I got it. All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Governor. Being the last person between y'all and the door, I'll try to be as brief as I can. I do want to share a couple of figures with you before I get into the budget request itself, because I get a lot of questions about this. You know, we, as an agency, we cover services from literally the cradle to, I guess, the nursing home, at least, in the sense that we have child care for infants, and then we have aging programs all the way until somebody is no longer in the nursing home. But the largest program we administer, as you well know, is the SNAP program. And just to give you an idea of the SNAP program by the numbers for the fiscal year that just ended in on June 30th, the average number of recipients was 368,839 each month. That was divided up into about 182,000 households, because some households have one or more SNAP recipients. The average amount of benefits that we administer each month is $67 million in SNAP benefits. So for the entire fiscal year, we put into the state's economy $806 million in SNAP benefits all across the state in all 82 counties. I say that because I want it to inform what I am going to be asking you for in regard to our budget. 368,000 recipients and 182,000 households is a lot of work across 82 counties, and we do have operations in all 82 counties. Governor, you have asked before about the number of able-bodied adults without dependents. Those are a special category under SNAP. They can receive SNAP benefits as long as they're continuing to work. We had an average monthly number of ABODs, as we call them, able-bodied adults without dependents, of 15,339 during the last fiscal year. Among that 15,000, we had about 8,500 a month who are actually meeting the work requirements. They have about 90 days to meet the work requirements, and if they fail to, they essentially drop off the program altogether. TANF program is another one we
I
hear.
want to make real quick about that. On the 8,500, they have compensation less than X being about $5,000 or something like that?
Well,
4,500?
the qualification level for SNAP benefits is 130% of the federal poverty level.
For a single person, what would that be?
I'm thinking it's about $22,000. I don't have the figure.
So if he or she was working and he was making $20,000, he'd be eligible for SNAP?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. We hear a lot about the TANF program, but the TANF cash assistance program that we operate is very small, actually. We had average number of households of 1,358 households on cash assistance from the TANF program, and we actually only distributed $296,000 in cash assistance. Now, there's a lot of talk about how much TANF money we have. I want to remind you also that $25 million of our $86 million TANF state grant is converted to Child Care Development Fund purposes so that we can fund vouchers or certificates for families. And then another $29 million of that state grant is given to CPS in the form of a sub-grant, $29 million a year. So we actually already have 50 plus million of the TANF grant committed, and that only leaves about 34 million dollars, which we primarily devote to sub-grants, providing three principal types of assistance to families: workforce training and education to get people into the workforce, family dynamics, to help families understand how to avoid things like winding up in the child welfare system and simple things like the reality of what it is to be a parent. We have to teach some of these young teenage parents what it is to be a parent. And then we provide a good bit of after-school activities for working parents when their child gets out of school. If they don't have a place to go, in the years past, our experience was they were latchkey kids and they went home. Well, these after-school programs provide them a place where they can have tutoring, they can have access to school work assistance, and they have a place essentially to be until their parents can pick them up from work. We have also run a couple of other RFPs this year. There's been a lot of talk about child care. Back in April, we had to put a pause on our child care voucher system because we were running out of money. We had 36,000 children in the program at that time, and that represents, we have 170,000 children in the state that are birth to 5 years old. So in April, we had 36,000. That was roughly 21% of the children across the state who are eligible for child care at birth to 5 years old were receiving assistance in the form of a certificate from DHS. Since we put the pause in place, you appropriated $15 million to the child care program in this past session. We reinstated accepting applications, and as of the end of last month, we're back up to 26,000 children who are receiving assistance through the child care assistance program. Roughly 15% now of the children who are eligible. One other child care RFP that we ran is inviting partners to come submit subgrant proposals to us to provide additional child care capacity across the state. We're in the process of reviewing those subgrants. We've already scored them. We'll do a risk assessment to make sure those partners are reliable and have not had prior questioning costs or other findings from either our Inspector General's office or from our monitoring division. And if they are reliable in our view and low risk, we will be awarding some subgrants for additional child care coverage that'll be sort of a mirror image of what the child care payment program looks like, where we grant vouchers. These will be independent, separate child care providers who will be providing child care services to families.
Are those licensed, Bob?
We will not do any work, Governor, with anybody who's not licensed through the.
It's a license plus a review.
Right, right. And they are, those are both center-based child care providers as well as home-based child care providers. So, all right, speaking briefly then to our actual budget, as you all know, because we have so many programs far and wide across the state, our budget is very much dependent on appropriations out of Washington. Approximately 91 to 92% of our budget is federal funds. For the current fiscal year, it's about $1.7 billion. And our appropriation for this current fiscal year is $92 million in state general fund. As you will see in the slide, we are asking for a $54 million increase in our budget. And I want to break that down and talk to you about the rationale for that. You have a slide that breaks down the request by division. Economic programs and youth services are the largest part of that $54 million request, and salaries are the largest part of that. There's a graph like this that breaks it down by division, and then over on the next page, we give you our staffing numbers for the current year. We're at 1,665 total positions. We're asking for an additional about 80 time-limited positions and a little over 200 permanent full-time positions. We shed 151 positions, I believe it was, Deborah, in the current year. Yeah, we were cut 151. The next slide is a line graph that just tells you what our staffing has looked like. I give you the staffing numbers because, again, to administer 300,000 cases for SNAP and all of the other programs, we need people to do it. And we're asking you to give us the people that we need in order to do the work that's before us. How does that look in terms of the 42 million of the 54 million that we're asking for is for salaries? We went to the state personnel board 2 years ago and we got a career ladder plan approved. And I made a commitment to my staff that we would adhere to that career ladder plan with the one caveat that is a caveat every state executive director always has to give. That is subject to funding by the legislature. And we have not had adequate funding to fully lean into our career ladder plan for our youth services workers, primarily at Oakley, but also across the state, assisting our youth court judges, for teachers and food service workers at Oakley Youth Development Center, and then the career ladder plan for our economic assistance employees who comprise about 700, 800 employees across the state in all of those county offices. We're asking for additional positions at Oakley because we have been asked as an agency to consider what it would cost to bring Oakley to the place where it could receive as many as 100 children. We have today, I think, right at 40. We're about to admit about 6 or 7 more. We'll be around 46 or 7 unless we parole some to accept the 6 or 7 that we're trying to admit right now. To reach 100 in population, we will need a significant increase in staffing. We have mandated ratios of staff to each child that's at Oakley, and we would need, I think we're asking for in youth services, let me find my number here real quick. In youth services, we're asking for an additional 188 positions. So the largest portion of the additional positions we're asking for are youth services. We're asking for 88 additional economic assistance, mainly eligibility staff positions, and then some support staff and aging positions, and childcare and workforce development, about 50 additional positions there altogether. I realize that's a big number, that's a big ask. I take this endeavor that we're doing, as you said earlier, Governor, this is a budget meeting. And I view my role at a budget meeting such as this to tell you what my needs are. I don't by any means expect that I'm going to get everything that I tell you I need, that I believe this agency needs. But these are what I believe to be our true needs. Now, included within those salaries, and this gets a little bit complicated, as a result of H.R. 1, there is going to be, during the next fiscal year, an increase in the administrative cost the state has to pay to administer the SNAP program. In fact, our costs will double. We currently share, well, it won't double, it'll go up by half. We currently have a 50-50 share of the administrative costs with the feds. October 1st of 2026, we will have to pick up, the state of Mississippi will have to pick up an additional 25%. So we'll be paying 75% of the administrative costs, and the feds' costs will drop down to 25%. Based on our last full year of the SNAP program, we estimate $15 million is what we will need in order to cover that administrative cost. Most of that $15 million is salaries. In fact, about 80% of that is salaries. So included within the 42 million in additional salaries is also part of the 15 million that we're going to have to pay to continue operating the SNAP program. Some of the other aspects of the total increase, our aging division has asked for an additional $1 million for a dementia care program. It's a respite care program that's been very popular. The State Medical Association came to us recently and said, can you get 40 more people in there? And we said, not without another $1 million. We couldn't do it. That's one of the increases we're asking for. Some of you, well, I don't know if anyone in this room, but some members of the House and Senate came out and made a tour of Oakley recently, back in the summer, and looked at the old cottages there that are essentially worthless. They have deteriorated. They were not maintained prior to my arrival. Nobody was using them, and nobody was maintaining them, and frankly, they are junk. We're asking for $4 million to demolish all of those. Now, I don't expect you to give me all $4 million of it all at one time, but if you give me some of it for this next year, we can begin to demolish those old cottages that are just sitting there and they're worthless at Oakley. Home delivered meals, we asked last year for some additional funding because, as we all know, whatever the inflation rate is, meals cost more today than they did a year ago. And our home delivered meals, we deliver over 1.5 million meals to senior adults across the state. And the cost of those meals, we're just about to sign a new contract with Trio, who is our primary vendor out in Pearl, and it's costing us more. And we're asking you for an additional $3 million to cover the cost of those home delivered meals. And then there will be a significant number of changes to all of the laws in the state that touch aging. In fact, we will have 3 principal bills to present to you, Mr. Speaker, and to you, Governor Hosemann, that will change our ombudsman program, our adult protective service program, including the vulnerable adult law as it currently exists, and what's called the, I don't have the name of it. Basically, it's the Older Mississippians Act is what we are renaming it. It's an old law that's been on the books since the 40s. It still includes a lot of programs that we don't even have any longer. And these 3 bills are targeted toward a new final rule that the Administration for Community Living, that's the federal oversight agency at HHS in Washington that has oversight for all of our aging programs. They've never adopted a final rule until last September, I believe it was, or November. And they set an October 1st, 2025 deadline for every state to come into compliance. But they realized that was not very realistic. And so they've told all of us that we will give you through the first legislative session after October 1st to do what you can to get your laws into compliance with the final rule. And then we'll look at whether, we need to look at decertifying any of your aging programs. So when I say we have 3 bills, they are 3. One is a very complicated bill touching on the Adult Protective Service, which is one of the most important programs we administer. And we do it well because our director, Anita Ballard, just recently received the National Association's President's Award for Excellence. She was selected out of all 50 states to receive the President's Award. And that Adult Protective Service program, if you're familiar with it, investigates and refers for potential prosecution, allegations of abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation of those in the state who are in their golden years and who are in the care of family members or other caregivers, and we have to make sure that they're getting the care that they're entitled to. So those are the primary aspects of our budget request, and in the interest of time, I will stop there.
Okay, we'll ask questions first from anybody. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Governor. as it relates to the going from 50 to 75% of admin cost, that's because we exceeded the error rate, correct?
No, sir, that is a whole different issue.
Okay.
The administrative cost has nothing, I mean, that was written into the bill. Every state will see their administrative costs go up from 50 to 75% on October 1st, 2026. The payment error impact comes October 1st, 2027. Now, if you want to know the potential cost of that, at our current error rate, ours is 10.69%. We're in the same place as 45 other states. There's not another state that has there are 5 states that have an error rate below 10%. What happens on October 1st, 2027, if you have a 6% error rate, nothing happens. If your error rate is 6 to 8%, the state has to fund 5% of the cost of the SNAP program. If your error rate is 8 to 10%, the state has to pick up 10% of the cost of the SNAP program. And then if your error rate is over 10%, then the state will pick up 15% of the cost of SNAP. So the cost share is another year down the road, but if at our current error rate, it would cost Mississippi $128 million.
That's why I was curious, is there a way, or what are we doing to get that error rate? In other words, when's the measuring stick for 27?
Yes, sir. The feds gave us 2 options. Neither one was very good. One was take your fiscal year 25 error rate. Well, we're already into fiscal 25, and there's not a whole lot we can do to control what it's ultimately going to look like, although we are engaging in some measures I'll mention in just a minute. Or you can take federal fiscal year 26, and that will be your baseline for what your error rate is and what your cost share is. The largest piece of the eligibility function, and let me say this about the payment error rate. There's been a lot of talk about it being some indicia of fraud. It's not. It's not. It is a measure of how effectively we perform the eligibility determination function. It could be an error on the part of our staff. It could be an error or an oversight on the part of the client in not giving us all the information we asked for. And a third option, and one that our Inspector General investigates every day, is that somebody deliberately falsified. That's the fraud. But the payment error rate is just a measure of how accurately we perform the eligibility determination. The biggest piece of that is income and employment verification on the part of the client who's applying for SNAP. We used for a year, or most of a year, we didn't get the authority until part of the year had already expired. We used Equifax when FNS was writing the check for Equifax because they want about $6 or $8 per click for an income verification undertaking. I have been very just straightforward with 3 other companies who want our business. I said, fine, give us a free pilot. And so we are right now under a pilot with one vendor in about, how many counties is it? Where did Shanetta go? Two counties, okay. We have 2 other companies who've also offered us a 6-month free pilot on income and employment verification. We really could use a permanent solution. We'd have to bump that $15 million figure up in order to have a permanent income and employment verification tool in order to bring that payment error rate down.
What's your tolerance threshold on in other words, you're saying income, and there's a certain criteria based on the number of dependents or whatever the circumstance is, but $168 million is $168 million, or whatever the number you gave.
128 million.
128, excuse me.
Yeah. We can get within, $54, is that the number today?
I think, yes.
Yeah, we have $54 of wiggle room, so to speak. One of the other things that we hope will help. Y'all know this legislature funded us to finally do a system modernization. I know every agency that comes in here says, we're doing system modernization. Well, we are too, but our systems are 30 years old. We selected a vendor. They're in the process of building us a new integrated eligibility platform that will be cloud-based computing with all of our eligibility functions, SNAP, TANF, child care, child support, all on a single platform, which will give us a tremendous amount of savings in terms of the manpower we and the families we work with have to put into applying for these programs. And a lot of the eligibility function will be digital and online, and it'll be a lot more accurate. I heard Chris Graham say this morning in a cabinet meeting, every piece of paper we touch makes us a little less accurate in the work that we do. So we're trying to get to the point where we don't handle very much paper. Our new systems and our vendor is building, well, they're customizing it. We get the benefit of Oregon's system that was improved in Florida, that was improved in Louisiana, that was improved in Tennessee. So we're getting the 5th version of what this vendor has bought. We should get the best version for now. And we will begin user acceptance testing for those new systems in February, thank goodness, February of 27, a good 8 months before that October 1st change goes into effect. And then we'll go statewide with those new systems in May of 27. We hope we will be a lot more efficient with new systems, but we also have, and Shanetta Drone, who's sitting over here, is our Deputy Executive Director for Economic Programs. She has just staffed a whole new training undertaking for us to train again, train again, all of our eligibility staff to get this process right the first time. That's what we've got to do.
Okay, but to be fair, I'm looking at the numbers of the states you just quoted, and they exceed our error rate based on the 23 numbers. I don't have the 24 numbers in front of me. I just know that $128 million hit, whatever we can do to get the error rate correct would be.
Absolutely. And we're working with a couple other vendors who are digging into the root causes, besides the ones that I've mentioned, to help us learn from other states what they have done to reduce their error rate. But as I said, there are only about 5 states, and I mean, it's states like Montana that has 200,000 people. I hope they can administer a 200,000 person.
One quick question about that. If we get to 6 to 8%, by the way, this is over and under. So it's not that we're overpaying everybody. 2% of this is underpaying. So there's movement on both sides. But if we get between 6 and 8%, the $128 million number goes to what?
It goes to about 40 million.
It goes to 40 million.
Right.
Okay. Representative DeWeese?
Thank you, Governor. Very quickly, aside from the 75-25 deal we're going to have to take on, do you foresee any other federal cuts coming? I know you're primarily a federal-based budget. Do you see other cuts coming?
Those are the main ones. Of course, I don't know what they'll do when they come back in, and actually, if they come back in Washington and adopt a real budget. There's a whole other issue dealing with the Pay-As-You-Go Act that may impact us. You know, what the PAYGO says is for every dollar every new dollar they spend, they have to find some savings. One of the subjects of potential savings that we've heard is cuts to the social services block grant. And and they haven't enacted PAYGO from what I've been told, PAYGO has not been implemented by the Congress in the last 15 years anyway, so they may ignore PAYGO. But if they implement PAYGO and they cut the social services block grant, that will hit our adult protective service, and that will hit our youth services to the tune of about $13 million.
All right, and then shifting gears, I look at this increase in headcount, 365 new employees is what you're asking for. Can you realistically hire 365 people?
Well, we're getting better. We can hire them all day long. The problem is keeping them.
Retain
You
them.
know, our retention rate has improved. We had, when I came into this job 5.5 years ago, we had about a 28% turnover rate, which was just unbelievable. 1 out of 3 people we hired would stay with us fewer than 3 months. With a lot of hard work, and we gave a lot of people raises with our career ladder plan initially under SEC squared as well. We've gotten our turnover rate down to about 13, 14%. So, but we will do everything we can to hire those people. We've done everything from job fairs to direct hiring to everything. If we could get bonuses to hire people, I would do that, but I don't have authority to do any bonuses.
It just seems like a big number of new hires to try to make in a given year.
Yes, sir.
Senator Boyd?
I followed you and the panel at the youth court judges. I am concerned based on what those judges were saying that we don't have enough beds at Oakley and that we need to have a larger supply of beds and a larger capacity. Can you expound on this and tell me kind of what within this budget would kind of solve those particular issues?
Well, part of the other problem with Oakley, the other thing that was not well maintained besides all those cottages was the main facility itself. We have one dorm where we're having to replace all of the heating and air conditioning systems, and they're old systems, and we're having to wait on parts, and so we're having to close a whole unit while we replace the air conditioning in that one that's closed, and we're trying to make sure we keep boys and girls separate like we have to, and not run out of beds in the 2 units that we have operating. And we have a lot of problems with the locks. We're right now waiting for a proposal to replace all of the locks all throughout Oakley because some of the locks don't work. It's an old facility that I'm going to be honest. I won't name anybody who's responsible, but I'll say everybody failed to take care of Oakley. And so we are trying to, I didn't bring that list of numbers, but we're in the midst of about, what is it, Deborah, $15 million worth of work out there?
About
10, $12 million worth of well overdue maintenance. When we can get all of that done, Senator, we'll be a lot closer to being able to take more children out there.
How many children can you house right now, given the conditions?
How many can we house?
Yeah.
I think Tony Kirsch, our division director for youth services, told me we could safely right now probably take 55 to 60, and it would be really, really close about whether we could take all of them. We'd have to really make sure we had all the staff that we need, and make sure that all the beds, they're not even beds, they're concrete slabs that have a little thin mattress on them, but that's where the children sleep.
Do you have enough staff right now to take that number?
We probably do today. Now, whether we will tomorrow, I'm not sure. I hope so. We did get our salaries up for our youth services workers there. We got them on par with MDOC, so we're starting them at around 41. One of the things we have asked for that's also in this salary figure, we're asking to let us pay overtime. Because I got to tell you, we could keep a lot more people if we didn't have to just accumulate comp time. I don't know too many youth services workers, blue collar workers, comp time ain't helping them much. It's really not. If we could pay them actual overtime, we do pay them out when they get to the 240 hours, but it takes a while to get to 240 hours. And if we could pay them regular overtime like MDOC, I think our ability to keep them would be improved significantly. And our ability to hire people would be improved.
Okay. Yeah, one more question on that. So one of the issues that was brought up last week from the youth court judges really was rehabilitation and whether those children were getting enough educational hours. How many educational hours a day are those kids getting when they are at Oakley?
When they're at Oakley, they get a full day of schooling. We have, I don't know the exact number, 40 maybe teachers, 40, 50. Williams School is a full charge school.
Okay.
And, we remind the Department of Education of that every time we try to get some money out of them, and they say, oh, no, you're a special school. You don't deserve any of our money. But it is a full charge school. We have a principal. We have 40 or 50 teachers there. Every child there gets a full dose of education. And some of them go the GED route, and we let them earn their GED while they're there.
So it's more than just, I think somebody brought up an hour to 2 hours. That is not correct information then.
No, they get more than an hour to 2 hours.
All right, thank you.
Very quickly, my questions are about Oakley too. It's 2 in 1. Is there a wait list to get into Oakley, or is there what's the delay time between a child getting committed to Oakley and them actually getting there?
There's not actually a wait list, Senator. What happens is, and we do this dance with the judges every time somebody is adjudicated and the disposition is that they go to Oakley. We have a packet that we require judges to prepare. We need to know something about this child, what their educational background is, what their medical needs are, what their prior experience with the juvenile justice system is, whether they have gang affiliations, et cetera, so that we can safely admit them to Oakley. And we're at the mercy of the judges, and I know it's difficult for them to compile that packet, but as soon as we get the packet and we have a place available, we can take them. Sometimes that happens in a matter of days. Sometimes it happens in a matter of weeks.
So, and let me just say, if there's any way we can, I don't know what we're able to do. I'm in one of those places that has referees rather than county courts, and I represented a young man, and we got the judge to finally do the adjudication. A month later, he was still at home and on the streets and had not gotten there yet. He ended up committing a felony, and now he's in adult court, and it's no longer a benefit for him. And so if there's any way, and again, I don't know if that's on my court or what happened there, but if there's any way we can streamline this and make sure that we're able to get children the help that they need when they're in our hands at the moment that we can, it would be very beneficial.
Yes, sir, Senator. And there was a suggestion made by the youth court judges that there be a 72-hour window. I can tell you we could not accomplish that right now. But, and there was another suggestion that I'm going to follow up on, that we put a study group together to figure out how we can streamline our admission process. So we'll be looking into that. And we're also going to be looking into adopting a more useful case management system for our Division of Youth Services, because we're working on smart sheets and spreadsheets right now.
One thing, any other questions? Seeing none, one thing that has come up and will come up this legislative session is the utilization of the SNAP benefits as it applies to candy or sugar drinks or whatever. And if you have an opinion on that, we would welcome those. I think other states are looking at doing that, and it varies around what the states are doing. But
yes, sir.
If you have an opinion from you as to
yes, sir. I have an opinion. I actually had an opinion before a lot of other people went public with their opinion. We are working on a waiver. We've actually shared it with the governor's office because he will be the person to sign the transmittal letter. We have to submit these waivers to Department of Agriculture's Food and Nutrition Service, and the governor will be the signatory on the transmittal letter. His office has a waiver request. We are actually doing 2 pieces of that. Candy and soft drinks restricted, and then we're adding a hot food piece that would allow families to buy. And we looked at Tennessee and I can't remember the other state that did
Texas.
this. Louisiana. They're allowing families to buy a rotisserie chicken. And this sounds crazy, but the rationale they gave, and agriculture agrees with them, and I do too, if you've ever bought a rotisserie chicken, unless you sit down and eat it all at one time, it usually has 2 or 3 lives in your home. You can make some soup out of it,
Look,
you know,
man,
you can
I'm
make
a
some
big
sandwiches.
rotisserie chicken guy, you know, I mean, my wife goes by there, I mean, we probably got 2 or 3 of them in the refrigerator.
Right. So we're adding that, and then we're also encouraging people to use, we have an existing program called Double Up Food Bucks, where if members of our SNAP population will use their SNAP benefits at a retailer, and that has to be a grocer or a farmer's market or something that participates in the Double Up Food Bucks program. But if it's a participating retailer, when they buy fresh fruits or vegetables, they get a credit for the amount of their purchase.
We did that too.
So,
Thank you very much for your time. If there's no further questions, Speaker, we good? No further questions from anyone? We appreciate your service and appreciate what you do every day.
thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you both. Okay, real quickly, y'all, we come back on November the 5th to review this staff recommendations. Everybody should have that on their calendar. The governor will be here at 10 a.m. to adopt the estimate. We'll all be looking forward to that. And then on Wednesday, December the 10th, 2025 is when we'll do our budget recommendation after we have our other recommendations to us. So, with that said, thank each and every one of you for coming today, and a long day, a productive day, I think. And that concludes the business committee, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor, aye. Ayes have it, we're adjourned.